Is. So we're going to be jumping down to the universe of Vision, the same world. But before we do that, chat, you guys have a job to do. You guys have a job to do. Say hi, YouTube. Kevhero, thank you very much for that tier 1. Cheers. Babies only run. See, here's the thing. You guys are going to throw all of these challenges at me every time. And all I'm going to say to almost every single one of them is no. Because whenever you say things like babies only run, only accept the first dwarves that go into your fort, sure. That does not sound even remotely appealing or fun to me. That just sounds awful. That just sounds boring. Like, sure, you could do that. You can. Have fun. Well, RedTube's a very different website. So you can Google that all you want and have fun, but definitely not YouTube. And also, it's not YouTube Red. It's YouTube Premium. They changed the name of that feature. How about a glacier biome? I'm down for that. Down for a glacier. That seems like fun. Building the baby is most of the fun, you mean? Speedrun to spawning clowns. I'm just going to ignore all your guys' suggestions for these. But as far as biomes go, like Glacier would be fun. Joyous Wilds could be fun. Haunted could be fun, but I've had problems getting eyeballs to spawn, which is a bit of a shame. 100 baby challenge. Wrong game, animal! No pickaxes? That just means you embark with, like, some copper bars and some wood. What? Be a sadist, volcano on ice sheet? I'd need a volcano on an ice sheet. I don't think this world has one. I'm learning very quickly that all of you are new to this game. No iron/armor testing. Okay, I mean, I've done silver and copper armor and, like, basically taken over the entire world before. So it's very clear to me that when you guys come up with ideas, you're all very new to this game. Which is fine. This is an interesting spot down here. It's just like this little dwarven civ on its own. All right, so the Tower of Problems. That's such a name. The Matched Earth, the Free Figure. If I could find a great terrifying biome, I'd be super down to settle there. Crypt of Twisting was the faction we played with last time. Kind of have like these 3 main chunks to the continent. There is this one volcano on the mainland, and then there's this dwarven faction down here on their own, which is the Silver Sculpture. Looking at the different icy areas. I mean, there's some fun Untamed Wilds, but nothing super crazy. Where you couldn't distill? I mean, like, you couldn't brew things? What was it? What was the job cancellation statement? Catch a whale? I need a whale to spawn. Can't guarantee a whale will spawn. The Dwarven Tower. Okay, there is something going on. We could kill that tower. It could be fun. What factions is the tower part of? Tell me. Although it doesn't actually state that it's hostile. That's weird. What's down here? The Flag of Slaughters. We definitely saw people from the Flag of Slaughters before. But let's go a little further down. I want to see what that lower civ is called. That's also a neat spot. The Robust Wheel. All right, there's a terrifying glacier down there. That could be fun. That could be fun. At War with Elves. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Got ourselves the Indigo Continents. That's just sinister, though. Probably nothing too scary. Yeah, at war with goblins and elves. Isn't there humans around here? I'd swear that there was, like, town. I guess not. Haunted Terror. What is this, actually? What's the, Crash. Cool. I'm starting to think that resettling on areas is real hard. I've never seen a good glacier. I'm sure it's possible, though. I do gotta say, this is possibly one of the most eccentric builds I've ever played of this game, bugs-wise. At least in a long time. Yeah, I've never seen one, so I don't know. Evil glaciers are fun because Blizzard men can only... The second I guess I crash, your game crash. Sorry. I've only ever... Also, Cipero, thank you very much for subscribing for 3 months, like, in advance, by the way. That's a lot. Cheers. Yeah, it's been weird. Like, I don't know what they did with 0.05, but a lot of things have broken. I know Tarn's still working. Like, they basically took, like, a day off for Christmas, and they're back at it already, so... Watch, like, this world just be unusable, and, like, we'll just not be able to settle here. What was it? It was the robust wheel, these guys down here. Okay, so is it just not gonna let me zoom in to embark? Because if that's the case, then we just have to make a new world then. If the world's medium to big? Really? I generated a like 2,000-year-old large world yesterday, and it was fine. Just to see if I could. We'll try it one more time, but otherwise, shrug. This is the world of game dev, Livered. Hey, Boo. It's good to see you. Always play board games with family on Christmas? On Christmas, we don't really do anything. We just kind of talk and drink. You know, I'm starting to think that this build of the game might just be generate pocket-sized worlds, play it once, quit the world, generate another pocket-sized world. You were just? Did you see anything interesting, Frazengeist? How you doing, Tropic Communist? So, it's all fine. If I miss things, feel free to repost. Is it possible to connect an island to the mainland? Yeah, if you, connect I wonder if I can even show you here. Interesting. It's literally just if I click on that glacier. Anyway, if you want to connect an island to the mainland, like say here, you could do it here. You would just have to make a really, 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 really long embark. Maybe not. I guess. Wrong way. Although you may have to like go into the game settings to make it bigger. But if you could make an embark that goes across this waterway, because you can go all the way up to 16 by 16 in the game options. So if you could do that as an example, like if this was an island and you could do that, just embark there and then retire it, then you can reach there. That's all you need to do. But yeah, no, rip Deep Orb, and also there seems to be some weird issues with this world now. Like for some reason I can't click on the evil glacier or the game crashes. But let's see. Nope. All right, screw it. Making a new world. You don't need to build a bridge. You just need to embark. If you want to build a bridge, it's purely thematic. If you just want things to connect and be able to trade with you, you just need to do the embark. I don't have any mods installed, Diamond. Like, I've installed a couple to make other people's forts run, but that's it. Is that bridge visible on the next embark? Define visible. Let's just make a 500-year-old medium-sized world. Or a small-sized world, I guess. Leave civs normal. Let's turn up beasts and crank up... Well, we'll just leave natural savagery at medium. But crank up beasts and sparse mineral generation. Small high pop is abject chaos. But yeah, I mean, why 500 years? Because I've mostly done younger worlds up until now, and I want to see more necromancer experiments. Can you redeem a dwarf? No, because we're not in game yet. Sorry, but like if I allow you guys to redeem them before I'm in game, I'll have like 4 to name by the time we get in game sometimes, and I'm not down for that. It shows on a tile with ... The game recognizes it as a fortress. The game doesn't recognize it as a bridge. Well, you have to build meeting areas or the game is unplayable, so... The job bug doesn't seem to be a guarantee as long as you're not killing neutral characters, because that seems to be the trigger for it. If you are building a fortress and there is a lot of neutral characters on your map and one of them dies, that seems to be what triggers it. Like a guest or a merchant or something. I'm just going to throw this out there. This is a really evil zone right here. And there's a volcano right there. What do we think, chat? How we liking this world? Some scorching nice things. We got one mirthful zone. Silver and copper and shallow sand and a heavy aquifer on the volcano. Could be cool. Oh, that's good. Presmus. That's good. Sounds like an appropriate crowning ceremony. I'm kind of liking it. Let's try one more attempt at that. Same parameters. Aim for domination. We could try and do domination, but I'd need a appropriate embark spot for that. And everything would need to be relatively connected. Just be very warmongery, which we've done a little bit of. I was just getting started with that yesterday. With too much inclination? Oh, you mean like there was too much incline on the mountain? That's half the fun of it, though. Hollowing out volcanoes is super fun. That's actually purple. What the fuck? Power has been destroyed and taken over twice. Okay, no good volcanoes on this one. Five-year-old worlds means there will be less visitors, more knowledge to discover. Oh, jeez, I forgot to reset the size of the world. Means that there will be less or more things to discover, and like in your library, more things to write books about. Less characters overall, and way more beasts and titans. Seagaddy, thank you very much for the prime. For me, it's Warhammers for undead, spears, unless said otherwise. Sometimes swords if I feel like being swordy. But yeah, generally I'm either hammers, spears, or swords. Okay, this is interesting. Hold on a second. Is that even embarkable? I'm not entirely sure that volcano could reach the rest of the world. Too islandy. Crossbows are fine. I just don't like doing them because they're fucky. They're absolutely workable. And people keep asking me to make tutorials about them, but it's like, I just don't use them that often, if I'm being honest. Probrew, thanks for the 5 gift subs. Cheers. Let's go, indeed. Not a cookie. Hello. Are we making a new world? Yeah, because everything... This game's just full of so many strange bugs that are not normal right now. Ooh, this is actually all connected. Loosely, but it's all connected. Silver and lead on the volcano. Not bad. Where's the dwarves? Like, actually, where are the dwarves? Not seeing any dwarves. Claims to be the Age of Myth. Oh, there they are, down there. Huh. If you do Just Buzz, make sure you only have one type of ammo available, because they can only equip one type of ammo. And do not allow them to put the ammo into bins. Troop and Panda, hello. Job bug is very rip. I'm not a fan of that bug. Not a fan at all. What are we looking for? Something I like. And I'll know it when I see it. Was a pretty nice world. Just over here causing rapidly repeating apocalypses. I mean, if I could find a evil glacier with a volcano on it, that would be something I'd be happy with right now. I'm like being weirdly picky today. I don't know why. I'm not normally that picky. But today I'm being weirdly picky. I also really liked that fort. I'm trying not to be super bummed about it, Tropic. So the bug is still bugged? Very much so, yes. If you build a second fort in the world, then go back to the first fort save, will the second fort be there? So if you found a fortress in a world, you retire that fortress or abandon that fortress, or that fortress gets destroyed, and you make a new fortress, not only is that previous fortress still there, but dwarves that lived there can move to your new fortress. This one's also pretty nice, actually. What's up here? Red iron and zinc. Haunted glacier up there. I wouldn't be able to do world domination from there, though. Or much fighting there, either. Yeah, but... Okay, that... You know, we were asking about, mirthful volcanoes, hey? The Blizzard of Gloss of the Island of Shields. It's a good volcano. On a glacier. I don't even know if I can embark there. Hearthstone? You mean Stonehearth? Hearthstone's a card game made by Blizzard. Stonehearth is a game made by Radiant Entertainment that was abandoned when they were bought by Riot. Bridge out to there? I don't know if are pure glaciers embarkable? It might let me because there's a we could try it. We could try it. I think they are. I think they are if they don't melt. From my experience, they're like mountains where sometimes you can embark on them and sometimes you can't. But we'll see. But yeah, no, I never really got into Stonehearth. I thought that game was kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, I played it in its very early access state, and I was like, this is fine, and then they never really finished it, and I don't have no interest in going back to it. I kind of I don't like the Minecraft look. If you make a video game and it looks like Minecraft, I just don't want to play it. It's nothing against the game. It's not like I don't like your game for this reason. It's just I don't want to look at that. Your game can be fantastic. But if I don't want to look at it, yes, but it doesn't look like Minecraft. Spooky. It's sort of like me saying, if a game looks like Roblox, I don't want to play it. I don't care how good your game is. If it looks like Roblox, I don't want to play it. I don't play Minecraft for a myriad of reasons. It's gonna need a bridge, yeah. Although I don't know if I can build a bridge long enough. What happened to Deep Orb? Exclamation point last fort. What I just said, Skater Dude. There you go. Elves offer offended by wood and bone in trades. What are elves? What are they not offended by? They like crafts. They like non-weapony trades. And they like stone crafts. They like gems. They like drinks. Good luck with that, Cheese. Metal wheelbarrows? Yeah, there you go. This is one fun world. They don't like shells, no. Thanks, chat. In regards to the linking, let's see if I can settle here. Let's see. Well, we're still in an update cycle, Top Fuel. This isn't too uncommon. What do I mean by job bug? All jobs cease to function. There's no way to force them to function again. I never played that game. I watched some people play it, and I was like, if they ever actually release this as a full game, I'll play it. In regards to EverQuest Next. I also did. I spent like a good 4 hours yesterday trying like every single possible thing I could try, even up to and including going back to previous hard saves, but all of the hard saves were after the bug started, so. It was quite frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. All right. So this is definitely too far out. Yeah, and then it's also not long enough, so I need to set this up to 16. We're gonna have to return to title. It's just under game. So let's just set that to 16. Continue. All right. Start game in new world. I think, yeah, it was this one, early spring here, 500. I would love to, Tropic. That was the goal of the last fort. Don't poke me with things that I'm already trying to do. It's like literally like that was the goal of the last fort. Was I was just building up. We had 4 squads ready, and my plan for today was we were gonna start fighting with the circus. So would I be interested in naming that? Yeah, I've been trying to do that for the last 2 forts, man. it's Sorry you didn't know. Well, clearly you didn't listen to anything that I said while I was playing the last fort, but that's fine. You mitigated most of the job bug by doing mass smoothing and engraving. as if I didn't try that. Nothing worked. Literally nothing worked. Couldn't make anything work. I deleted every single zone, redid every single job with custom labors. I did literally everything. I even sent it to Putnam, and Putnam couldn't force it to work using dev tools. Trust me, that saves dead. Thank you for attempting to help. It's lost at this point. You got Jupiter Hell for Christmas and you've been loving it? Hell yeah. What's the job bug? I'm gonna stop explaining it now because I'm just gonna be explaining it all day. So chat, it's up to you to explain it when people ask. I'm out. Is this long enough? It's not long enough. So I can't make this settleable, chat. I can't make it settleable. I'm so sorry. It's like one tile too far away. Chat command, maybe. I already have a chat command, and I'm not explaining it. So, why is everything blue? Why? Dabba dee dabba die. That's ocean, yes. It's as explanatory as I can make it without just giving you like a full paragraph TLDR. So either we settle somewhere else on this map, or we don't do this map. There is a straight up hunted tundra. That could be fun. Iron, gold, silver, copper. Do I think it will be fixed? When do I think it'll be fixed? I have no idea. I mean, like I said, I sent the save off, so they have it. I don't know what their priorities are right now. I would like it to be fixed. Although, frankly, I would like the world map crashing stuff to be fixed first. Temperate Joyous Wilds? That could be fun. Yeah, exactly what Wonderlust said. Well, I don't accuse anybody of being a petty peasant, Eggbeard, so the only person who's lying here is the person who's putting words in my mouth. So, all I can say is, chat, don't believe this person's lies. I'm not gonna settle on this thing, not unless I can get migrants and traders. So, time to create a new world. Rapidly had 3 barons and a king being recognized in mid-game, 150 dwarfs, low wealth, but you get royalty. So because Dwarf Fortress is a clockwork simulation of things happening in a weird overworld, stuff can just happen. And that's what I mean when I say stuff can just happen. Stuff just happened. People died in the world and they needed a new king. So they appointed a new king. And the new king just happened to be on his way to your fort. Yeah, see, I don't like belittling people like Beard. It makes me uncomfortable. Y'all are just people just like me. You got Queen at 16 dwarves. Somebody settled in a dead faction. Also, Arkanslay. Thank you very much for that prime. Cheers. What happened? Legends mode would be a good way to do it. I would make a hard save, retire the fortress in the hard save, and then go check in your world in Legends mode. It's fine, Eggbeard. You can definitely accuse yourself of being a peasant. I won't stop you there. Just don't you accuse me of accusing you of being a peasant. I think you know what I mean. I'm on point with my videos. You're having FPS issues because you have 200 doors in a fortress and you build mostly on the same layer. Don't blame me. It's your first fort. Oh, that's fine. I'll be honest with you. Building on the same layer is probably not going to hurt your frames. Although having a billion random animals running around will. I kind of just want to settle on a volcano, chat. I'm not going to lie. Kind of just want to settle on a volcano. With the worst cold? Well, I hope you feel better soon. Soul 101. Don't like that one. Maybe it will erupt. I want to see these supposed eruptions. Because it's strange. I really, really, really want to know what's up with it. Nearest Longbeard, thanks to Prime. Was it NVIDIA? I thought that it was the AMD GPUs that were having a hard time. You love building bridges to island volcanoes, and then, yeah, I mean, I like doing it too when I can actually build a bridge long enough. No metal, though. Which, admittedly, is part of my own fault. Haunted Savannah could be exciting. Ooh, Mirthful Mountains. Bond villains, yes. Volcano layers, exactly. I mean, I think all dwarves are kind of Bond villains at heart, let's be honest. Haunted Run? I need to find one that I like. I haven't seen one that I like. Yeah, flat line of sight calculations aren't that bad, though. It's the 3D line of sight calculations that get bad. What is Orb? Exclamation point last fort is what was Orb. Deep Orb was the last fort we had, and the fort died. That aren't in the Age of Myth. Have I tried? You need some pretty specific happenings to happen to get out of the Age of Myth. Although this one's in the Age of Legends. On the topic of worlds that aren't in the Age of Myth, this one's in the Age of Legends. Look. What are we looking for? Something I like. And I know that's very... like... unclear, but... Ooh. That's something I like. Silver and Copper, Joyous Wilds. What it takes to get out of the Age of Legends? More than half of the mega beasts in the world need to be dead. Very little metal? I did that intentionally. I don't like having stupid amounts of metal on my maps. It's just unrealistic and strange to me. Like, we could settle here with iron and gold. That's plenty. Flux, iron, and gold. You got steel, very deep soil, shallow sand, aquifer. Yeah, that's more than enough. Heavily forested, thick. Yeah, it's great. There's a limited number of everything in Dwarf Fortress. Literally everything has a limited, finite population that could die out. Which is why pandas have a habit of going extinct before you finish World Gen, because they run out of bamboo. Or don't spawn somewhere close enough to enough bamboo. Which, yeah. Which is why running into pandas is kind of a weird anomaly. Vermin are in fact finite, but don't ever look at the population counts of spiders on your maps. Well, that's great. Look at the name of this dwarven faction. I swear I didn't do this intentionally. They only have 15 dwarves. So dwarves are dead. They appear to have no fortresses left. These are all elven fortresses. Time to rebuild? You mean time to re-orb? The orb savior. See, you know, chat, we've done this before. As long as we go into this knowing that this might be a very boring fort. Actually, you know what? You know what I think I'm gonna do? What I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be a little cheesy for a second here. Find embark location now. Let's just zoom in. Embark. Boop. Yep. I know. Yep. 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 Wait, no, I quit without saving. Okay, hold on. Old habit. So what we're gonna do is existing world. This is 211 was the year, right? I wonder if that doesn't save the world. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I think it's straight up just like doesn't. 52. No, it's region 11. There it is. The orb is not lost. I just need to click save. I'm going to make like 4 or 5 forts. Assuming the game lets me do this without crashing. Rory, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. All right, so. Embark. Sure, right here. Yes. Right now. Look at that lovely ocean. I'm not gonna lie. Oceans look better in ASCII, chat. Look at this. You can see the waves. You can see them crashing. And then they hit the shore. Look at that. Whereas outside of ASCII, oh, look, there's spray. You just get the ocean spray. All right, so we're going to retire the fortress. You haven't settled on an ocean? Ocean is in ASCII. Oceans are one of my favorite zones in the game, period. So what is this doing? So this is a faction right now that has no population. So ideally, if this works and doesn't bug out on me and doesn't start crashing, I should be able to make half a dozen or so fortresses to artificially increase the population of this faction. Basically, yeah. We're growing dwarves in tubes. So I'm going to spend a year repopulating this world. Because there's only one dwarven civ, right? The Constructive Orb. So we are constructing the orb. So we could go, like, down here. Confirm. Play now. Yes, they will grow and expand over time. They could also die, yes. But every single time I make a new fort, the world moves forward by 2 weeks. So whatever they do in 2 weeks, that happens. Exactly, can you see? All right, so then start a new fort in an existing world. Yes, they do. Also, you can clean saltwater. You can clean saltwater with pumps, and the water underground in the caverns is fresh. I sleep. So now if I look at the origin civilization, instead of having 16 population, it now has 51 population, and the number of sites is now 2 instead of 0. So instead of being an essentially dead faction, it's now a less than dead faction. I generally have 1 or 2. Depends on how big the fortress is, really. No, the 7 initial dwarves are warped in out of thin air for the fortress, essentially, which is why they have no family. It's very much true. Just go look at their family trees. They have no families. My personal theory is that they're always criminals that are just like pulled out of some random prison. It's like, all right, you're getting to the embark wagons. All right, I'm gonna make an embark that goes across here. They're grown from trees. That's a very elfy thing to say. Make a cage trap, Daenerys. Also, your name is very, very fitting. Make a cage trap and make the dragon walk onto the cage trap, and then you can tame it like any other animal. Rock Truck, what up? Is an Australia simulator in my headcanon? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's what I was saying, Saphira. It's like the username checks out. Yeah. It's like Dragon Taming Lady 9000. Can you make video on how to tame dragons? Alright, so we've kind of got all the way along this area here. Chad, how many more of these do you think we should do? 3, 4, 5? 2? I just want to get migrants. That's the main thing. No more. No more than 12 more. No more than 12 more. Less than 100. Advance it up to a year. That's kind of what I was thinking. Was just 2 weeks at a time for a year. The Civ is dead. There's one Civ in this world, and they had 12 population. So we're forcing more population to exist. 26 total. Yeah, that's a lot of sites, but we could do it. I mean, this is just like rapid mass expansion. That's all that this is. Because, like, we've done these down here. And then this is the original mountain home, which is apparently owned by elves. So, you know, we're with humans and elves. I wonder. Man. God, that's such a bummer. I wonder if I can connect to... Chat, does anybody know if you can connect to... Yeah, retake the mountain home, absolutely. But do you guys know if you can connect 2 forts together, if that'll work? I'm assuming it doesn't. You can? Does that work? Okay, well then we're doing that. It works? Okay. I believe you guys. If everybody says hell yes. The big embark. Holy heck, that's a big embark. You wouldn't know? Says yes anyways. Science fort. Worst case scenario, we retire it after a year or 2 and then we do a different one. So this, I would call this more as a... I would call this playthrough that we're doing right now not a fortress playthrough. Assuming we can make it work, this is a faction playthrough. Right, so there's 2 kinds of playthroughs that I do in Dwarf Fortress. There's fort playthroughs and faction playthroughs. If it's a fort playthrough, I'm just playing 1 fort, and then maybe I'll go somewhere else in the world, and then maybe I'll retire the world afterwards. If it's a faction playthrough, it means, all right, this faction has a goal, and I'm trying to complete this faction's goal. No, you don't have to make a physical bridge. You just need the embarks to cross. And then they're connected. What's the faction goal? Retake the mountain home. Well, both of them, actually. Because like, the entirety of my faction has been taken over by elves. It's a worthy goal, methinks. Exactly, Neff gets it. One of your forts is constantly being raided by animals and experiments. It's a cool fucking beach, actually. Gotta say that. Hell of a beach. Bit laggy, but... Or rather, would be laggy because of how big it is. The second you make it weird, that's okay. We'll just stop it. Just like anything else. Make it fun, not weird. That minimap is pretty cursed, yeah. Your shroom trees won't grow. You have 5 blocks vertical clearance. I don't know. This version of the game is very different than previous versions. Reseeding. That's what she said. Let's see. We've got 7 forts. The Mythical Plain. Will squad patrol stop to get food and water individually? They'll stop individually as they get hungry. Same with normal squad orders. They will cancel occasionally, unless they are vampires, in which case they'll just keep walking. Oh, that's interesting. So you know how it says neighbors here? It used to not say neighbors. Also, this volcano sucks. It's just got gold and nickel. So I can't do anything useful there. So I think we're going to be sticking to the, down here, iron and gold in the Joyous Wilds. Pretty flat, though. But I also haven't settled in Joyous Wilds yet, so. Bling army? You can't use that as weapons, so I wouldn't be able to invade anything. I could aggressively import iron. Yeah, I could. Assuming I'm able to import iron. We're at war with humans and elves. So. You can't make armor out of gold. Not really. Mostly just repopulating this faction. Actually, let's see what the, up to 110. Let's make, like, 2 more, I think. Wrestler's army. I mean, I guess theoretically we could make, like, obsidian short swords, but... Human armies will bring you tons of iron. I mean, so will goblins, but, like... I'm just trying to think realistically if I could make that work. I'd need to, like, my only defense would be lava. Well, I mean, traps require something sharp to be efficient. No, because I need iron to make lava shotguns. So I can't make lava shotguns without iron. Iron or steel? Drowning? I mean, I could make a lava trap, theoretically. Assuming I have lava-safe materials. Using minecarts to fire balls of lava at things, Madium. Cage traps for Goblinite? Yeah, I mean, that's the really, really boring option. Who needs metal? People who don't want to die. We'll have weapons too. Yeah, but they generally suck. They're not good. Assuming we have bears. Light feather. Crushing traps will not work? You think crushing traps are efficient? That's adorable. Unless you're talking about drawbridges, how would that get me items? That crushes everything. Astrios, thanks for the Prime sub. Can I just say that I'm really weirded out by the fact that I have a different text-to-speech lady now? So strange. All right, well. What season are we in? All I'm saying is, like, I literally do not want to settle on that volcano unless I need to, so I kind of rather wouldn't. Because there's literally nothing here. Nothing can be used for tools. There's gold and nickel. So, no. Absolutely not. Like here, we have iron, silver, copper, tin, and lead. Significantly more usable. Well, shoutouts to your text-to-speech lady, then. If you actually think that obsidian weapons are efficient, then you make obsidian weapons and have fun, Vervolts. Also, you can't make tools out of obsidian, so I would only have whatever pickaxes we embarked with. I don't really want to deal with that. Until I can import more. And I just don't see that being an entertaining fort. It would just be really slow. Has anyone messed around with World Gen? Many times. Well, what are you asking about? Does gold not work for hammers? Gold cannot be made into armor or weapons. Period. It's not a question of does it not work for hammers. It cannot be made into weapons. Bring some nuggets with you? Or ingots with you? I'm still very limited, man. Unless I'm going to start duping. But I don't really want to start duping. All right, Isley, then you do that fort. There's no challenge in that. It's just time. Mighty Germ. It's not a matter of if it's not fun. It's extraordinarily boring. Was that a thing in Minecraft? I never got far enough into Minecraft, to be honest with you. Besides, this whole area seems more interesting to me. What that creek's like. Brook. What are we doing tonight? Trying to low-key rebuild a population of a faction. To 110. I think I should do 2 more rando embarks. 2 more. Gold is excellent trade good. That's all it's good for. It's an excellent trade good, but that's it. It's useless for everything else. Because I want this faction to have like 200 population before I settle with it. I don't know. It's because they've redone the entire economy, McJerby. I don't know what the coin value status is right now, to be honest with you. Because I haven't made coins in this version of the game. Are there any bugs related to dead civs? Not that I'm aware of. Dead civs just have this annoying habit of being really dead. Not much happens. Each sellable stack unit was 400 dwarf bucks. So about the same as they were before. They're always 400 to 500 dwarf bucks based on the quality and material. Any undead? I mean, yeah, it's Dwarf Fort. Oh yeah, I'm sure brokerage skill also has something to do with it. So if we do one more quick fort, then I can find somewhere to settle along this peninsula. Well is dry, you gotta refill it. I would build it on top of the first layer of an aquifer and then it will never empty out. It's a very basic well tutorial, to be fair. Let's just plop a fort over here on this island. Is that a haunted ocean? I think it is. No, it doesn't. There's nothing but nickel and gold on that entire island. Which is why I'm not going to settle there. Like, trust me, I'm just not gonna do it. You guys can beg all you want and give me all these options all you want, but it's not happening. Game need ships? It doesn't need ships. Wagons are pretty efficient. You couldn't find any aquifer? Did you not settle somewhere with an aquifer? That's impressive. Aquifers are so common, it's like hard to not settle somewhere with an aquifer. Make multiple forts. And if you can't make multiple forts so if you can make them connect in the middle, you can make an ocean bridge with 16 tiles. Otherwise, you can't make them bigger than 16 tiles. So if you can't reach across 16 tiles with 2 different embarks, then you're SOL. But like here, as you can see, like this is 2 16-tile embarks side by side. Kind of do like this, imagine settling somewhere with just zinc. Kind of don't mind this idea, actually. Yes, you can get up to 32 tiles for a bridge. This could be fun. Iron, silver, copper, tin, and lead. This just has silver and copper. This has iron and gold. I guess the question is, chat, what do you guys want? Haunted Ocean or Joyous Wilds? Let's do a poll. It's poll. Why embark? Haunted Ocean, Joyous Wilds. There you go. Go hamsters, chat. It seemed pretty tied to me, but I looked away pretty quickly, so. Because like I don't know how haunted this ocean will be. I mean, nothing might happen. It may also immediately start raining vomit. There's goblin pits like right there. It's a pretty fair in grade. A short day's trip to the west. Yeah, so it does definitely count that. So there are goblins close by. Vomit rain? I mean, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it would be mostly a land embark. Ocean embarks are pretty rare on streams. I love ocean embarks. All right. Well, we're doing a haunted ocean. So we've got iron, silver, copper, tin, and lead. And we got silver and lead. So no iron, but that's okay. Unless, hold on. Oh, okay, so there, actually, here's a spot with iron. We go a little bit this way, that could work. Iron, copper, tin, and lead. Iron, silver, copper, tin, and lead. Luckstone, and silver and lead on that side. Pretty good. That is pretty good. I have beachhead with goblins. But that problem there is that's actually the edge of the haunted ocean, so I need to go further up. But this has the iron, silver, copper, tin, and lead. Okay. We could go up to there. Could do a bigger embark. So that's like, what, 4 biomes there? Almost? Does anything come from the sea? Theoretically, undead whales could come from the sea. Theoretically. Thanks, Orange. All right, so let's prepare carefully. I'm thinking, it's painful and difficult for me, but I'm thinking. We do something surface 40. Would they just flop around on the shore? No, they would stand up and run onto the shore and attack you. They wouldn't just flop around onto the... No, they would stand up. When the whale stands up, that's when you know you're truly fucked. Wanderlust, you are new here, aren't you? Holy shit, Wanderlust, you are new here. It's okay, 98% of you are new here. Surface Pyramid, I did that pre-release, dude. Like a month ago. The whale is here to claim the land. Precisely. What's up, Hand-Tied Tealer? You came from the YouTube channel. Something. No problem. How'd you like the videos? Sandcastle? I mean, isn't that basically just a glass castle? That dwarf is so pale. Holy shit. I mean, we are literally Construct Orb. Bones Copper! I really like that fort name. Big orb build? I'm more concerned about fortress defense than building something gaudy, Hidden Boss, but I'll keep that in mind. That name does go hard. I'm thinking like bone sand, actually, or like bone iron. Like, bone sands. Bone water. No. Bone ocean? Boner, this, you know, true story, Tropic Communist. Years ago, I really wanted to make my emote prefix bone instead of crypts, but bone was taken. It's true. Well, bone iron. Bones? No, not bones iron. Bones. Welcome to the Bone Stone. No, that's very different. I like bone iron. Bone iron's pretty good. Ostatan? If we call it bone orb, this is gonna get too phallic. So don't... It's a problem. There's no way in hell this isn't going to turn into a dick joke, so let's see. Yes, McJerby. Bone. How about Blaze Oceans? Firewater? I mean, that's just lava, right? Iron Ocean? Iron Ocean sounds like a marathon that people would run in Hawaii. What is this? This is the Iron Ocean Marathon! Although Iron Oceans kind of sounds... Hold on. See how that looks. Iron Oceans could work. Oh, it's a beach fort, yeah, and the ocean is haunted. Unless you want me to call it Iron Beach. You guys second whalebone? I was thinking about making the image for the faction a dwarf battling off a giant whale and calling that something like whalebone. I think it's between Iron Beach and Iron Sand for me right now. It's the Bone Zone, actually, Robot Squirrel Games. Come on. Whale's Grave? Ooh. Well, the problem is we don't have enough whales right now, so I don't know how I can make a whale's grave. We need to increase that leaderboard slightly on the bits front. Bad joke. You don't actually have to. We're fine. Whale's grave. So, aside from that literally just being... like Hokai Impact. Dwarf Stranding. Oh, no. Let's see. Can I do Whale's Grave? We're not gonna... You know, if I put whales in... If we put whale... Yeah, it's not an option. Actually, here's an idea. Ironshore. Ironshore goes pretty hard. It's like the Iron Maiden cover band that is from Vancouver that goes by Iron something. It's Iron... I think they renamed themselves to Iron Kingdom, but they had a different name. And they're not an Iron Maiden cover band anymore. They now write their own shit. But Ironshore. All right. We're going to go with that. I like Ironshore. That's pretty good. Iron Kingdom. We also had another Iron Maiden cover band called Power Clown, but unfortunately they all got arrested when they were trying to go on tour in Japan for trying to smuggle heroin in their guitar cases. Bad idea. Don't do that. Just pro tip for anybody going to Japan: don't bring your heroin with you. Leave that at home. What is best, axes or hammers? If you're fighting undead, hammers. If you're fighting anything else, axes. All right, so group name. The Long Key. I don't even want to touch that. I'll see. I think literally send it. Although my favorite Vancouver-based cover band is the Sex Pistols cover band that we have here called Fucking Guns. Which is just funny to me. they're a funny show. Like their vocalist has a habit of taking her shirt off on stage too. But very fun band. They put on a good show if you get the opportunity to see fucking guns. So we are the long key of Ironshore. As for our symbol, giant sperm whale. All right, so a giant sperm whale. Action or relationship, screaming. Striking a menacing pose, followed by a dwarf and a let's just say a short sword. Raising. The dwarf is raising the short sword. No. There we go. So this is an image of a giant sperm whale, a dwarf, and a short sword. The giant sperm whale is screaming. The dwarf is raising the short sword. The sperm whale is being flayed by the dwarf. The dwarf is laughing. You make tridents? I don't think tridents exist. Hold on, let me I feel like tridents exist, but I don't think it's something dwarves can make. No, it's not an existing item. The dwarf is raising the sperm whale. I'm tempting Moby Dick. Oh god, that'd be amazing. Pikes are a thing, yeah. Ooh, a jagged pike. Oh, good lord. Whew, sorry. Ooh. Giant sperm whale is impaled on the jagged pike. I think it works. Arr, he blows! I think this is going to be kind of like a sea shanty fortress. What do you guys think? Fighting off the walls of whatever the fuck comes out of that ocean. Although, I don't trust this ocean. So we're going to name this symbol. The skin of doors. Let's call it the sand of... the sand of death. Too far? Scream of ocean? I actually kind of like that. Screams of... the screams of oceans. Morbius dick, yes. I can't wait for Mighty Morbin. Not gonna finish that sentence. Whale scream? Screams of... oh, ooh, actually, hold on. Screams of ocean... ah, man. Screams of oceans past. No, that's not what I wanted. Clear that. The ancient screams of oceans. How's that? Yes, the I Scream. It's Apple's newest product, Randomino. I can't wait to go to the Apple store to buy my I Scream. Good one. Let's ship it. Cool. All right, so the symbol of the Constructive Orb is the image of a giant sperm whale, a short sword, a jagged pike, and a dwarf. The giant sperm whale is screaming. The dwarf is raising the short sword. The giant sperm whale is being flayed by the dwarf. The dwarf is laughing. And the giant sperm whale is impaled on the jagged pike. Yes, which is why it's not ever going to get translated, Tropic. You're loving the YouTube content? Hell yeah. You just have a quick question. Can you build stairs on a dugout layer and connect them to the stairs above? Yes, so if you're constructing stairs, you just get the stairs from the construction menu and you build up to the bottom level and right onto the bottom level. It should let you go from below the designated stairs up to where the designated stairs are with the constructed stairs. It sounds finicky, but it's not that impossible. It's actually quite doable. It just takes a little bit of fiddling. The pike making a surprise appearance at the end. Yeah, it's the surprise pike. Nobody expects the surprise pike, just like the Spanish Inquisition. All right, well, I'm about to get hit by ads, so I'm just going to run through here real quick, and we're just going to acquire some things. I'm thinking we just go with 6 copper picks. I really, really hope that we get migrants. But if we don't get migrants, what we'll do is we will retire this fortress and reclaim it. Let's just bring some extra beer. It's a mark that you can automatically put on statues and engravings. So it's basically just like a pre-designed image that you can just put anywhere. How do you stop them from leaving food to rot in the barracks? Allow them to leave the barracks so that they can eat food elsewhere. I actually haven't had problems with this at all in this version. So I don't exactly know what people are doing that's causing them to leave food in the barracks. It used to be a pretty common issue, but... So we're bringing extra picks and a bunch of other things. Oh yeah, give them backpacks. That's the thing people are probably forgetting. Give them backpacks. Or rather, don't give them backpacks, and then they won't carry food with them. Quivers are useless in this version? I mean, they work just as well as they used to. They're just fucky, as always. Got goats. Reindeers. Alpacas. Bunnies. You know, I'm just realizing, did I post on Discord that I'm live? No, I did not. I'm really bad about this all of a sudden. The fuck? It's totally forgetting to post on Discord and Twitter that I'm live. I mean, I'm good at what I do. Actually, it's just a sign that I've been streaming too much and I need a fucking day off. That's all it really is. My brain is just starting to melt. They missed nothing. You're not wrong. Although, I mean, it was what? It was maybe an hour 15 to find or embark. That's not that bad. It used to take me an hour and 15 minutes to generate one world. So, that's pretty good. Frankly. You know, it's weird that you say that I'm #1 DF streamer. It's like most of the time when I stream these days, I'm the #1 person in the directory. But right now it's like DOS Tactics on, who I think just got raided by Ambiguous Amphibian. And then also like Sacriel's on. So like, you know, some people have a bit of an advantage today. But normally when we're on, we're the #1 stream in the directory. But it's nice to see DOS Tactic getting more than 30 viewers. He's had a rough couple of years. And we're #1? Well, thank you. That's all that matters. I mean, here's the thing, right? There's allowed to be other people who stream this game that are also good. All right, I like the idea of bringing a bunch of pigs. I think we're going to go with piggies and boars. Piggies and a boar, rather. We'll bring a cat. And we'll bring a dog. And then I guess I'll spend the rest on extra plump helmet spawn. And then we're just going to give you mining. Gonna give you mining. Gonna give you mining. Gonna give you mining. Gonna give you wood cutting. We're gonna give you masonry. We're gonna give you, well, actually, we're just gonna give you all the points in mason. We're gonna give you carpentry. We're going to give you, I don't know. Brewing, that's important. Well, actually, no, I don't want my mason also brewing. That's a bad idea. You need planting, farming. Where'd they put that down? There's planting. Planting, brewing. 1 point in butcher. You here. Jump you up here. You take 2 points in mechanics. You take a couple points in threshing. You take a couple points in threshing. Take a couple points in herbalry. Also take a couple points in herbalist. A lot of miners for a top fort. Gotta get those rocks from somewhere. Also, it's a surface fort, yes? With a haunted ocean. I don't know what's gonna come out of that ocean. It could be nothing. There could be undead crabs, giant crabs coming out of it. So, we might need to dig. So I'm hedging my bets here. Also, there's an aquifer, so we gotta get through it. Hey, Focal Fury. I mean, I remember your name from years ago. You're finally into it. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right, so let's see. What's some useless skill I could give you that would be fun to have? Here, have a bunch of points in pump operating. We got water. Let's give them some fun skills. Like, let's give you some surgery. Why not? Let's give you some diagnosing. Why not? Let's give you some points in swimming and you some points in swimming. All right, so chat room. Rip deep orb. Rise. Ironshore. You know what we do now, chat? We strike the earth. Consider this a vile force of darkness. Coming back to retain our home. Damn, that was fast. Alien Slayer, congrats. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. Abvan Bok, or early autumn. Oh god, are we gonna get, like, we might actually get traders, like, immediately. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodging ere the grizzly bear men get hungry. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Yes, you can, Alien Slayer. Ironshore. Strike the earth. Unpause the game for a second. So this whole ocean is haunted. Very deep. Sorry, what was that? Saw something. For a second there. Oh, there's a copperhead snake. Not careful with resources when working on projects. Her scales are copper, her eyes are black. You want to see the waves? Those are the waves. It's the depth. I am wasted. Maximum depth is 7. Minimum depth is 1. So I think we're building here, suspended over top of this. There are waves. Yeah, you just don't see them with this tile set for some reason. You just see the spray. I know the ASCII waves look so good. All right, so you wanted the expedition leader. Well, it's Reg. I didn't turn on the ASCII for a reason, by the way, Orange, so please don't enable things that I don't enable unless I ask you to enable them. I'm going to reject that for now. We'll turn it on in an hour. All right, so Alien Slayer. He has made... No, I did not forget. Don't just it's all good. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. Well, I mean, I would too if the elves destroyed my home. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and enjoys being in crowds. He is confident under pressure, and he is dour as a rule. He is conflicted by this as he values party and merrymaking in the abstract. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He tries to return favors, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is quick to form negative views about things. Oh, I know that the graphics are still a work in progress, but it bothers me because waves are one of my favorite parts about this biome. He often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is slow to trust others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He personally has a deep dislike of the natural world and finds blind honesty foolish, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes native copper, nickel, peridot, and the color of sky blue. Picks and helms and quivers and goblets and rabbits for their ability to burrow. Dragonflies for their faceted eyes, and the words of the Tomb of Dying. Sounds metal. And the sound of the meadow of summer, and when possible prefers to consume chameleon. Just plain old chameleon. And spotted ratfish. And persimmon wine. And plums. You hate brown recluse spiders. For relations, you worship Rurast. And you have, well, you're close friends and kindred spirits with the whole fort. You captured an enemy from a goblin faction. Can you do anything? Not in the game currently. That's a lot. There's a lot of planned features around that. But currently, it's just you can kill them. I would recommend using him as target practice or military training. Murder is all you need? Well, I mean, trees are immediately changing color. So we're at war with elves. We're at war with humans. Fortunately, that means I don't need to worry too much about the amount of... If you use a preset, does it choose the best part for the skills? I have no idea. I never use presets, so... I genuinely have no idea. Couldn't tell you. I feel like you can get a sneak preview of a lot of these things. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that are currently only in Legends mode that are not in Fortress mode yet, which is the stuff that makes me excited for Villains Part 2. Because it's just like, oh yeah, no, I want to know what religious persecution in a fortress in real time would look like. I want to know what, you know, I want to know what, trying to think of other variations. I want to know what a coup would look like, you know? What you're looking for, yours, Longbeard? Been able to keep this fortress alive long enough to get a second mood, and your expedition leader went and made a door. Hell yeah! Impassable doors and non-destructible doors. Although I haven't seen very many trolls, so. How's things, though, Ryan? Are you actually enjoying this game? I never really expected you to be honest. I was actually kind of surprised when I saw that you picked it up. Hmm. 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 How do you destroy walls that are built? Use this button. This button. This button. Right there. This button. So click on the pick. Click on that. Nobody expects the Dwarven Inquisition. You're the Spanish Inquisition. We always expect you. Come on. Knock out some of this. Need that one tree gone. All right, so we need to dig down. So far this haunted... Oh, that's not the stairs tool. I didn't click to the left. So far, does not seem that intense. This ocean. It's not raining. It's not doing anything particularly spooky. But it may also be lulling us into a false sense of security. That is a lot of sand. Okay. Sandstone. Is there literally just a cat in the way? I'm gonna say. Where's this aquifer? Oh, there's the aquifer. We found claystone. We'll just dig on claystone. Actually, hold up. Let's pause this. Just dig my stairs first. When's my next interview with Tarn? Probably late January. I'm hearing combat. Cat is fighting. Not in a cloud of sand, excuse me? Oh, did you guys just, like, almost get hit by trees? Wow. A lot of people keep talking about logs being dangerous again. There we go. Also, I just heard spooky sounds. What was the spooky sound? Nothing. Finally, I got hit by a tree, chat. I was waiting for that. You guys kept saying it was super common now, and I believed you, but I'd never seen it. So now I've actually seen it. So there's the aquifer right there. I mean, I've seen it happen before, just not in ages. Admittedly, it is because I was clear cutting. It's weird that that's common again, though. It's really weird. This is like an old bug coming back, essentially. Hearing spooky sounds. Hear the spooky sounds, chat? All right, let's fill this out and put our stuff down here. You're drawing a head? Head with funny hat. It's a Pope hat. His hat's not that pointy though. He's got like a little pom pom. Yeah, no, same. Like I also haven't lost a dwarf doing it yet, but like dwarves did just get caught in combat because of it. What's the theme this time? Haunted Ocean, and rebuilding a faction. So kind of like a two-pronged thing. Sandstone, claystone. I'm gonna say, where's my other miners at? Get down here, you lazy bastards. You can't put the space in there, Dieselception. F's, Andoro. It is nice nuclear sneeze, isn't it? Let's say hatch. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. You need one more. Do 5 hatch covers. Gonna finish cutting this out, and then we're gonna do everything zone. Make beds for a bit. Dwarves do not drink ocean water. Dwarves should not drink water. Doesn't matter if it's ocean water or not. Generally, the question is, do humans do it in real life? If also, chat, it's a momentous occasion. Today is a grand day. The Dwarf Fortress directory has finally become nice. Perfect. Excellent. All is as it should be. I'm a very mature person. What's up, Finium? The time zone and all them holy days and such. I don't know why people want to put holes in days so badly. I prefer, like, my days to be, like, a solid thing. What's up, guys? Or I know I'm very funny, right? Hey, Magna, how thing? The dumb. Psh. Okay. Let's just
for everyone.
Not make cheese for everyone. Just cheese for someone. We're gonna set it as all. Go in here, say no corpses. We're gonna say no stones. We're gonna say no gems. We're gonna say no refuse. No wood, obviously. Fill it up, dwarves. All right, chat. Let's hope nothing terrible happens. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be back in a sec. All right, I return. How much farm plots should be minimum per dwarf if you want to feed them without livestock? Depends on where you're farming. Are you farming on the surface or are you farming in the caverns? In the caverns, way less. On the surface, way more. But in the caverns, using, like, a rather small farm plots, you can feed everybody. Okay, I'm just assuming we're not going to get traders this year, which is actually kind of a good thing, as far as I'm concerned. Tons of albatross flying around. They're tough and agile. Don't want to upset them. Oopsies, not there. Cooking does not provide seeds, brewing does. And in some instances, processing does. What plants do we have? Garden cress, oak, almond, cherry? Does seeding provide cooks? Yes? Question mark? Watch my video on frame rate if you want to know why I'm making my stairs like this. Why is it backwards? Because we hit an aquifer. And I haven't finished it yet. Hey, Squug. How are you, man? It's good to see that you're still floating around. I stumbled into a stream yesterday and the streamer had like a mini panic attack because they're just like, I can't handle this. There's a famous person in my chat. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just another idiot on the internet too. Don't worry. What's up, Umbrella Corp? How's things? Big hello from Ireland. Well, hello from Canada. Corvius Swade, thanks for gifting a sub to Squug. Welcome back, Squug, whether you like it or not. And Swade, thanks for checking out a gift. Have I had nobles abandon their rooms? I don't know why they would do that. Not entirely sure what you mean by abandoned in this instance. We are bringing up claystone. More claystone and more claystone. And then this layer is the next one we got to do. So they will fill all this in. And then we got to put one last tile right there so that it doesn't drip down from the ceiling up here. Or I could channel it out from the ceiling, which is I think what I'm going to do. And we're going to put our well right here. Not right there, but... And now water's coming from this layer. This water is clean. It's not going to be salty. You have to reallocate it? That's weird. That seems like that shouldn't be happening. Let's see if they can construct that diagonally. Can you? Let's see. Guess not. Fine then. Do not deconstruct that stair. I misclicked that. Do you have any edits on the raws so that you can train certain creatures? Do I have any? Have I done it in this version? No. Have I done it before? Yes. I've also added creatures to my games before. But currently I'm just playing completely vanilla. Mostly so I don't confuse people, because people ask me questions all the time and I want to be able to give them, like, honest answers instead of being like, well, I mean... You know what I mean? Give it, like I said, basically another month until like mid-January, and then I'll start chucking mods in. Although I'm probably just going to use like extra creatures mods and such. What's up, DOS Tactic? How's things? I should give you a VIP badge. Myself too, Kleno. Myself too. Aw, thank you for the raid, dude. I hope that your stream was good. Did you guys get hit by ambiguous amphibian? I saw you spike up to the top of the directory, and I assume that's what happened. Congrats if that's the case. Lovely, dude. If you guys don't know DOS, DOS is the original tutorial master on YouTube. I think this is a ClenoDev quote, but like if that tutorial on minecarts was a like an 8-track tape, it would have been burned out years ago. I watched so many of those tutorials when I was learning this game originally. It was like that and Captain Duck. That and Captain Duck were the two that got me through the initial, like, ancient history eras of Dwarf Fort. So, same plans for New Year's? Yep, same plans. Although we're going to start off with Dwarf Fort this year. And then I'm going to take Sunday off because I need a day off. Captain Duck's been streaming, too. You can still go see him. He's still around. He is still running, but he just streams weird, random crap. Just doesn't generally play dwarfs. I think he did stream a little bit of Dwarf Fort around launch, but he's just into different things. You can still go say hi, though. People's interests change, I think. All right. We are starting a brand new fort, to anybody who just came over from the raid. Brand new fort on this lovely ocean that I will always cry that ASCII has better waves than this tile set. But on this lovely ocean, it's lovely because it's haunted, and I'm hoping something spooky comes out of it. So far, nothing much. Mostly just, shad and various other fish. So we're going to have to do something with that. But the whole kind of shtick of this fort is this faction is called the Constructing Orb. I swear I'm not just, like, intentionally only using things with the word orb in it. But there was one site for this fort, and one of them's already been taken over by elves. So we are at war with elves, actually. I'm looking... Okay, so this is my first time looking at the world map since I jumped back up to the world map. This is us. We are Ironshore. And this is our faction, all these little blue spots. Now, I just made all of these little forts. So like 20 dwarves, 20 dwarves, 20 dwarves, 20, 20, 20, and 20. My entire mountain home faction has been destroyed by elves. They've completely annihilated us. And this is the only dwarven faction on the map. And in the time that we settled, I guess, like, I think it was 12 forts. 1, 2, 3 of them have been taken over by elves. Holy shit. I was like, yeah, it is fiddling around news and rumors. Also, one of them got taken over by humans. So it's not just the elves, it's also humans. Human fortress, elven fortress, elven fortress. Boy, oh boy. I'm not going to do anything until the ads are done anyway, so we're just going to wait in this screen. But yeah, that's kind of bananas. Dwarf Japan almost? It kind of does look like Japan, doesn't it? There's even, like, a good biome there. But we were originally going to settle on this volcano, but it only had gold and zinc. No, gold and tin, I think. So we couldn't really do anything with it. So this is going to be an interesting playthrough. I don't know how many migrants we're going to get. If we don't get any, I may have to, like, actually make some more forts and then reclaim others. But yeah, this is going to be tough. We do have iron here. Hopefully the rest of our forts don't just immediately get obliterated. But, I just realized we settled a fort called Crazed Hammers. That's really good. So yeah, I don't know. This might actually just be completely impossible. We'll see what we can do. This is gonna be interesting. It's funny because, like, we're not at war with the goblins. Go fucking figure. We're at war with the humans and the elves. Fine with the goblins. So if we look at my civilizations, we have no agreements with this faction, which is interesting because I guess they haven't come to trade with us yet. Kib is our queen. We do have a baroness. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. It's crazy fucked up world. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. So anyway, we'll see what we can do. We will at the very least build a cool little fort here, but I'm a little worried now that I'm realizing that they've taken out half the forts I just built to repopulate this faction a bit. How Dwarf? Remains to be seen. Ask me that again in a couple hours. How do you access that screen? This button or pressing Y. So capital Y. Capital Y or this little screen down here. This little button. This lets you see the world map. They're on their way to enslave another 2. Oh, probably. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Will we get their trade caravans? I don't think the goblins are capable of trading. Regardless, we're going to let them bring the rest of the crap down here. We got dead lizards down here. Cat's doing work already. We might have to do something like that, yeah. We might have to do something like that. You get all these folks, but with no info on where, and no clue about on where to read up on them. Yeah, you go into the world map and then you can figure out who's close by and whatnot. All right, so we're gonna go to up here. I'm gonna dig over here. I'm gonna make ourselves a little well on top of this tiny aquifer right there. So there's an aquifer right here. So if I dig into it, I can just get a well. When a fort falls, do you prefer? I prefer to make a new fort in the same world, ideally with the same faction and take vengeance. But recently there's been weird crashes where if you play a fort for too long, it just breaks. Oh, also, Clino, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned this earlier, but I was able to get a copy of Deep Orb sent over to Putnam, and they took a look at it to see if they could figure out what was up with that everybody refuses to work bug. And apparently even using dev tools, they weren't able to force the dwarves to dig or do anything for that matter. Which is kind of horrific if you ask me. So whatever that bug is, I hope that they're able to fix it. The dwarves are very stubborn. That general strike is general strike. We don't work until the pay go up. Clearly, yes, no, but like it's a problem. All right, I have to make mechanisms, duh. There we go. It's so deep that even dev tools can't fix it. That's a rough bug. Yeah, it's something strange. But hopefully Tarn can suss it out. And pretend to pay our dwarves? We do pretend to pay them. We pay them in booze and food. That's pay. I mean, heck, that's like almost the benefits of working in most fast food places. Well, let's get this. My lord, the peasants are revolting. That's fine. That's fine. Let them eat cake. Cake, I think, is the line that I'm supposed to use. Lots of birds here. Eagles and albatross. Region 9 main.rar. Yep, that's it. Good luck fucking with it if you want. Spooky sounds again. Worms are making rock mechanisms. I'm trying to figure out where I want to block this off. Traders can use stairs until you get wagons, and you don't get wagons until you're a mountain home. We do not need this wagon anymore on the topic of wagons. Do you have a plan for this fort? To a degree, but we'll see how much I can actually play out the plans. The reason I say only to a degree is because if these elves are ravaging this faction as much as I think they are, we might need to make some more forts in order to make this faction playable, but we'll see. Not currently, jungles. In before Elf Siege, in before Elf Ambush, yeah. Elves are the baddies? Generally, I feel like the dwarves are the baddies, but I guess it all depends on your perspective. Hey, Kelpie. Oh yeah, just like letting enemies climb the trees into your fort. Yeah, it's always it's a pretty common mistake I see a lot of people make. Especially if you're fighting against elves who are generally pretty good at climbing trees. Let's get this well made. There we go. That's our cute little water layer. If I didn't chop so many trees, you wouldn't have to die? Well, I mean, the faction was at war with these elves and world gens, so it's got nothing to do with things I did. I mean, it depends on the world. Some worlds don't have many forgotten beasts at all. I've generated worlds before that have, like, maybe a dozen beasts total. Oysters, that's kind of cool. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, well, we got that done. They're a way to tame wild animals. You catch them in cage traps, you train them, and then you catch them again and you train them again. Could grow in the silt. We could also grow in the sand. Let's grow in the silt, I think. Do like a silt planting zone down here. Turned up the number of secrets in your world, and it's full of necromancer war now, and there's literally every king in the world, king and queen in the world is a necromancer. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll certainly happen. The one thing I really like doing with Advanced World Gen is cranking up rainfall to make massive canyons. You had a first experience with the Titan last night. A Bronze Colossus came stomping by. Those are either extraordinarily dangerous or almost harmless. It's offset by one. That's okay. You'll survive. Free statue, I suppose. Go big and long. That's what she said. Uh-oh. I was about to fix it. To make mud for farming, dump water on stone. Probably a pump would be the easiest way to do it. Dragons are so fragile, though. It's like the first time you fight a dragon, yeah, absolutely. It's terrifying. But I find them to be quite easy to deal with these days after a little bit of practice. All right, so up here, we're going to make a seed stockpile. Also, chat, you guys are awesome, but I'm going to slow you guys down just a little bit so I can keep up with chat a little better. All right, we are going to make... No. Okay, fine, I'll turn it back off then. If that's the world you want to live. I just won't be able to read you as easily. Chat, should I turn slow-mo back on? Well, fine. Okay, anyway, slow-mo back on. Fuck you, pilot. What the actual... I mean, my chat, okay? Good timing, though, pilot. A+. This guy. Captain Walmart. It's terrifying. Thank you very much for the tier 1. All right, let's remove all these. And then we're going to go down here. We're going to remove seeds from this stockpile. Now the chat's just talking at me. This is my life. I'm being repressed. Your freedom of speech. Fortunately, you probably already know this, which is why this is all tongue-in-cheek. There is no freedom of speech in Twitch chat because this is a private space. God damn it. They're complaining about freedom of speech in a Wendy's. It's like, if they just want to tell you to fuck off, they could just tell you to leave. They could do that. All right, let's... I am definitely your dictator, yes. Everybody needs a cocked potato. All right, so we're gonna... I love how it asks me what material I want to use to make farm plots. Unless you brought your own soapbox, at which point I would be kind of impressed. I actually saw a soapbox emote once in LSD. It was literally just like a little, it was a square that said soap on it. For some reason, I found that way more amusing than I should have. All right, let's plant some plump helmets. And one round of pigtails, and then plump helmets. Mostly plump helmets is all we need for starters. There's plenty of things that help with frame rates. Plenty of things. Generally, disposing of items that are unnecessary that you don't need is a big one. What's the New Year plan? Like, what's my plan for New Year's stream? Or what's my plan for all of next year? Aside from, like, mostly getting financial advice. Not from Twitch chat. Before you guys start offering. That's my plan for the new year. Because my life's changed a lot in the last 30 days. But as far as New Year's stream go, we're going to stream Dwarfs in the morning, as per usual. And then we're going to play our annual Getting Over It session, where I probably will fail to get over it, as per usual. And then after Getting Over It, we are going to play some Trombone Champ, due to popular demand. I would say request, but it's been more of a, Blind, when are you going to play Trombone Champ? So we're going to do that. That's the plan for the New Year's extravaganza, and not going to do it as a subathon or anything goofy this year. Oh god, that game? Yeah, that game. Summon the Doots. Yeah, something like that. So this is just going to be our crafting space, I guess. Just going to kind of follow this. It's more like some of the... Less of a doot, but doot's more trumpet. This dude has some FPS advice? Strange, yeah? Even though, like, the number of people calling me a liar about half of my points and tips in that video is kind of amusing to me. And then after that, wandering around in the middle of the night and watching people get arrested, which is usually what I do when it's New Year's, is I wander around late at night and watch people get arrested. Wanderlust, thanks for 10 bucks. Do you want it? It's glory. So now you can have water and paywalls and vile forces of darkness. I'm Batman? My parents aren't dead, though. Very much alive, in fact. Can't be Batman unless my parents are dead. It's like Batman's only real defining character trait.
Speaking of your paywall emote, I want it. It's glorious.
Thanks for the $10. Do you guys like the Vile Force of Darkness emotes, by the way? Uploaded them while I was offline. It's Vile Force in Darkness. I'm opposite of Batman? I think what, like, Rodent Man? What's the opposite of a bat? Show off, Orange. Man bat? As in like a Brita filter? I like Matt Band. That's a good one. Blind hasn't watched Community. I have watched Community, but I was mostly stoned, and it was a really long time ago. DC will be rebooting Batman. I thought they just did that. Did a Batman movie not like just come out? I swear I'm not making this up. That happened like recently. Okay, we're just gonna put a still in here. Maybe 2 of them. We're also gonna put a farmer's workshop over here. DC reboots like every 4 years because they can't figure out how to make a halfway decent movie. Oh, many albatross. Izini, what kind of dwarf do you want? Just at me with the kind of dwarf you'd like. Although we don't have much selection. It's basically just like beard or no beard and miner, mason, or farmer. The pale guy with the beard? Mason then? Okay. Who's a... Actually, hold on. This dwarf's committing a crime right now. We must stop it. Nobody does this. There we go. All right. Azini. You are currently constructing a building, and you disdain power, disdain merriment, and you have high stamina. You like music, and you have good intuition. You're a pump operator, proficiently. You're upset after sleeping on a crappy floor. Well, I don't blame you. He has a very calm demeanor, and he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to keep his own counsel. Preferring to act as the current situation demands. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He does not go out of his way to help others and doesn't seek out excitement. He is a friendly individual, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He does not often feel lustful, and he enjoys the company of others. And he enjoys the company of others. He is quite polite, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to think before acting, and he tends to hang on to grievances. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and he personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, and sees merrymaking as a waste. And he likes trifle pewter, yellow diamond, and giant cave toad leather, not spider leather. cave toad leather, and boar hoof, and nautilus shell, and the windows and flasks and grimelings for their weedy bodies. I have a question. Nautiluses have shells? I thought those were jellyfish. Any tips for attracting migrants? Give more stuff to the mountain gnome and make sure that you're settled on the same continent. Make sure that your faction can reach your fort. The words of the Tomb of Dying, and when possible prefers to consume herring, dwarven rum, and buckwheat flour, and you hate worms. What is your description? I'm actually curious about what color your skin is. His a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. His hair is straight, his very long beard is braided, his very long sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his lips are thick, and his teeth are gaped, and he has a deeply recessed square chin. And his nose is narrow, and his quite long eyebrows are extremely sparse, and his pink skin is wrinkled, and his hair is chocolate with a touch of gray, and his eyes are jade. There is lava somewhere close, yes. If you see a warm, rough wall, it means there is lava around. There's fire in the hills. This is a nautilus? Oh, I thought nautiluses were jellyfish. More you know. Everybody's just linking me the Nautilus Wikipedia page. More you know. Yeah, no, they're cool little dudes. I know what they are. I thought there was something else. Just confusing them with something else, probably. You're seeing a pipe for smoke? Yeah, I could see it. I mean, it would need some smoke coming out of the top, like. Now it's a pipe, for sure, but. It's not going to look that way for very long, though. I've never had problems with that, Vexler. I've never had problems with them removing eggs and putting them into things. It's a Fort Fort Doobie! I'd settle in that fort. Sounds good. I'm in. Let's go. What's the button to enable the priority display? This little arrow right here. Or hit N. Make a dormitory right here. The dwarves have a place to snooze. Oh, if you want the dwarves to not take them, yeah, you have to forbid the eggs themselves. If you don't want them to take them, I've always had I've had no issues with the dwarves taking them. Although I usually just put them in their own room and I just lock the door. Like if I want like ducks to lay eggs or something, I will just put them in a room with the egg with the nest boxes, and I will just lock the door. Have fun, Bastet. I don't think we're going to need 10 beds. I'm a little worried. At the rate that these elves have been moving, I'm a little worried. But we'll see. You can make an anvil out of iron, yes. But you need an anvil to make a second anvil. So if you don't have an anvil, you need to either import an anvil or acquire an anvil from somewhere. And if you don't have an anvil, then you're kind of SOL. Yes, they are. Iron anvils are fire safe and can be used in the smithy. I've made iron anvils and they are fire safe. Can you get anvils from raiding other sites? I mean, it's really random what you get, but I've gotten anvils from raiding other sites. This is a chicken and the egg question, Tropic. Bug, maybe? Perhaps. That's a weird one if that's the case. You also need a magma safe block. So you need a magma safe anvil and a magma safe block. So maybe you've only cut through stone that is not magma safe. So check in the stones. Well, not that screen. Why am I going here? Where is it? It's under labor, stone use. Yeah, under here. Make sure you got some stone lying around that's lava safe. Because you need lava safe stone. Not a magma smithy? Do you not have an anvil? Because if you do have an iron anvil, that's bizarre. Make sure it's not forbidden. You should embark with one, but it is possible something stole it. Sometimes I'll just, like, make an anvil right off the bat out of habit. Kia took it. It's definitely possible. Kias can carry some pretty heavy items. They're shockingly strong. Goblin Snatch. I thought Goblin Snatchers just go for kids. Iron and Steel Anvil? Iron Anvil doesn't give dwarves happy thoughts. Steel Anvil gives dwarves happy thoughts. And Adamantine Anvil makes dwarves explode into euphoria whenever they see one. Or Adamantine Anvils makes them explode into euphoria whenever they see one. Wastes much more steel. It makes dwarves real happy when they see it. I think adamantine in general makes dwarves explode with euphoria. This is true, RNG. Also, hi, how are you? I want to see you and Tekkid get partnered. RNG, off of this Dwarf Fortress popularity boost. You've never made an adamantine anvil? They take so much adamantine. But they feel joy when they see a brilliant anvil or whatever. Does a door stop water? Yes. Just don't let a dwarf open the door and they might. So lock it. Considering this is a haunted ocean. Oop. I was gonna say, considering this is a haunted ocean, there ain't much going on here. Chat, we found Call of Duty. The whole flock of them. Oh my god. Yeah. Caves of Cod. So chat, what do you think? Are we ever going to get migrants on this map? What's the fish with the blue square? With the blue square? It's cod. COD. Cod is worth like $100 now. If it's the full edition, it's I think $119 in Canada. Under his bed for his alone times. I feel like it would just be a book about an adamantine anvil. Do I not feel betrayed? No, because I don't have any interest in playing Call of Duty. Actually, how much is Call of Duty? I might be wrong. Okay, it's $129.99 for the Vault Edition thingy. The normal game is $89.99. And then, of course, you know, you could buy all of this shit and, like, this shit. Modern video games, kids. Modern video games. It's not technically a I think calling it a remake of Modern Warfare 2 isn't doing it enough service. It is just a new video game in the same universe, but I also have no interest in Call of Duty, so I actually honestly don't give a shit. They could charge $1,000 a copy for that game, and it wouldn't affect me. Okay, so we're going to make this and all of these walls out of sandstone, methinks. For a game to be above 60? Well, games have been above 60 in Canada for over a decade. They've been like $79.99 for ages. So I just live in a country where games have just been that expensive. I mean, honestly, I would rather games charge more at the front and have less DLC and less loot boxes and less annoying cashy things on the inside of the game. Like, honestly, I prefer that as a business model. Like, charge me $100 for your game and have no microtransactions, I'm in. Like, that's a good pricing prospect for me. The problem is then they double up and they also have like the crap inside. And it's like, great, cool, awesome, excellent. Yeah, but my CAD gives me free healthcare, so, you know, it's fine. I'll pay more for video games. I get free healthcare. All right. I'm going to build that side of the wall. Honestly, I don't think games are that expensive. It's like the microtransactions that make them expensive. $129 for a game that big, yeah, it's fine. It's the fact that there's also $200 in DLC and they have a cash shop in game, and yeah, that's where I start to squint. It's like I've seen some people stating that they don't want to buy Dwarf Fortress until it goes on sale, which is fair. But like, I'll be waiting a while. But Dwarf Fortress costing $40 is perfectly fair to me. If it was $40 and they also had like microtransactions, then I'd be complaining. But it's like, yeah, it's $40, it's fine. You're just waiting for the Mac version? Yeah. I'm just waiting for patches. To be fair, by the time the Mac and Linux ports come out, you guys will probably get a much better game running-wise, because, like, you know, we're just over here beta testing everything for you, right? Think about it that way. It's kind of looking like a horseshoe. $75 hours into it? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm hitting 2. Like, this is a game that you can put thousands of hours into. No question. This shiny adamantine anvil is just $5, though. We're selling horse armor. I'm probably going to have to go through and deconstruct a chunk of these. RNG, thanks for converting that prime into a tier 1. Cheers, man. What happened to the aquifer lava? It'll turn one tile into obsidian and go psss, and then it'll be over. Am I preparing my fort for the boat patch? Sure. We'll say that. Sup, RSG? I'm very excited for adventure mode. Tyreen Des. Thank you very much for the prime. This is very amusing to me, the concept of like microtransaction currency for Dwarf Fort called Dwarf Bucks. This is a very funny concept to me. D-Bucks? Yeah, it's like V-Bucks, but D-Bucks, you know? Yeah, I would say $5 would get you 705 dwarf bucks, and it would be 1,500 dwarf bucks for an anvil. So 705 dwarf bucks would be $5. You know, this haunted ocean is kind of disappointing so far. Sorry if you've already said I sent my last message, but then you got an advert. I'm sorry. What would you say? Take a peek. How do you release animals from traps? Make a pen pasture zone. If they're friendly animals, make a pen pasture zone and just pasture them to the pen pasture zone, and then just assign. Well, you don't need to assign anything. If they're not friendly, build the cage trap and then assign a tamer in this screen. Like right here, it'll say, assign a trainer to this creature, right there, the little whistle button, click that, assign a trainer, train them to be, you know, useful animals, and then from there, or until they're at least tame, and then you can pasture them. Well, it's not just that they feel much less sinister, it's, I keep getting really bad lucks with the biomes themselves, and nothing happens. Just like, come on, guys. Imagine all the gift cards stopped accepting legal tender and only accepted their own gift cards. Not to be weird, but isn't that just cryptocurrency? Like, isn't that kind of just cryptocurrency? It's like that Bored Ape Yacht Club, like burger joint, where their whole plan was like, oh, you would just be allowed to use ape to buy burgers there, and they had no business, so they then started accepting USD. It was a big story when it first happened. It's like Bored Ape Yacht Club burger joint starts accepting cash. Which is just hilarious. I don't play free-to-play games like that, Puphead, but so what about them? If I find them to be exploitative, I just don't play them. I already built one of these down here, didn't I? Yes, I did. This is brew drinks from Unrotten Plants. Get that rolling in the background. Used to have this huge thing called script. Oh, yeah, no. So, you know what's funny about company script, Lizard Eats Flies? Is there is, like, I'm generally a Peter Molyneux apologist, right? I think that he kind of gets a bad rap. He's just kind of a business dude who gets very excited about his video games and wants to make cool video games. So I've always kind of caught myself like defending Peter Molyneux a whole lot. But there's a bunch of really funny interviews that he did in the last year and a half of him defending his cryptocurrency game, which is literally just a really shitty kind of Animal Crossing-ish game where everything is based on land ownership rights and and Polygon blockchain. I think it's Polygon. Anyway, it's all just land ownership rights stuff. And it's basically just like, yo, you can buy land in this game and then play a really, really crappy business management game. Anyway, so there's a couple of really funny interviews with him talking about this game, and he's literally just like, it's great. It's like working for a company and you just get paid in company money. Like, he literally describes script. It's so... Anyway. It's just so fucking funny to me. I'm just like, you realize what you're saying, right? Ah! Phineas, how you doing? Casual Elephant, what's up, man? People. It's great. It's like having a job. Bah! Sorry for asking, but how do you prevent brawls from starting in the tavern? The last one had 10 victims. Are they stealing your stuff? Because that's usually the cause, is that they're like rivals and they're there to steal your things. You get Script and Deep Rock Galactic. Well, I mean, Deep Rock Galactic is taking the piss, though, right? Like, Deep Rock Galactic is a parody. Oh, are they drunk brawling? Expel them? I mean, like, if you got people that are just drunk brawling, like you're actually getting, like, the brawling while drunk notice, it probably means that they're really upset. It's, like, kind of a sort of a type of tantrum that they can have. So, like, try and make them happier, but otherwise I would just expel them. Especially if they're visitors. Every few days, that seems a bit intense. Post some guards. Yeah, get yourself some, like, actual captain of the guard and set up. Is what I would do. Yeah, they're just there to watch the football game. You worked on a crypto project in an R&D context for a while. Oh, that's fair. It's totally probable that to incorporate NFTs and tokens into an app. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just a database. There's a lot of things you can do with a database. Projects assume that using crypto justifies the app's existence, which is completely ass backwards. Yes, it absolutely is. It's like you can incorporate money and a database into anything. But money doesn't justify the existence of something. Cash App exists and is all right because it has a purpose. It's a sort of a PayPal alternative, right? But something that's just like, yo, we're a money app and we use crypto. Cool. What else do you do? Do you have better compatibility? Like, are you cheaper? What actually benefits us by using your cruddy app? Probably nothing. No, they create a problem to then not have a solution. Okay, I need to make thrones. Goblins are immortal. They're like elves. Which is also why they kidnap other creatures to live with them, because they don't breed that quickly. Oh, trust me, like, I think the tech behind NFTs is fascinating. I love the tech behind NFTs. I think that shit's cool as hell. I think cryptocurrency, NFTs, and all that shit, I think all of that stuff is super, super cool. But my god, it's destroyed by human idiocy. just like money. Money is super cool. It's destroyed by human idiocy. Absolutely. Calling it culture is being generous. Eggbeard. They shouldn't be a finance market product? You know, here's the thing. I almost like question whether or not they should be used to manage copyright. I kind of even question that. Like it's just a method of tetrahedrite. It's just a method of building a database, and we have plenty of methods of building databases. Crypto is encryption, and encryption is good. Yes, I would agree with that. A slow, immutable database. Yes. I can make a database in Google Docs. Just give me 20 minutes. I'm keen to see. I don't know if I'm going to build a moat. I haven't decided yet. If I'm going to do a moat, I was going to do a dry moat, actually. Dry moats are better than wet moats. I could build a moat. I don't know how long I'm even going to be in this faction for. Because, like, these elves are just kind of obliterating everything that I've built so far. Because this faction was largely dead, so I placed a whole bunch of, like, small forts just scattered around the map to try and repopulate this faction, and in the time it took me to settle, 1, 2, 3 of them got obliterated. 1 by humans and 2 by elves. Everybody's genocidal anti-dwarves in this world, so we'll see. It's like stating that Tupperware is a superior container to other plastic containers because it says Tupperware on it. It's still just a plastic container, guys. Screams in multi-level marketing. Pretty much, Smexy. Something, something, Beanie Babies. Something, something, they're just stuffed animals, you morons. True story, my ex's mom was way into selling Tupperware, and so because of this, I own so much Tupperware. I've been slowly getting rid of it over the years, and I gotta be honest with you, they're just plastic containers. That's like calling all tissues Kleenex. It's a brand that became generic. It didn't die, really, contract. I mean, the VOD's already up on YouTube. I got that job bug where everybody refuses to work. So unfortunately, it was a very boring death. And I've passed it around to a few people who can hopefully take a look at it, but not even because I necessarily want to keep playing. I just want them to... What's the word? I just want them to be able to fix the bug. You got that and somehow fixed it when you designated a burrow in the area that they stand around and make one dwarf mine or something? I tried that yesterday. Yeah, Isley, I agree. Hoover's a type of... Damn. It's a vacuum cleaner brand, isn't it? Hoover? Chat's gone crypto bro speech and you feel sick. I mean, what do we do about it? Chat room, don't make our friend here feel sick, yeah? Crypto stupid. Moving on. Ban free speech? There is no free speech. This is Twitch chat. What? Get with the current century. This is a private platform, laddie. You're all into the crypto bros losing? Generally, yeah. You know, fun fact, I don't own a vacuum cleaner. I borrow my neighbor's once every couple months if I need to vacuum this carpet. I used to borrow my parents', but it got a little bit too cumbersome to take it on the bus. Under Canadian rule here? You're under the rule of my mood. If I feel like being super strict, I'm super strict. If I don't feel like being super strict, I'm not super strict. Depends on if I feel like it's a Monday or not. You don't kid anything, Useroon. Everything you say is 100% cereal all the time. This is why we call you the Frosted Flake. I don't even know what that means. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because you're chilling your main out of corn. I was going to say because you're pretty sweet, except for when you're not. Just like me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The sarcastic banter with chat's always hilarious. It's hilarious until someone gets genuinely offended, and then I just kind of sit here confused about what to do. Because, like, the thing that people who watch my streams need to realize is I'm serious about maybe 10% of what I actually say. There is, like, the odd, like, situation where I'll say something where I'm deadly serious, but it's pretty fucking rare. It's pretty fucking rare. All right. You can just turn it off. Isn't that just all of the internet, though, Useroon? I don't get offended by words from some random on the internet, but I do get sad. About game addictions, it's very clear you're serious. You know, like, to quote an older viewer of mine, Blind is an extremely chill stream until he's not, and you'll know when he's not. How goes the war prep? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall with plenty of space on the inside, and then we're going to build flooring around the outside so that these trees don't do that. Oh, god damn it, monkey. The greatest wall? I mean, hopefully we're not making it out of China. Because that would be pretty... Oh, actually, no, I haven't made it out of porcelain, which is, like, I guess, like, the closest thing we have to China. We'll make the elves pay for it. I mean, I'm making it out of wood. Isn't that kind of what that is? Not to, like, just devolve into, like, immature, out-of-date Trump jokes, but, like... That's what I was going for initially, and then chat went full Murica. In regards to the Great Wall of China joke. Yeah, basically. See, that's a much better reference to go for. We're building the village from Asterix and Obelix. Now we just need the fancy potions that we drink that make us superpowered, and we need a bunch of Romans to punch. The Spanish Inquisition, Orange. You feel old? Depends on where you're from, Stefan. I do every day because I know that account is lurking in my chat, Spanish Inquisition. Hey, audio. How's things? Good day, sir. The other fort died. We're all sad. We've all cried many times. We've dedicated the remaining years of our lives to the sadness of the death of Deep Orb, and now that we're over it, we're building a new fort. And so now we're settled on a haunted ocean. I'm still waiting for something actually spooky to spawn on the haunted ocean. So far, it's done kind of nothing much. Which I'm a little bit disappointed by. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing it this way, I'm going to do it this way. Also kind of want to do some surface farming up here. Looking around. The garden cress. Yeah, ooh, we got rhubarb. Oh. Asterix popular in Canada? No, not really. But there is. It was quite easy to find in my public library. Why am I expecting that to turn into "There is no God, only Zool" or something? Or are you a god? When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes. Now, let's go around the edges. I guess technically I could actually just go this way. This might actually be faster. What's the difference between building a bridge over the pit and building a floor over it? The bridge can be raised, the floor is permanent. It's just like cops, yes. Your own stout. Also, chat, in 24 hours from now, well, 24 and a half hours from now, I will be doing a live dev chat, actually, with the developer of the game Jupiter Hell, because he put out a new patch for his game recently, and I like to bring him on to the stream and talk to him when he puts out updates. So if you're at all interested in listening to a developer who programmed his own engine for his own game over the span of like a decade and a half, it'd be an interesting conversation if nothing else. Can you make Indiana Jones traps? What, you mean like big Rube Goldberg machines of death? Yeah, kinda. You can set up pressure plates to fire things and whatnot. It's pretty Indiana Jonesy. Doomorel was the game that came before Jupiter Hell, yes. But they are not the same game. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. You could make like a retracting bridge that dumps boulders and such. Fire minecarts and such and things. Azrael, thank you very much for the tier 1. There's a handful of things accessible in translation in the 2000s for Russian-speaking internet. Interesting. I would say Tintin was always more popular over here than Asterix when it comes to like big comics like that. Minecart shotgun seems pretty Annie Jonesy. I'm so fucking sad because we were like just getting that shit set up in Deep Orb. Oh, fucking sad about that. We're into late spring. I've never actually seen any of the Tintin cartoons, though. I've only ever seen the Tintin, or I only ever read the Tintin comics. Yeah, and my grandma always had Calvin and Hobbes, yeah. Or my grandma had a bunch of books of Calvin and Hobbes. That was always one that I associated with my grandma. Don't know what happened to them, but guess we need to dig up more sandstone because I decided to do this out of sandstone. Into early summer. Calvin and Hobbes rocks pretty hard. It had its moments. How did the old fort die? Exclamation point, last fort. How many dwarves are sad to be with family? Thoughts, and how do you deal with it? If they have no family, they're just kind of fucked. If they have family, make sure that they're able to see their family. So allow downtime for in the taverns and such. Let them hang out and speak with friends in temples. Give them downtime. If they're just crafting and working all the time, they'll have a hard time, so remove a lot of jobs from them. Dwarves need breaks. They're kind of like humans like that. No, I don't need to put a pillar there. I just want to put a pillar there. The sea is in fact haunted, but it doesn't seem to be super interesting so far, unfortunately. But, I mean, I managed to build a pretty cool fortress layout, though. I'm pretty happy with the way this is looking. Was Dilbert old school Dilbert? Man, Dilbert's such a bummer recently. I mean, it got typed in a whole bunch up there, Swanky Diggins, but it's just exclamation point LASTFORT. Has anyone else found that when you use detailed mode to make a map, your mods don't work? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, but no, because I haven't been messing with mods much. Just building a pit. We are rebuilding this faction. This faction had a population of 6. And then I built a bunch of forts, so I got it up to about 200. And then we embarked on this map, and the elves invaded. And the elves invaded 2 of them. And the humans invaded a 3rd one. We're on a haunted ocean. So, apparently war. Honestly, I don't understand why people would be cramming the game full of mods right now. As somebody who's played the game a whole lot, this is my take on mods for Dwarf Fort. Absolutely mod the game, but do not mod the game until it's in a somewhat stable state. It's not going to be in a stable state until we're through this patching cycle. This patching cycle is basically the period of time it's going to take for Tarn to get the vast majority of major bugs out of the game. Example, major bugs such as certain systems not working properly or things breaking, or alternatively crashes and fixes for crashes and that sort of thing, because the game is going to put out a lot of mechanically changing additions to the game in a very short period of time. And as an experienced player, I think that right now is maybe the worst time to mod your game for Dwarf Fort, unless you're just using like graphical or UI mods. If you're actually like adding shit to the game, yeah, you're gonna break a lot of saves. You're gonna lose a lot of progress. It's gonna cause a lot of weird issues. And to me, it's just not worth it until we're through the patching cycle. But even interface mods can have some pretty massive effects on the way the game works under the hood. Wicta, what kind of dwarf do you want? You didn't even see that in chat. Oh, there it is. But that's just me. I'm not going to be like modding the game at all, interface or otherwise, until we're through the patching cycle. Just because I know how much progress I'd lose. Because, I've been through this before. Last fort, exclamation point, last fort. Bearded soldier. We don't even have a military yet. So would you like me to put that one on hold for later? Because I'm not making a military until I get at least a migrant. So what we have available is we have miners, we have a woodcutter, we have a farmer. Bearded-wise, we have 2 miners. Would you like a miner, or I will refund it? Do we have bedrooms? Nope. Miner's good. Okay. Apparently you're a dabbling dodger. I think that's because you dodged a wall or a log that almost killed you. Dabbling dodger, personality-wise, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not go out of his way to help others, and thinks and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and often feels discouraged, and he has an active imagination, and he easily falls in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and he personally finds the idea of family loathsome and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Oh, another thing that's kind of neat about this world, it's in the late age of legends. Which is kind of neat. He likes cave floater leather, thrones, and cows, and for their haunting moves, and the words of the Tomb of Dying. Everybody likes the Tomb of Dying, and the mellow intricacy, and when possible, prefers to consume Longland beer and Fonio, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Why do dwarves have 2 sets of names? First name, last name. It must be an absolute banger because the dwarves seem to love it. Oh yeah, that too. Their names are displayed in Dwarvish and English. I want to do this. What depth is the first cavern? Usually it depends on the depth of sea level for your map. So it varies from world to world. There is no usually. This isn't Minecraft. Yeah, that's all it seems to be is like the ocean makes weird sounds. Oh shit, we got sea otters. Oh, horseshoe crab! Crab! We have crab! Look at the crab! It's a crab. Yeah, we found crab. So cute. Let's see those sea otters. Oh, we got sea otters and underwater sea otters. Def G. He's strong. Or he is strong and has high stamina. Frequently depressed and stingy with resources when working on projects. Is it even possible to train sea creatures? Well, otters are just aquatic creatures. They're not really sea creatures. Or like semi-aquatic creatures, I think. Oh, that's up. Duh. What, down? Just kind of keeping an eye on my food counts and whatnot. Am I missing any spots? Looks fine so far. You find whales and orcas here. How do you catch them? You catch them very carefully, and there are whales, orcas, sharks, or actually, I don't know if there's orcas, but there's various types of whales. There's like sperm whales and giant sperm whales and other whales. And I've seen mako sharks before in Dwarf Fort. I've seen squid. I've seen jellyfish of varying varieties. I've seen varying sizes of crabs. Yeah, I would love to see a giant sperm whale, but I don't know if we'll see one. I think I'm just gonna trade mechanisms if we actually get traders in the fall. I hope we get traders. Reanimated Magpie, the benefit that Dwarf Fortress has is it doesn't need to have graphics for every single creature. And because it doesn't need to have graphics for every single creature, the amount of diversity you can have is massive. There's a really interesting talk in one of the, I want to say it was about just creature diversity in roguelikes, specifically as part of the roguelike celebration. I can't remember the name of the actual talk, unfortunately. But essentially what the whole talk was based on is, I dug into my own fort. It's kind of funny. The whole point of the talk was, you can very easily add creatures to roguelikes because of the simplicity of developing creatures for roguelikes. So all you essentially need is a letter to assign to it and then a name for the creature, right? Like, so suddenly, like, the diversity that you can have for an individual like number of creatures is massive, right? And their example was like, I think it was Bloodborne, where they're just like, Bloodborne has, it's like less than 30 creatures, which is very small. Whereas, not counting boss creatures, whereas Adom had hundreds, like 900. So yeah. Like, you used to be, like, it's a little bit more complicated now with the graphics, but you used to be able to, and this is still the case for Classic, is you can mod a creature into Dwarf Fortress by just simply putting a notepad file into a folder and adding some text. Just a few descriptors. So because of that, like, you can very much have extraordinarily large numbers of creatures very quickly in the game. Will slow down development? I mean, considering they just added another programmer, I think it will speed it up. Feel in game to the player? Quite diverse. Got some migrants. Praise the miners, chat. How many migrants? Chat, how many migrants do you think we get? We've gotten one. How many more do you think we're gonna get? Can wood rot in DF? Yes, and so can wooden furniture, but it takes hundreds of years. I had to replace my dwarves several times. My dwarves' beds and boxes and bins several times in Long Death, which was a fort I kept alive for 400 plus years. Looks like 2, yeah, a fish cleaner and a weaponsmith. Looks like 2. This is gonna be tough, chat. We'll remake our well right there. Well, more hands is still helpful regardless. Oh, no, we got a 3rd. You are correct. We got a weaver. Welcome, light test. Three, gang. Shoutouts to the people who voted 3. Oh shit, we're up to 12? Oh my god. We've won the lottery, chat. We've won the fucking lottery. Would you look at that? Holy shit. Let's build a lever. Get us up to lucky number 13, maybe? It would help if I unpaused the game, wouldn't it? I was staring at the wrong side of the screen. Did they walk up through the caverns? Nope, they're just coming in from the side of the map. You're thinking more will straggle in? I think that's all of them. No, not a bad little moat. It's just a dry moat, though. So this is gonna bother me. Because, like, there's just stuff suspended here. So I'm going to build there. And build there. Make a ramp right. Come on. Right there. Just gonna go get rid of all this. Nothing threatening so far. Everything's been pretty chill. Lots of birds, lots of snakes. But nothing has been super mean so far. Lots of spooky noises from the forest. Although, I'm sure those elves are going to come eat us. I'm quite certain those elves are going to come eat us. You couldn't figure out why your fort grinded to a halt. Turns out you accidentally marked one dwarf as a hauler. Yep, that'll happen. You do need more than one hauler. It depends on how many dwarves we end up with. They could very much outnumber us. Our faction, we are the only dwarven faction in this world, Julkip. And from what I can tell, there's about 150 of us total. So, I mean, it really depends. It really, really, really depends. All right, so I think I'm going to knock out all the walls up here. We're going to build these up, and we're going to go all the way around with this layer. And then I guess we'll knock out one layer all the way around here, and we'll do the same down on the bottom. And we'll see about pumping some water into this. So we're seeing if we can rebuild this faction. But before we embarked, I actually built a bunch of, like, you know, dropped 20 dwarves in and, or dropped the original 7 in forts. I built a bunch of these. The problem is 1, 2, 3 of them immediately got invaded when we made this fort. So the Constructive Orb may be in trouble. Can elves swim? No. And they certainly can drown. Mitch Murder just dropped. Yeah, he was teasing some new stuff recently. But we'll see if we get traders this fall. Chat, do you guys think we're going to get traders this fall? Well, I'm not evil. Mangus, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Let's make a stockpile up here. And fill it up with bars and blocks, but remove metal. And remove bars and blocks entirely from this one. And we built that lever, so I'm going to link lever to front gate. ETA? A year, maybe? Maybe sooner, maybe further. But if you're asking me to be a pessimist and guess, a year. I've heard some people say it'll be faster than that, though. But I'm just guessing. I don't know. Out of sedimentary rock is a good idea. How much of this game have you played? It'll be fine. With this multiple fort system, you can make an island with a big sieve and make it a dwarven heaven. Oh yeah, literally. Yeah. Actually, not a bad strat. Hey, Aegis. Hope you're doing well. Do you want royalty in your fortress? Do you want a baron, Matthew? That's up to you. They'll ask you again the year after, assuming horrible things don't happen. Being official land can be fun, though. You do get some perks. Helixes will start spawning. Helixes? Hiluxes. Helixes, not helixes. But, there's many Aegises in chat, clearly. What are those? Hill dwarves. Hill dwarves live there. They're dwarven settlements that are technically connected to you. Wild Toyotas? Yes, and they drive around going zoom. Is there any overarching lore in Dwarf Fort? Well, every single world is randomly generated, so it would be a bit counterproductive to the whole idea. But, I mean, there's definitely echoes. As in, like, the player is Armok. For one thing. At least in my headcanon, the player is Armok. It's kind of whatever you come up with. Really. Go read your world's legends. That's your world's lore. Chat is Armok, streamer is Armok, slave. Got it. Damn, some of the newer members in this chat are like starting to get up there in the tickets. That's cool. How do you read your world's legends? It's sort of when you make a fortress and it says fortress mode, adventurer coming soon. There's one at the bottom that says legends. You click on that. You can make a hard save in your world and then retire your fortress and then re-embark there. Although, chat, investments are over. Just a heads up. They won't be back up for another 45 minutes-ish. Why are you just sitting on, like, millions of channel points or something, Cyrolac? Could be millions. I'm gonna let them make blocks for a little bit. Let's try and make these dwarves a little happier. I think we should get this lower layer done first. That's all sandstone. All right, so we're gonna make a tiny little tavern right here. Tiny little meeting area. This little tavern, this is gonna be an inn tavern. No visitors. The Mountainous Nuts! Chat, do you approve of that name?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Game came up with it, not me. Piggies are hanging out. All right, we should make a couple of crafts shops. Apparently I have to read the last Discord word story, chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out and you guys can watch the animals and things run around. Let me get to it. There's a room on my Discord called the Add a Word Story Room where you can add words and then I can be forced to read them every so often by chat. Although keep in mind that if it's just a wall of curse words, I will probably just skip it. All right, where's the last thing that I read? In a minute. All right. Santa walked and Rudolph burned down my eyebrows. What will Axetol do? Nobody move. I just disarmed GLaDOS with my rusty portal beam. Shaped gravity generator death. What? Who did Dad kill this Sunday? Heresy. Glacial collusion penetrates my favorite ship's sterns while sinking. Artificial coloring is beans sliding through my snowy palette. Creating untold stories with strange beast bring chaos to chat. What will chat say? Intricate scribblings, cheese indeed. Stuccoed onisician, that's a word I'm sure. The great fell down once. Jimmy DeResta huffs off to you. Cheers, y'all. Forever will feast on... All caught up. Although it is a grim reminder of the hardships to come. The Swag Caravan from the Constructed Orb is a welcome sight. The Constructive Orb is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation, inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores, and what these merchants will offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. That produced those syllables all from deep fake of your voice? Nope, it's just chat plays telephone on my Discord. All right, so we get to trade now. That's a relief. Party time. Also ad time, so it's fitting. Upset dwarf over there in the corner. All right. I'll free you up, chat. Okay. So we've got diplomacy to do. Alien Slayer, the expedition leader, meets with the outpost liaison Eustace Tomrandurin, and they say, "I'm a liaison from the Mountain Homes. It's been dark times. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants?" Whatever the fuck you'll bring me. Whatever the fuck you'll bring me. Whatever the fuck you'll bring me. What do I need? Name of that song is, the name of that song is, why am I blanking on this entirely? Drinkin' Industry. That's from the official soundtrack. Plump helmets? We don't need plump helmets. Be fine for plump helmets. But it's from the original. It's from the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, and it's called Drinkin' Industry. Yes, and the intro where it says Ilankine means hail beauties. And they refer to lava as heat stone, which is pretty cool. Our Request one type of leather. Pigtail thread. Musical instruments. That's about it. They want meat and toys. All right. Well, now it's time to appoint a broker. Shush game. All right, so that fish cleaner is a very talented intimidator, proficient liar, competent flatterer, comedian, and a skilled judge of intent. Damn. Can also be our bookkeeper. Have to make him a chair. All right, so we're going to request broker, and we're going to sell them mechanisms. They're not great for sale, but hey, it's something. What we got? And Brampt, hello, good evening. Favorite community fort so far? That's mean. Ask me to play favorites amongst the community? I think they're all interesting. How about yours? What's your favorite community fort so far on the YouTube channel? Also, chat, fun fact. 74 more subscribers, and we unlock another emote. It's not too bad value, although it's too much weight for them. Of course, I could buy that one platinum bar. That'll free up some weight. I brought a bull. That's a lot of weight. And a water buffalo. I'm actually going to buy... All right, they brought a silver warhammer, which I'm going to try and buy. I don't know if there's enough weight in here. Just had a dwarf trip and slide into a wall and die? Oh no, that sounds awful. Tech, it's going all right. Yourself? Thank you very much for the 5-pack, Splee TV. Yeah, that's sad. I'm so sorry. Buy some pigtail cloth and some leather. If they have any silk, I'll buy... Okay, I'll buy a piece of cave spider silk. Brought a bunch of different foods. Got 2 iron anvils. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this trade because the weight is just so much. And then, yeah, if I buy that, then it's too much of an issue. All right, well, I need something of higher value to sell them that's lighter weight. If you start a new fort in the same world as your last fort that hasn't fallen yet, how would that work? Would that work? I'm not sure I comprehend what you said. Yes, you can start forts in worlds that already exist that have had previous forts in them. You can start them in different factions. You can start them in the same faction. If you start them in the same faction, some of your dwarves may show up as migrants. The worlds are persistent and just continue. I'm sorry, what? Okay, I guess we're making rock crafts there for a minute to sell those to them. Yep, your exiles can migrate. Absolutely. No, you can't play both forts at the same time. If you finish one fortress and retire it, you can start a new fortress in the same world. But you cannot run two forts at the same time. The AI takes over the old one. Game already has enough trouble running one fort. Imagine trying to run two. I mean, I'm not sure what you're suggesting, says Azu. It's not supposed to be a Muffalo. What? It's just supposed to be a coastal fort. Well, don't quite have enough sandstone just yet. Coastal phallic fort? Sir, if your dick looks like this, go see a doctor. Gosh. There's no little dwarves running around on my dick. That's a very good way of putting it. Thank you. It's like if your dick is covered in little dudes with beards that are alcoholics that are mining into it, you may have a problem. Slight assumption here on my part, my bad. But you may have a problem. I'm so sorry, Layborn. What'd you walk back into? Nothing. Now leave. Some dwarves can be dicks. Sometimes I can be a dick. I guess I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that no matter what I build in this game, chat's going to accuse it of looking like a dick, and I'm just going to be mildly perplexed as to why chat thinks everything looks like a dick. I'm starting to just think that chat just likes dicks, and you know, honestly, more power to you. That's what if that's the only thing that gets you going, okay. Have fun. I mean, some of you guys watch Italics, so yeah, no, I'm not too surprised. Shout outs to Etal. All right, let's go down this way. Never said there was anything wrong with it. I just stated a fact. Started to think chat likes dicks. This escalated quickly. Just like morning wood. We're ancient Greek and we love docks. I was gonna say, like, did the Greek? I mean, they had a navy, but like, I'm not sure where you're going with that. Alright, I guess we're just gonna do a very small trade with them. Because I'm not gonna get this stuff made in time. Aw, man, right as they leave. Jordan Bam Bam, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Cheers, friend. Game, stop accepting the jobs faster than I can click buttons, please. I'm just using sandstone for this outer wall. I want it to have this kind of yellow look. Also, should I be, like, building a big fancy specific wall when at massive war with the elves? Yes, because it's going to take me a while to actually have enough dwarves to do anything of value. Also, I gotta say, it was very amusing to me how many of you guys just stuck around in Cody's stream last night when I raided him. I was like, I think that you guys will like Cody's vibe. Turns out, a lot of people in my chat like Cody's vibe. Where you know, honestly, I haven't actually managed to go to war with elves in this version. Either I just end up at war with a bunch of other people, so I just kind of don't bother, or alternatively, my forts die too soon. The plan with the last fort was to go to war with the elves, but it just didn't happen because the fort stopped working. It's a sandal, though? What's wrong with sandals? Actually, I don't think dwarves can wear sandals. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. If you block it from getting sunlight, yes. Carl Sagan. You've been Googling Dwarf Fortress so much you just did it on your work PC. It's okay. It's work management software, okay? Just show them pictures of the ASCII version. They won't notice. Now I broke it? Oh, I see what you were talking about. Okay, yeah, I getcha. That was not intentional. I once accidentally made a fortress that was the splitting image of Barney. It's good times. Like, straight up, it looked like Barney. It was really odd looking. Chaz is like, you made a happy dinosaur. I'm like, and I made a what now? When you made a happy dinosaur? Did that gate ever get hooked up? Yes. Good. Good, good, good. You're saying is Barney looks like a dick? No, but I'm pretty sure Barney was a bit of a dick. These Excel macros are getting out of hand. The best part of Dwarf Fortress is just proving that you're way cooler at making Excel spreadsheets than everybody else. Not gonna lie, it actually confuses the hell out of me that people think that Dwarf Fortress looks like an Excel sheet at all. It's like, man, I don't know how you design your Excel sheets, but they must look way cooler than mine. Mine just look like a boring, like, kind of blank-looking grid with a few, like, lines and doohickeys on them. Apparently people managed to make ones that look like fully functional video games. We got a few more tiles up here in the corner that I gotta fill up. And that's this wall layer. I mean, what would you describe Dwarf Fortress as? Cool? Pretty functional to me. Using RGB colors for each cell? That sounds complicated. illustrating a there actually is like that one dude who like makes art inside of Excel and then sells them as art prints. If your spreadsheet looked like this, you need to see a doctor. Maybe not a doctor, but certainly a therapist. As NFTs? No, not as NFTs. Sells them as art prints. A dwarf therapist? I've never needed that, though. What's up, Geodude? Oh, it definitely is spreadsheet-like, but... All right, well, I'm pretty happy with this fortress layout, chat. What do we think? You guys like this fort layout? You're loving it? Did you know that Justin Timberlake wrote that jingle? The ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, so now that we've done that, I'm also going to dig in here. Well, no, he straight up wrote, well, his songwriters, I guess, wrote the song I'm Lovin' It, and it included that line, that da-da-da-da-da, which was then repurposed as McDonald's jingle. You can't until you see multiple shotgun defenses? Gotcha. You know, I miss the days of when you'd type in Justin Music into Google and you'd get Timberlake. Those were the days. All right, so what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to set up a floodgate down here. Although I do need to get these boulders out of here. What I guess we're going to do is we're going to make two stockpiles. We're going to make a wood stockpile and we're going to make a boulder stockpile because I want to get all this crap out of the moat before I flood it. Just go look up the Justin Timberlake song. I'm loving it. You'll see what I mean pretty quickly. We're going to make a pipe and a screw. Claiborne, what kind of dwarf would you like? Will they reach through my moat? No. One out of 3 results was still Justin Timberlake? Oh, fair. You'll take a beard? Non-picky beard. Gotcha. Minor it is. Wait, no, that's Wicta. Other minor it is. Meant to click the one below. Claiborne. I gotta say, like, I'm very quickly learning, like, who's good at clicking the button really quickly. You guys must have been practicing on those old Flash, how fast can you click games? You're in love with Ravod Wirelife. Personality-wise, he is an optimist and he has a strong tendency towards privacy. He's currently more private, and he presents himself modestly. He frowns on any flashy accoutrements and dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind about things. Is that true? He does not really care what others think of him. He's not really interested in what others think of him, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he doesn't try to get things perfectly, and he likes to take it easy and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Values-wise, personally values sacrifice and sees perseverance in face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And dreams of raising a family. He likes galena, copper, shoal, turkey leather, and cassowary tooth, giant beaver bone, giant Canadian bone, and stairs and helms. Oh, stars and helms, not stairs. Stars and helms and armor stands, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sight of the hollow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume cuttlefish and radish wine. And you hate bats. All right, so we're going to move up here. We're going to do a thing. Thunder. Off in the distance. Raise Main, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers. And also, you ever seen a dwarf that doesn't need alcohol to get through the working day? That's not a dwarf, that's a vampire. Just flat, like that's not a dwarf. If you ever see a dwarf that doesn't need alcohol to get through the working day, call the local sheriff of your fortress and put them in jail immediately. Radish wine? That sounds awful. I don't disagree with that. I do gotta say something though, chat. What if that guy's your sheriff? Then you're in trouble. We have exactly 27 subpoints. A very funny number. Lilac wine, maybe? I don't know. I'm not much of a wine person, so. Actually, no. Let's not do those out of sandstone. Let's do those out of claystone. The bedrooms. Trees in the way. Chop it down. I love that they can sometimes build diagonally now. It's so nice. Why do you think that goblins want you dead so badly? Well, the way I say it is like if humans are 70% water, dwarves are 70% alcohol. Only tomorrow? Heresy. Let's just see if we can get some of these dwarves bedded. A tree near the roof. You've got so many collapsed roofs because of those? Really? Interesting. What you brewing, if I can ask? It's actually way too big. This is going to annoy chat because it's going to be the wrong size. I guess in order to get rid of these, I have to go through every single one manually? Oh, I see. Okay. This is not fiddly at all. Okay, let's just get rid of all these and then erase. Okay. So the way I guess we're going to do this then is I'm going to knock these trees. We're going to wait for those trees to go down. We're going to do. Trying to figure out these tools in relation to building up, and it's interesting. Oh, I see. My woodworker's sleeping right now. We need a tit in this fort? Uh-huh. I mean, I guess we could do it. We'll see if it works. I don't actually know if it's going to work with this way. It might line up. The classic titty bedroom design. I guess that kind of works. Let's just wait for these trees to go down. Animals can in fact graze underground on floor fungus fanyogs. Because if you put them under standing orders, then you turn them off, and then they want the milking jug that eats up all the buckets on auto. Yep. Good evening, Flappy Turd. Have you noticed engraved constructions is worth a lot more than you would think? I believe it, considering you can't deconstruct them. I mean, I was just going to engrave all the way along here. But I believe it. Still just sitting here waiting for these stupid trees to go down. Let's maybe assign another woodcutter, potentially. Well, I mean, you can, but I would assume it would be the same as deconstructing, what's it called? I would assume it would be the same effect as deconstructing or knocking down engraved walls, which pisses off the dwarf greatly. So I would just assume it's the same effect. It might not be. Let's just remake my stills, because that's still a problem. RNG, thanks for checking out a gift. Thanks, man. All right, let's... How's my Xmas? Fine. I'm not a huge holiday person, so it's usually just fine. It was fine. It's nice to see family, but, you know, is what it is. Let's build another lever over here, and this is going to be called Moat. Iron bar floors that you engrave with a legendary engraver, and he's going from 2000. Wow, that's a lot. That is, in fact, a lot. Yeah, no kidding. And then we are going to throw a piece of wood right there. Also going to need to build around this, I think. Kind of weird thing here is like the dwarves are actually running through the ocean spray here and the waves, which isn't super clear. Really makes me wish we still had the old waves, but I digress. Spooky ocean. Chat, the ocean's spooky, don't forget. Okay, ravens, very spooky. We're going to go down to machines and fluids, and we're going to grab screw pumps. So we're going to pump from the top of the map down to the bottom of the map. It's a good thing we're getting that gate in there. Jeez. I may actually have to like, yeah. Let's just cancel this whole setup. Let's rebuild this slightly. Any giant whales? Not that I've seen. All right. So what instead we're gonna do is I'm going to just go build a wall right here. Okay, maybe not a wall. We're just gonna let that drain. And then what we're gonna do is I'm going to build a wall. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna connect the lever to this. I'm gonna connect this lever to here because I want this to be a clean water moat. What happened with Deepport? Exclamation point last fort. I get the TLDR. So what I'm gonna, because I want this to be a clean water moat. So what I can do is I can let that fill up. Then I can build a wall right here, and then we can pump the water from here over. So I think that's the way we're gonna do it. Actually, I need to check something in ASCII real quick. How far are these waves going? Going that far? Av Brown, thanks for checking us up at Useroon. I don't know exactly what name it is, but it's a bug that stops all jobs from working. Like I can't really give you a better explanation than that. Like if I knew what bug it was, I would tell you what bug it was. It's a bug that stops jobs from working. You tell me. If you figure it out, you tell me. Do we have tides in DF? Not really, because moon cycles are so fast, it would just constantly be flooding. You're looking at it, Hailing. Yeah, and I've sent it off to Putnam to have a peek at, and they basically were like, oh no, I don't know what's causing this, and I think Clino actually had a copy of it. I don't know if they've found anything. It's definitely a bug, and it's definitely unpleasant, and I definitely have no idea what causes it or how to fix it. But I spent about 4 hours fiddling with it, doing everything I could possibly think of to try and fix it yesterday. Your dwarves don't want to do... Your dwarves want to do nothing but fish? Press Y and tell nobody to fish. Just select fishing after you press Y, and then select nobody does this. Because you know what? Nobody does this. Unless you go on Tinder, nobody does in fact do that. Your fishers always go mad. Fishing is a dangerous profession for a dwarf. I fixed it on an older version of the game by deleting and remaking zones, and I did that twice. I also abandoned and reclaimed the fortress, and it still didn't fix it. Slate SDF, so I don't know. That was a fix. Doesn't seem to be a fix anymore. Okay, so now that that's built, we're going to place a wall right here. And a second wall right there. Like, trust me, if there was an easy fix for it, I would have done it already. Fire Elf, what up? Thanks for the Prime sub. It's like the Human Torch, but it's an elf. I mean, I've been calling it the general strike bug because that's kind of what it feels like. It's like everybody suddenly just refuses to work. But, I mean, if I were to just say, I found the general strike bug, people will just be like, what's that? Instead of what bug? So, I don't know really what to tell people. Okay, so I need to get more drink brewing. And then, just go over here. We are going to put a screw pump right here. Just gonna let them build that. I don't know, that was about as clear as I could be in a single command. But yeah, I agree. Kind of tragic, but life goes on. Or did they just immediately cancel it? Beg your fucking pardon? Cancels building item, job lost or destroyed. Oh, I see. Stuff's getting booted around. Okay. Well, let's pull this lever. Go underground again. Let's make another rock floodgate. Scam biome, shucks. I know, right? Although I think that the long-term fun of this fort outweighs the short-term fun, personally. Because the long-term fun of this fort essentially means we could very easily... Right, that's it. I'm just going to go down here and just make more. We'll just select the further away ones. And you down here, you do this first. It's a feature, and it's a recent feature. We've been asking to be able to engrave floors for years and years and years and years and years. Or constructed walls and floors for years, but it was never a feature before, and it is a feature now. So it's definitely a feature. Let's just make a bunch of doors. This right here is going to go down to there. But yeah, it's definitely a feature, not a bug. Like, I remember Tarn saying it in just, like, mid-conversation while he was talking about something else. He's like, oh yeah, you can engrave floors now. What does warm stone indicate? What do you think it indicates? Okay, chat already said. It's like, what? What could it possibly indicate? Like maybe lava? Just maybe? Slight possibility? I know this may come as a shock, but it indicates fun. That's actually not a bad response. Kind of glad that hostile creatures didn't interrupt the building of this fort, especially since it's a haunted biome. I'm kind of sad there isn't, like, undead fish or something. Like, they don't necessarily need to interrupt the fort. Okay. There's an octopus, chat. That's neat. That's a good sign, actually. Undead fish and moat. That would have been pretty pog, but, yeah, unfortunately not happening. It doesn't look like. Yeah, I guess like the spray is actually reaching all the way down here. That's kind of crazy. Holy shit. The thing is, I just want to be able to block this. That's like my main concern. I just want to be able to plug it. I don't want it to overfill. Let's see if they can just build on top of that. They should be able to. What was that pump for anyway? To pump water into my moat so I can have clean water in my moat instead of salty water in my moat, but it's really hard to tell how far these waves are going, so it keeps canceling the constructions. You became the mountain gnome? Hell yeah. Pumps do clean water, yes. Was that a cat moving at 1 billion miles an hour, or was there something else running there? Could have been an osprey. Grumble. Like, it's warm. Is there lava behind this rock? It's definitely no. Well, sometimes it's not lava. Usually it's lava. Is actually like the better thing to say. Usually it's lava. It's either lava or it's something darker. And like less glowy. Yep, no, dwarven technology could in fact solve some pretty major human problems. All right, chat. I'm just going to let these dwarves work on this. I will be back in a sec.
NANI?!
I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon! Why a spoon, cousin? Why not an axe? Because it's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
I have acquired a sandwich. You behave yourselves, chat. Looks like you did.
Sandwich!
You know what the best part of holidays is? Sandwich. You're rich and you quit. I'm confused. What? ham, turkey, a little bit of cheese, some mashed potato, some gravy, and some stuffing. All right, did anybody die? Hey, shit. Wait, what? No. Oh, our fortress attracted no migrants. That's a good sign. Okay. All right. Well, getting all that done. Got all these doors built. Let's get those built. And then let's see if we can multi these bedrooms. Hey, there we go. We now have 7 bedrooms. Oh, I see. You all in an investment. Well, congrats. Good for you. I understand. I was confused for a second. I was like, what do you want about? All right, so this gets connected to a different lever. I have a lot of levers, and this is going to be overly complicated, but that's fine. Let's see if I can make this pump, like, right here. And then once this lever is connected to this, we can fill this all the way up to where this is going to be, and then we can just let the water around it. You can name literally everything in Dwarf Fortress. This isn't new. Like, I could name this patch cover if I wanted to, or this bridge. You can name just about anything. See? Now it's lowered. Anyway, this one here is going to be linked to this. Can you be the kitchen door? No, I'm not going to start doing that. It's not going to be complicated at all. It was a solid attempt, Onion. And you're addicted now? How long have I been playing? Well, I first installed the game in 2009. So, that's a good question. I don't know how long I've been playing. Long enough, I think, is maybe the main thing I can say here. How long to the next migrant wave? Good question. I don't know. Well, the last one didn't send me any migrants either, so we're off to a good start. Something like that, yeah. 13 years, give or take a few. You know, fuck this stupid pump. We're not going to use the pump. I'm just going to filter the water around. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to make a garbage dump zone. And do this the cheaty way. I wanted to do this the fancy way, but no. No. Nope. All right, so let's make a garbage dump zone and let's move stuff. But according to Twitch, I've streamed about 5,000-6,000 hours of it or something. Which is real funny when people claim I don't know what I'm talking about with this game. Which happens every now and again. It's like, really? Have you been playing this game for, like, a week? What? Prepared food is one of the most overpowered trade goods in the game by a long shot. Mm-hmm. Nope, not even close. Camel. Yeah, and I appreciate every piece of advice you give me, which I proceed to ignore. Tropic. The game's very different now than it was in 2013, hey? Click on people and imprison them? This isn't RimWorld. They need to commit a crime, and the dwarves need to witness the crime. Oof. Steal. Or sleet. Alright, I forget. Work orders. Labor. Standing orders. Even with a dungeon? Even with a dungeon. The dwarves need to witness the crimes, and then if you correctly convict them, then they can be given a sentence for their crimes. You don't just right-click somebody and tell them to go to prison. But you can, however, expel people. So if you really don't like somebody, you can just be like, BAP! Click that button and make them leave. I mean, that just makes them starve to death. And it'll just make the situation worse if you're talking about upset dwarves. You need to realize that RimWorld took a few very basic ideas from Dwarf Fortress and then made a completely different video game out of them. So if you're going into Dwarf Fortress expecting to see mechanics from RimWorld, you're not going to see a lot of them. The similarities kind of begin and end with you build a space that people live in, and they sort of have thoughts. And that's about it. That's where the similarities begin and end. Dwarf Fortress is much more of a god game. RimWorld is much more of a tower defense game. Pick your flavor. It certainly is its own game. I sort of have thoughts. Yeah, exactly. Just like me. I think sometimes. Sometimes I don't, because thinking hard. Yay! Some migrants have arrived. That's good. That can help us finish our moat, and then we can actually focus on giving these dwarves bedrooms. RimWorld was initially inspired by Dwarf Fortress, and initially advertised in self-promotion format on the Bay 12 forums. And I'll show you. This was the first time I heard about RimWorld. I actually forgot about this post until Tynan pointed me at it. The original thread was posted in 2013, in September, down here, which was a, I think, pre-Kickstarter pitch for the video game with a free demo. And the very first comment is, "Oi! Self-promo rude!" Which I think is kind of funny considering this thread has been viewed almost 700,000 times. Just remember, RimWorld is the shameless self-promotion of Dwarf Fort. RimWorld's fine. I just like poking fun. Don't hate me. I don't know if it's necessarily rude, but it is certainly, like, unkosher. That's bad form. Yeah, there you go. Fortunately, the Bay 12 forums are nice and accepting. Generally. Sometimes they get a little crotchety, but... Oh yeah, it's a very different game. I streamed about 3,500 to 4,000 hours of RimWorld. Very different games. Which is why I sit here constantly getting annoyed to no end when people are just like, oh, they're just the same. It's like the last several years of my streaming career has just been me explaining to people how they're not. It's like, they're actually very different games. Sure. It's fucking... God damn. Don't look at the post. What if we just got that post up to 1 million views? I think that'd be even funnier. Yeah, I think that post is largely to thank for RimWorld's runaway success on Kickstarter, though. You just arrived. What post? I don't think I actually posted it in chat. Chat, somebody link it, please. You guys know where to find it. I don't want to do that, but the game has been giving me weird crashing issues, so I generated a new world for this game. I don't generally like to do that, though. I usually like to stick to a world for quite some time. But we're in a weird, unstable... We're basically in, like, an unstable beta branch of Dwarf Fort right now because of the way Dwarf Fortress patching cycles work. So certain systems just aren't working properly, which is a little annoying. But I would normally just stick to a world, yeah. Terraria, Minecraft, RimWorld, Oxygen not included. Most of those games probably wouldn't exist without this video game. Fortnite. No, fortunately, we were able to... I swear I didn't do this intentionally. Our civilization is called the Constructive Orb. So, you know. I would also argue that Kenshi probably wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fort. Can you claim other territories? Yes and no. You can definitely claim other territories. You don't get to play as them, though. You stay in your fortress. You can send out soldiers to attack things, but you get written reports on what happened. I'm not gonna read the name of this, but I just received a random DM on Discord, and I'm not even looking at the DM because I haven't accepted it yet. I'm just looking at the DM pitch, and all I can see from the thumbnail is, I'm a professional graphics artist. I'm running on a 60% discount right now. I work on all types of VTuber models. If you would like a new VTuber model, please feel free to read, and then it cuts off. And I'm staring at this and I'm going, wow. Just wow. That's funny. That's adorable. You think that I would want a VTuber model? A skeleton VTuber win after I die. Anyway, let's just keep building my wall. I just think that's funny. That's all. It's like, oh, you didn't even look at like 5 seconds of my content. You're just like randomly DMing people. Cool. The economy is... No, I get it. You gotta hustle, but like... Barking at the wrong tree, kid. Oh, I'm definitely like, yeah, absolutely a deluxe Twitch VTuber, for sure. I've been tubing since before you needed Vs. Somebody already has, and it's really sad, Pilot. I think it got taken off of OpenSea and then popped back up. Anyway. Not a sandstone, god damn it. Dag damn it! Sorry to this once Muffalo, it's no longer a Muffalo. No, it's a Muffalo with a funny hat. No, I'm just gonna just delete all of my DMs, or actually lock all of my DMs is probably what I'm gonna actually do. I still technically have public DMs on most platforms. But since I'm apparently famous now, I need to, you know, actually be careful about that shit. Gorlak VTuber model? Be my guest. Eggbeard. I'm sure that you would enjoy doing that sort of content for that kind of audience. 60% of what you get is weird to claim and make initially. You have no math nor... yeah. Exactly. 60% off discounts of what? Obviously, it's off of commissioning a piece of art, but we don't know what their original prices were. Are they charging $70,000 an hour, and then now they're only charging... You know what I mean? It's only $20,000. After 3 failed embarks where you accidentally broke into candy, you're finally making your obsidian cast room. Hell yeah! And getting your glass pump and parts to make a cheesy minecart magnet. Awesome. Brought to the surface. And the obsidian fort will soon be your dream. Best of luck. I'm sure you'll get it complete. 60% off a fuck ton is still a fuck ton. Yes. Which is why all those Amazon sales where they jack the price up is bullshit, which is why Amazon price tracking is very useful. Special pricing. Special pricing for special people who don't pay attention to the normal pricing. This is the last thing I want to do. I just want to get this layer walled off, and then we can flood it. Man, these are all single dwarves. Come on, guys. Share your bedrooms a little bit. Bunch of dwarves. I've streamed for a very, 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 very long time now, and I've seen fads come and go, and there's one consistent thing that I've seen, and this isn't anything against anybody who wants to use a model or a 3D render or an image or a PNG or something to play as a character. The one thing that I've seen consistently over the years are people who stream as a character and not as themselves burn out faster. I just stream as myself. Never gonna play some character. It's one thing that's never changed. I missed a piece of wall to the southeast. Oh, I know. I don't have enough blocks yet. Quick question on butchering. Whenever you queue up a butcher an animal, it always tells you that there's no unrotten animals despite the animals being freshly killed. Do you have a stockpile for them to be put in? Oh, I know what you mean. So butchering doesn't work that way. If creatures die, that's not butchering. Butchering is when you designate an animal from your livestock list to be butchered. Things that just die, most of the time can't be butchered. So if something just dies, you can't butcher that. You need something that has been designated to be butchered to butcher. Does that make sense? So it doesn't matter if something just died on the map. What matters is, do you actually have something available to butcher? It's not always Forgotten Beasts. It depends on if their bodies are mangled. So they will butcher whatever animals are available when they are butcherable, if the body is butcherable. Otherwise, the vast majority of the time, if something just dies, it probably starved to death and there's nothing really to butcher there anyway. Or alternatively, the body's already started rotting, which means there's also nothing there to butcher. Or lastly, it's possible that we're going to make a temple. We have a god of food, chat! A god of freedom! That's the America god. No, none of them are particularly popular, so we'll just throw it under random. But yeah, if the body is mangled to all hell, like, if you know nothing about hunting, I also know nothing about hunting, just look up at how stomach acid affects bodies and whether or not they're edible or butcherable even after stomach acid has been dumped all over it. A lot of critters that, like, just get absolutely mangled, yeah, you can't butcher that. It'd be even better if the god of freedom was represented by an eagle. Which is possible. Seeing weirder things. You have a bunch of rats you want to eat? Well, you can, probably. If the game's not letting you butcher them, it means that they're not butcherable. Should be promoting the god of fertility. We should be promoting a god of war. Yep. Also that. Magbeard. Things I don't want to think about. Wow, that's a lot of... Didn't realize there was so many logs down there, but I really don't want them stuck in there. These poor dwarves, they're all kind of miffed. God of Wales! Yes. That was the one that I missed, I think. And also that up to there. So let's throw this down here. Because the Amazon is burning something, something. Magma was such a fucking good album. Just gotta say that. Now you want to listen to Gojira? I always want to listen to Gojira. I went and saw Metallica just so I could see Gojira again, because Gojira was opening for Metallica. It was horrible. But, fortunately, Gojira was opening, so we could leave when Metallica came on. No regrets. Although, actually, that's not true. I regret paying too much money for that concert. But it was the last opportunity I literally had to see Gojira, because little did I know that there was a pandemic coming, and they wouldn't, and all of their concerts would be canceled after that. So, yeah, literally, it was the most money I've ever spent on Gojira tickets. Absolutely. We lasted, well, we were like, well, we spent money on these tickets, so we might as well see if this show's going to be any good. So we watched maybe 20 minutes of Metallica, and then we just kind of left. How do you stop floor fungus? You don't. Floor fungus is good. You can build, like, stone floors over top of it if you really want to get rid of it, but it's good. Floor fungus is a good thing, not a bad thing. I don't know why suddenly so many people who are new to the game think it's bad. It's actually, like, very good. You want floor fungus. Because livestock can graze underground if you have floor fungus. It's ugly, sure, but it's good. Underlichen's pretty rad looking, though, I think. Pink fluffy llama. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive once again. Truly. But how you been, Pink? How's things? Also, chat, I have to say thank you for all of the follows, by the way. Follows have obviously slowed down since the initial launch day. Like, I'm not getting 2,000 followers a day or anything absurd like that anymore. But still getting a very large amount of followers compared to what I used to. Used to get maybe 80, 90 followers a month. And over the last week or so, every time I stream, I get maybe 150 followers. Which is insanity compared to what I'm used to. So thank you. It's growing on your clay. You can still gather clay even if there's fungus on it, though, I think. Like, mostly certain you can still grow stuff even if there's fungus on it. Or rather, gather it. I know I was gathering sand. So, hey, Anthrax. So one more tile to do after all that, and then we can let the water in. Fungus will also grow wild mushrooms. Yes, they will also grow wild dimple cups, wild cave wheat, wild plump helmets. All right, it's only taken us like a little over a year, but it's pretty rad, I think. What do you think, chat? Should we fill her up with water? I think we fill her up with water. I think that's the next step. I think we fill it up with water. Just got to get that last one done. All the way down to there. Let the water flow, chat. You know what to do. Anthrax is already on it. Run, Dorothy. There you go.
Woo!
Let's just make sure that I got it set all the way around. There we go. Then what we got to do is we got to run all the way up here. 2 more spots we got to channel out. Currently doing this the very slow way. It'll speed this up considerably once that's cut out. Let's see this in ASCII, shall we? Oh, yeah. Chat also says, show me your ASCII. There you go. So we're getting those mined out down there. Oh, good timing, game. New fort, yep. So 5 minutes of ASCII, chat. Who needs railing and a safety ladder? What is this, humans? Come on. There we go, that'll speed it up. Fortunately, there's no dwarves stuck in here. We're going to, dig all this out. There we go. This actually looks real cool. I like this fort. I like this fort a lot. Hopefully it lasts longer than the other one. It does. The only thing that the ASCII tile set's missing is the option for square ASCII and the ability to zoom. Once we can zoom in and out and have square ASCII, it's just phenomenal. Like, look at this. This is gorgeous. I love how much color is in the ASCII. Like, look at that. And I know I've had a few people stating it's like, oh yeah, no, I understand now why people say that it just looks like Dwarf Fortress, because like after staring at the premium tile set for a while, just looking at this, it all just looks the same. Yeah, it's buried in a config file, but I installed it and I was having problems running the Square Curses font. It was still breaking the font work. So I know it's there, but either it's got a different setup process or something breaks it right now. Are those actual waves? Yeah, because the game's processing actual waves. You don't see them with the graphics on, but they're there. Of course it runs twice as good, because there's half as much to process. The game isn't sourcing 1,000 individual little tiles. This is why I used to always play the game in ASCII, or with ASCII tile sets instead of playing it with graphical tile sets, because the game just runs better. I also just love how close the waves get every time. Yeah, I can't swap out the tiles. I tried on a vanilla classic install and on this install, and both of them just broke it, so I uninstalled it. Did the water get purple? I mean, it's always kind of been that color. This is just the vanilla colors. Got a bunch of stressed out dwarves up here. So you know what? Let's just do this. Orders. Rock mug. Oh god. these buttons. 25. All I can offer is the classic refrain of it works on my computer. Do you want to mail me your computer? Are you running into problems with it not working on your computer, Inglos? Can we catch sharks and put them into the moat? I need sharks to show up first. So far, like, the only sea creatures we've had is an octopus. It's pretty cool. I would love to have sharks in my moat, though. There's a sea nettle jellyfish, apparently. Which aren't clickable. I don't know if those are vermin, actually. You have to install the killer carp mod. Can you train war sharks? Sharks aren't trainable. I don't think any aquatic critters are, actually. You know, even without the numbers on, the water looks great. God, that looks so cool. Such a fan of the ASCII. Well, I mean, you could have pet starfish, you just can't train them. Just can't train them to do backflips. All right, it's been 5 minutes, so ASCII's coming off now. Yeah, look at this. Look at how disappointing that is comparatively, eh? Just can't. Once we get waves, we're just dying for some waves. Where was them jellyfish then? Actually, I think exclamation point tile set still works for that tile set. Although, again, that font isn't compatible. So it would require some editing. Maces versus Warhammers. Maces are just worse than Warhammers. There is no versus. One is just worse than the other. Let's put some more animals up here, because apparently we have more. Let's also gather all this stuff from up here. Yeah, that's the old tile set I used to use. I would like to install that tile set on this version, but needs more work apparently. I might actually knock this last bedroom down. That's fine. They can walk through that. It's just, it looks cramped. All right. Am I going to create a blind.txt file? I don't know what you mean by a blind.txt file. Not currently, no, Azrael. Not, at least not that I was able to suss out. I did some fiddling with it when 5.0.4 came out and Classic was released, and I wasn't able to make any custom tile sets work. It needs a little bit more work. Basically, what I would say is the Classic variant of Dwarf Fortress currently is very unfinished, is what I would say. How's it going so far? It's hard to say currently. It could be going very well, but we won't know for a bit. Won't know until the elves started ripping me to shreds, really. I was actually going to build a tavern and a temple down here. I was going to build them up along here. Did somebody request a dwarf? Oh, you did. Totally missed it, Big Spartan. My bad. What kind of dwarf would you like? My bad. We have some woodworkers, some miners, a couple engravers, a peasant, manager. If you would like to speak with the manager, we could give you the manager. No, I just didn't notice. That's totally my bad. You guys should at me more. You're 53 years old, personality-wise. He's grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. What's the theme of this fort? Chat, what's the theme of this fort? With others, and he tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is trusting, and he doesn't focus on material goods, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Values-wise, you dream of creating a great work of art. He personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't see the point in working hard, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes kimberlite and trifle pewter, and citrine and glumprong wood, linen fabric and querns. Some migrants have arrived, that's good. Linen fabric and querns, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the meadow of summer when possible prefers to consume the giant narwhal, and purple amaranth beer. And groups-wise, you're a member of the Constructive Orb. Of course, you're the broker and manager of the Long Key. And relations-wise, you have a pet peacock. Taron is your deity. I prefer to worship Tarragon, but whatever works. And you seem to have some passing acquaintances and no family. And apologies for taking 10 billion years to name you. All right, so let's get another bedroom queued up here. Kind of tempted to make this whole area just a big old gather zone. Because stuff's just going to grow here, so might as well gather it. Just not from the trees. It's fine. We'll pick up stuff that lands on the ground. How'd the old orb joke get started? Chat, how'd the whole orb joke get started? Chat just started saying it, and we just kind of stuck with it. I think it's like a meme from other things, too, so that helps. Internet bullshit. You think it's from GDQ? It's from something. I honestly can't remember. It's been a thing around Twitch for a while, if I'm not mistaken. We just kind of stuck with it because it's funny. Or rather, I found it amusing, and chat found it amusing, so thus, because we all found it amusing, we stuck with it. And then I made an orb emote, and now the rest is history. Oh, I see where I screwed this up. This is one too far. I'll just let them build this side first. From Celeste? Is that a thing from Celeste? I never actually played Celeste, so I just like the soundtrack. Because I'm one of those people. Like, oh yeah, I love that game. Never played it, though. But soundtrack's great. Holy frame rate lag, hello. I'm actually kind of curious about something. So I'm getting some pretty hefty graphical lag. Still pretty low. You know, I'm starting to feel something, chat. We got a headless dwarf, do we? If I was playing on Classic, yeah, we do in fact have a headless kid. If it was 0 years old, that's kind of funny. If I was playing on Classic, I would actually revert to the last version of the game and forego the quality of life. Actually, I wonder if I could do that. Because there's just some weird-ass versions. Some weird-ass variants in this version. Yeah, I know you can't go back one version. There's some weird-ass variants in this version that I do not like, that causes weird lag where there shouldn't be. That's all that you get. On the version before, I wouldn't go below 60. Graphical. FPS. You by any chance know how to remove dead young fungi wood? You tried cutting, planting, mining? Build a floor on top of it. It's like a dead sapling, essentially, so you have to get rid of the sapling. Is it the waves? No, it's not the waves. It's every embark I've done since this version came out. Waves don't generate any lag whatsoever. They're actually quite low power. At least they never did on previous versions. But for some reason, this specific version of the game is causing some really strange lag problems for a lot of people, not just myself. Like, Tekid was streaming last night, and all of the forts he generated up until this version were totally fine. Then on this version, he couldn't stay above 15 frames. Big FPS dips at the seaside? Oh, maybe. For sure, but like that would be abnormal for my experience. But if we're sitting at 25 graphical FPS right now, at 28 dwarves, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. It should be running better than that. But it's not possible to turn that off. Yeah, now it's all back. Weird. Okay, I'm just gonna go turn weather back on. Just not worry about it. And just assume that we'll have weird fluctuations in this map then. And it runs much better? Sure, but on the version before... Oh, is that an octopus? Thought I saw an octopus in my moat. For a moment. Another party? These are very singy dwarves, chat. What song are they singing, actually? They're all playing music. They're playing music in the tavern, and they're also playing music in the temple. The Sea of Laughs is an example of the sable petals. It has no particular subject in the work. The composer is selected from the Friend of Churches. What do you guys? Do you guys want to... Is it the same in ASCII mode? Let's see. I see. Now I'm sitting at 59. Turn on the tile set. Although maybe whatever it was just fixed itself. I don't know. Because it just seems fine now. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Oh, hey. I should let you guys dance for a sec. Mods, can I get emote only? I don't know if there's any mods here. I can't see them. I mean, getting attacked by things will definitely slow your frame rate down. I call it dramatic slowdown. We really need to work on cheering these dwarves up. Otherwise, we're going to have problems with moods. Otherwise, we're going to have some pretty serious problems with moods. But yeah, this whole half up here is just going to be tavern. Or maybe like this center section here. Let's just get this constructed. Then we go to there. All sandstone. And then go all the way across. All sandstone. And then back over there. All sandstone. And this is going to be our tavern. And I'm going to figure out where we're going to put doors. Let's do one there. Maybe one there. The rest will be filled in with flooring. Also need to get rid of this zone. Hey, can I select this? I actually don't know if I can. Doesn't seem to want to let me click on this. Well, fuck it. Okay. What tree is that? Pear tree. I think we're just gonna floor the whole thing up. Oh, you guys are still in emote only? Shit, sorry. There you go. Really? Save us. We're stuck. I'm sorry. You've been freed. I wasn't looking. It's my bad. Wouldn't have missed anything anyway. Having the moat full of deadly creatures seems cool. Don't know how, though. The problem with filling up a moat with deadly creatures, especially if they're not tame deadly creatures, is every now and again then you need to get them out of your moat to clean your moat. Which is fine, but also maybe not that fine. So, like, be careful if you're just filling your moat up with deadly creatures. It certainly sounds cool, though. I will agree with you there. Unless they're, like, tamed deadly creatures. You just breached the magma and the frame rate tanked? I'm wondering if it just fluctuates. Like, it's got to be what it is. Can undeads drown? Undeads are dead. So they don't need oxygen. So they're like Batman. They can breathe in space. Also, we're out of booze. That's bad. Except actually, this one we're going to cancel, and you're going to do from fruit. Candy weapons. Armor doesn't matter so much. Candy weapons are like the most over. Although, do not make candy maces. Because candy is lighter than balsa wood. So, because maces and hammers are based off of weight for their damage, very, very, very ineffective. How do you deal with children who are were creatures? Drown them, burn them, set them on fire, expel them, tell them to leave, make them leave regardless of whether or not they want to, lock them in the walls. All of the above. Target practice. Boil them, mash them. Maybe don't put them in a stew, but definitely boil them and mash them. Basically, you have to kill them. Unfortunately. I usually just lock them in the walls, generally. I love how this is like a pretty friendly biome, except sometimes the ocean makes spooky noises. This is perfectly normal ocean, I guess. All right, this is gonna be the Inky Shore. I kind of like the other name more, actually. So, how did I delete? I didn't need to delete it. I just needed to delete the zone. Oh well. Let's make it into the mountainous nuts, and the mountainous nuts can get demolished down here. New tavern. Ocean is screaming. Yes. It's the water itself is haunted. The creatures are fine. You know, we say that until suddenly one day I'm going to check the unit list and there's going to be an undead whale. You just watch, chat. There's a red panda, though. What? He is grouchy when caught in the rain, but content after a bath. It didn't end dramatically, so no. You're starting to work in 6 days and you're taking notes? Taking notes from what? The fort that I sent you? I'm assuming no progress was made with that. Speaking of Deep Orb. Everything? Gotcha. How do idiots like blind play? Because we have to fix the game so that he stops playing that way. That's definitely the goal. 6 days, hey? So in 6 days, officially, we all have to yell at you when stuff breaks. This is why Tarn doesn't frequent Twitch chats. By the way, it's because if you're a known dev and you show up in a chat, everyone's like, "Why is it broken? Fix it!" Which admittedly could probably be quite helpful for feedback, but also is mind-numbingly obnoxious. You want to fix the game so that people can play it like they want? Shocker. Also, chat room, can everybody be nice, but don't forget to congratulate Putnam on their new job once again. Do that. A hell of a gig. But you know, we're doing this. What did you do wrong? Hold on a second. Your world spawned without humans. What did you do wrong? You fixed it. Like, let's think about this for a second. You fixed it. Next time, also spawn without elves, and then it'll be perfect. And just goblins and dwarves. What else do you need? Little green guys and little alcoholics with beards. You improved. I'm joking. What'd you do wrong? It sounds like they had a traumatic time. The thing is, just because there's no human civs doesn't mean there isn't necessarily no humans. There's probably humans. But they're probably like this dwarven faction that I'm playing right now, where they're very scattered and don't have a lot of people that are friends with them, basically. They generally don't go entirely extinct. Like, I guarantee you there's humans. They're probably just enslaved by other factions. Or... Oh, we're in autumn again. Maybe we can trade now. Where the elves conquered a human civ? I mean, that's me with this faction, except it's elves and humans utterly obliterating my everything. Also, Dom. I don't think I said thanks for that, but thanks for that prime sub. Cheers. Did they change how water flows off the map? Yours reverted back to stone as the water hit it? No, because mine was working yesterday. I can tell you right now, it still works. Picked up this game yesterday and you finished my tutorial Let's Play. I need to upload more episodes of that. Very useful to understand what's going on in the game. I had some people tell me that I didn't explain it well enough, and I was rewatching the first episode. I'm like, I don't know how I could have explained it better. Like, I think I did pretty much everything I could, really. You have no clue what you did wrong? Did you dig all the way up to the edge of the map, smooth the stone, and then carve holes in it? Because that's what needs to be done. You need to dig all the way to the edge of the map, and then smooth it, and then carve holes. So we're gonna get farming up and running over here. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 farm plots. Then we'll delete that one. Oops, that was the wrong tool. I guarantee you I'm going to accidentally deconstruct one of these walls and flood this whole fort at some point. It's gonna happen. Fortunately, this water's not all that deep just yet. And it is filling, it's just filling slowly. I think we'll go along the back of that there. And then that'll be pretty much it. And then we're going to move up. Ever use macros? I'm very much an all or nothing person. So if the entire game doesn't have keyboard support, I'm not going to use keyboard for one tool. I think I would probably use them though if I dig another magma pump stack. Just for digging it out. But that's about it. How do you get someone near a lever at times? Put the lever somewhere. I usually just put the levers like close to or in my tavern. Generally don't run into problems there. I mean, I could just grow rope reed upstairs. I don't need to make a greenhouse to do it underground unless you're talking to somebody else. Caravan has arrived. From the home faction? I think so. I think that's them. So let's sell toy, because they wanted toys. Sorry, kids, but I'm selling all your toys. Black brown's good. It's a fancy material. Just like my dad. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Looks fucking sick. What, this fortress? I think it looks okay so far. I don't know if it looks sick yet, but... No, I mean, it's a... Black bronze is a very soft metal. Wouldn't make for good materials. Oh, I see what you mean. Black bronze looks fucking sick. Yes. It's not as good as rose gold because it's hot pink. Alien Slayer meets with the Outpost liaison and says, they say, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, let's just request ambles. They want footwear. Okay, noted. Let's trade. It's the wrong button. Mark all. Well, they brought some iron, so that's good. Take all the iron. They brought Uggs! Whatever that is. Pretty expensive instruments, actually. Brought 2 barrels of dwarven rum. We'll take them. Brought a copper pick, I'll take it. Buy some alpaca wool cloth. Never mind. 1 piece of alpaca cloth. And that's probably basically it. Buy 1 piece of cave spider. Let's actually buy a couple. Okay, just the 1 piece of cave spider silk. Oh, I see. That one's just very expensive. Okay, we'll buy 2 pieces of cave spider silk. Sweet. Does it matter much? Dwarven happiness, value overall, and strength, as in efficiency. Weight. All that stuff's taken into account. Steel ones make for better weapons, just as an example. You know, I'm wondering if all of the pathing for this construction is what was slowing the game down. Also, Gru, you want to be a tavern keeper? Hold on, let me assign a dwarf as a tavern keeper. Beard or no beard? Gru, which one do you want? Thanks for the FPS video. The stairs thing massively helped. I'm glad that the stairs thing is helping people, because that thing is just, it's one of those things where it's so no-brainer for me that I just do it out of habit. No beard? Okay. Give you the butcher. You are now our tavern keeper, which means we need to get you a chest. I'm actually a legendary at something. What are you legendary at? Grandmaster Negotiator. One hell of a tavern bard. Or oh, you're a legendary butcher. So this is last Gru. All the tree leaves lag? Not really. They're not doing much. It's all the thinking. She never fails to she never feels tempted to overindulge in anything and is very trusting. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and does not go out of her way to help others. She is troubled by this since she truly respects sacrifice and isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she doesn't handle stress well. She tends to avoid crowds, and she thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values a harmonious existence and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be off-putting, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. And she doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes native aluminum and tin and bloodstone and giant capuchin leather and short swords and bracelets and crabmen for their sideways walk and the tower caps for their great size and the sound of the fabulous droplet and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume elephant seal and river spirits and pendant amaranth flour and single grain wheat seeds, and you absolutely hate blood gnats. Yeah, and she's a legendary butcher. Relations-wise, she has some passing acquaintances, and let's see. She runs into the tavern and listens to the story in the corner. Fitting. All right, let me just queue some stuff up here real quick. Got shit tons of doors. Let's do rock coffer. Do 25. Rock cabinet. Let's do 35 cabinets and 40 coffers. So this here is going to be plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. And surprise, plump helmets. Right above here. I mean, who doesn't like the sideways walk? Pathing issue makes sense. The original Command and Conquer DOS on DOS used to slow down as hell and pathing got broken. That's such an odd comparison to make, but yeah, I guess. plump helmets, and then we're going to do sweet pods and sweet pods. Up here, we're going to do cave wheat, plump helmets, and plump helmets. I'm going to nuke this stockpile, and I'm going to move it over here. And this stockpile over here is going to be exclusively for seeds. And 0 barrels. Just bags. And then, I'm just going to nuke that. And then up here, we're going to make our kitchens. I'm going to build a still. 2. And 3, I think. That should be plenty. Well, let's just do 4 stills down here. And then a little further down, we're going to do farmer shops. We're going to slowly fill a bunch of this up. Joe Diamonds, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Cheers, friend. Crawling towards another emote. The most recent ones we added were Vile Force and Of Darkness. So if you want a Vile Force of Darkness, now congratulations, we are one. You don't need to worry about collapsing, no. Unless you are completely removing all support from something, you do not need to worry about things collapsing. This general spike bug, how's it work? Because all of your dwarves just stop doing tasks assigned but are still walking around, but it doesn't look like they're doing anything. It seems, in my experience, to start when a neutral character dies either intentionally or by accident. Is like the only like causation that I can find. Because in Deep Orb, it started when I killed a neutral traitor from a human civ that was just stuck. And I was like, well, fuck it, I'll get rid of you. That seemed to start it there. In my Fortress of River Dances, it seemed to start whenever my dragon would go apeshit and start torching people because it was trying to help with a siege. Bless its soul. Rest in peace, Bernie Cinders. A lovely, lovely dragon. Yeah, no, I don't know. It seems to happen when neutral characters die. As for why it happens, if only I fucking knew. You have the same problem? It's like, it's not an uncommon bug. It's just got this weird effect of just everything ceases to function all at once. Like, it's a pretty game-breaking bug. Like, it's a bad bug. And I feel like it's probably got some really... It's probably just something somewhere that's real simple, that's easy to fix. I hope. But I just... Fuck knows what's causing it. Hoping this looks nice. Does it look like complete black magic? Heads up, chat. We're about to get stuck in an ad. Is there a way that you can remove stone tiles from above ground soil? You're trying to do surface farming? No, not unless you dump water on them. And if it's a surface area that doesn't have stuff already naturally growing, it won't grow when you plant stuff on it. I like to think that Dwarf Fortress's code is actually just like the bag of holding. I need to read the Discord word story. I will do that once we get stuck in an ad. Good time for it. What Chains said. Parkside. What Chains said. Chains has it. Yeah, that's either there or was added by mistake, yeah. All right, so since we're stuck in an ad now, I will read the Discord word story. Give me a sec. Also, chat room, by the way, my Discord's getting close to 2,000 people, which is kind of bonkers. Cheers, y'all. Forever will feast on cookies and walnuts forever. Amen. Gloria Peanuts. Only on my YouTube allergies. Sea snakes Hex, what the fuck? Historically? Characters groove to jams. All caught up. I'm a software guy, but working on a code base the single guys worked on for very yeah. I don't envy anybody who has Putnam's job. Although Putnam is the right person for the job. All right, so we got Plump Helmet spawn. Uh-oh, this one didn't get anything planted. Guess we'll plant Plump Helmets there for next year. Wheat pods. Plump Helmets. And Plump Helmets. All right, so that's pretty good. Not bad for a basic farming layer, I think. Should be fine for a little bit, if nothing else. My Discord went from about 800 people pre-release to, what are we currently sitting at right now? Actually, I'm just curious now. 1,919. I'm hoping we can get Discord partner back, actually. That's my real goal, is I really want to get Discord partner back. Because I was a Discord partner for like 5 years, and then they removed it in 2021. Because they changed the requirements, and I didn't meet it. So I would like to gain that back. It would be a bit of a career morale boost for me. Not that it actually would matter or anything, but it'd feel good. A partner in our hearts. I have 2 Discord partner hoodies and a Discord partner mud and a frickin' Wumpus plushie that they sent me. Space station? I know that you're probably talking about actual space station things, but in my brain reads that as Space Station 13, which also, yeah, that would be nightmares. Oh, you did mean SS-13? Okay, yeah, then you're fine. I wouldn't want to work on SS-13. You wrote multi-threaded Atmos for it? Really? Huh. Anything that runs and beyond is just like, I'm out. Fuck this shit. You looked at the code once and noped out immediately. Yeah, I believe it. Accurate. All right, well, we're getting to layer 4. Why the mode's still filling? Well, we've got a carpenter's workshop claim. It was a carpenter that claimed it. Strange mood. First strange mood of the fort. Go! Working secretly. What'd you grab? Logs. Cool. What a pretty tree. Make something good? They're gonna make a toothpick. What a nice, moody little dwarf. It's the first artifact of the fort, so. It's gonna be a simple one. +5 Vorpal toothpick, something like that, yeah. Some migrants have arrived. I'll be honest, I've gotten about 4 times the migrants that I was expecting. Maybe we truly have rebirthed this faction, chat room. Might actually have to start taking this fortress seriously. Have I done a lot of moats in the past? Oh yeah. Moats of lava, moats of blood, moats of water, moats of pus, moats of corpses, moats of dead rats. All kinds of moats. Various flavors of moats. Ah, crud. I've never actually done a moat of werechildren. I did a moat of zombies once. That was very laggy. Actually, we self-described it as the zombie mosh pit. It was just an area where I dumped all of the undead that showed up, which was great until until we ran out of space for them. Then it wasn't so great. Also, I should probably make a squad now. Just don't have any weapons yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly down to here. It's tetrahedrite, which is copper and silver, which is actually pretty good. We're going to go into furnaces. I'm going to make 2 wood furnaces. Oh, an alder cabinet. That's actually useful. Odom Durokastis, the carpenter, has created Amla Rovod. Snasu Simistakal, an alder cabinet, and offers it to the long key. Find a haunted biome. Oh yeah, that's why I was just like, no, I mean I didn't do it with Dwarven. I had a biome that was raining pus. I'm pretty sure I did a moat of vomit once too because I was in a haunted biome where it was raining vomit. But generally, haunted biomes end up just being full of, lava eventually for me anyway. So, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alder, so it's just a slightly fancier than normal cabinet. Well, I need to place furnitures anyways, so might as well plop it in here. Who gets it? Wicta, congrats. You get the fancy cabinet. Moat of blood, you just need to find somewhere that's raining blood. Sorry, why do they keep forbidding that? Hey, we have some rams we can shear. Yeah, woe is me. It's been a wild couple months. Let's just let's see if we can keep these numbers relatively consistent, hey, chat? Although tomorrow, for a couple hours, we will be streaming something that isn't Dwarf Fortress, which may come as a shock to some of you. We're going to be playing a game called Jupiter Hell, which is a game that I'm quite fond of. We're going to be streaming Dwarf Fortress up until 1 p.m., and then we have a scheduled developer interview with the developer of Jupiter Hell. So if you want to talk to somebody... is it Fortress Dwarf? Yeah, definitely. So if you want to talk to somebody who programmed his own game engine from the ground up and once claimed to his friend who was to his brother who he was working on the game with that they would release before Duke Nukem Forever, which they didn't, then you know, might be a fun stream to show up to. It's constantly raining nauseating muck. Oh, that's pleasant. Didn't think you... I mean, just dig a trench around your fortress. It'll fill up with muck eventually. Look at that. We're collecting webs, we're weaving yarn into cloth, and we're weaving yarn thread into cloth. I'm trying to figure out if I want to, like, section this thing off or if I should just keep this an open pattern design. What? Oh, Duke Nukem Forever? Oh, like from that build that was leaked or whatever? It was certainly a different game at one point. I didn't do it. This isn't a river. This is an ocean. A haunted ocean, nonetheless. So I didn't do anything of the sort. It reminds me that recently you were trying to and failing to figure out exactly how DF Hack can read the state of Dwarf Fortress since it's really interesting to you. I mean, I have no idea how any of that shit works. I mean, it looks kind of like XCOM in space. It's a top-down traditional roguelike in a science fiction setting, kind of akin to Doom because it's the spiritual successor to a Doom fan game, which I happen to be a really big fan of. Let's do it this way. Which also has Mark Meer doing all the voicing, which is really funny because you have like Commander Shepard cursing up a storm the whole game. Would you be a fan of it? I would say it's closer to something like DCSS because it's not an open world. It's a dungeon crawler. It's more of a traditional dungeon crawler. It's pretty significantly different from DCSS. Thanks for the great tutorials on YouTube. You have a question though, how can you manage that underground river flows off the side of the map? Go all the way up to the edge of the map, smooth the edge of the map, assuming it's rock, and then carve gaps, fortify it. Carve gaps. So carve gaps. And then it'll flow off the edge of the map. Are you high, Pablo? Thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. Or are you trying to tell me something? You miss being high? Are you too used to being low now? So now that we got these done, I'm gonna plop down a wood stockpile. Let's just do 200 charcoal. We're gonna start smelting tetrahedrite. Actually, no, just a metalsmith is what we need. An anvil and claystone. Industry begins. And then I think I can make those edge bedrooms into bedrooms. 3 bedrooms. And of course, 2 more bedrooms. And cabinets. It's going. Sunday and yourself? The thing that I'm curious about is the thing that Tarn's mentioned a couple of times in interviews and on my stream and a few other things is, I wonder if Tarn's still interested in open sourcing parts of World Gen if the game sells 1 million copies. I mean, the game hasn't sold 1 million copies yet, so, you know, jury's still out on that one, but I'm real curious about that. Because he's said that a couple times in enough places now that it's like, Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it'll get there. It's kind of funny. I still can't get over the fact that when I turned the stream on this morning, there were people that were surprised that I was building a surface fort today. It's like, blind building on the surface? Well, it's like, I do that a lot. You just haven't been watching me for a long time. It's just, I find that very funny. DF is somehow still better than Source Engine? I have no idea what Source Engine's code looks like. Nor do I know what good code looks like, so. Apparently, okay, so this is definitely a spooky biome. There's brown recluse spiders everywhere. No, those are brown recluse spiders, not phantom spiders. Look at that, cave wheat. Got plump helmets. Plump helmets. Can we have a spider moat then? I don't know. Call the arachnophobes and see. You know what? Let's not do this through here. Let's go through work orders. Fine. I'll scroll until I find barrel. You big mean game. There it is. Yeah, let's just do nice round 50. Moat's still filling you. It's filling pretty slowly. Not a lot of flow. But it's getting there. Very effective. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Also, bouncing off the thing that Pablo Rasta said earlier in chat, this is very much a stoner stream. I don't know how obvious it is with me here, but I'm totally okay with being the location that people show up to light up and watch a Twitch stream. All right. We need better pig storage, I think. Rock and stoned, yes, something like that. Bowl in 30 then. Bowl 30? Oh boy. Busy day. I had to read that one twice. I was like, I beg your pardon? A lot even by my standards. Let's go all the way across here. I think I'm running out of blocks again. Are we not making blocks? Did they make all the blocks for that order? Nope. Oh, I see. It's probably because they're also making coffers and other things. And we're also running out of blocks anyway. Well, time to dig out more stuff. Such a shallow fort, man. Source spaghetti code is so bad that the actual TF2 code says, I don't know why, I don't want to know why, I shouldn't have to wonder why, but for whatever reason the stupid panel isn't laying out correctly unless we do this terribleness. And then the code proceeds to delete everything in the previous code was doing and simply redraw the panel in question again. Which panel? The main menu? Gotcha. Okay, I guess that's what happens when you have a flat business structure and people just do stuff because they want to do it. It's like everybody's happy, everybody's morale's up, but stuff just kind of gets done? Or doesn't? Don't forget the coconut that has no reason to be there other than to prevent crashes. Excuse me? Going to sleep, Disney? Night. Well, I mean, Call of Duty runs on some variation of the Quake engine, so... Hold on, what was that called? The Magical Vanishment is the name of my temple. I think that should actually be the name of the place that we send the person we don't like so that we can crush them with a drawbridge. The Magical Vanishment. I would like you to magically vanish now, person I don't like. All right, well, I'm just going to make some simple temples now. What are the popular gods? Thank you. We only have, like, a small number of gods. I like how the first god is the god of food. Got the god of death, war, and fortresses. Metal and minerals. You know, actually, hold on. How many gods we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I know that this is largely a surface fort, chat. I'm just going to dig up. I'm going to dig through this aquifer now. We're going to just find a good spot for it. And just make 10 of these. Tried it yourself. It works. You can stack temples. I know you can stack temples, but I don't like stacking temples. Just because you can do something doesn't mean I want to do it. Did that actually connect? No, I don't think it did. Dude, the fuck? Bad game. All right, fine then. Grumble, grumble. You know, I don't fully understand how stairs work now. I used to understand how stairs work. Now I don't again. I really don't. They just kind of do things sometimes. Do you have stairs? I don't know, do you? I'm just staring at these stairs and my life has no meaning. Let's see what that does. I think that actually fixed it. Grumbles. I remember before the game came out, one of my teammates asked me, they're like, did they unfuck stairs? I'm like, no, they refucked stairs. And they were like, what does that mean? I was like, well, stairs were fucked before. Stairs are fucked now. They're now just a completely different kind of fucked. Which is kind of true. Belong to your dwarves? The ones with the most worshippers. If they don't have worshippers, nobody gives a shit. What? Still fucked? Just a completely different kind of fucked? Drop orange? So when you go to place a temple and you scroll down the list of gods, it says the number of dwarves in your fortress that currently worship it. If it only has like 1 or 2 worshippers, don't bother making a temple for it. But if it has like 40, definitely make a temple for it. And then the turquoise colored ones are gods, and the gold colored ones are religions. The religions won't initially demand temples, but eventually will demand temples if there's enough worshippers of that particular religion in your fortress. TF2 code is super fucked. You guys all seem to be a bunch of TF2 experts. I never liked TF2. It's not that it was a bad game, I just never really liked it. Just didn't catch me. Is there a reason I play stairs separated? Watch my frame rate video. Team Fortress? Yes. Is there another TF? Although I was a big fan of TF2D. But apparently the community for that thing died really quick and never really recovered, so bit of a shame. Yeah, nobody plays Titanfall 2. Irrelevant, dead game. Kind of just throwing unnecessary shade at Titanfall. Sorry, any Titanfall fans. I played Titanfall. That game was pretty cool, not gonna lie. But EA Games sent that one out to die, like so many other neat ideas. That's not true, it got fucked. Yeah, it didn't deserve it. Bros can spawn multiple Z levels. I don't understand what you're stating. Is that a question or a statement? I mean, it was fun. It was just the normal, like, man shooter, and then you become big robot. What does EA not ruin? I would say they didn't ruin FIFA, but I think FIFA was just always garbage. Like, they can't really make FIFA any worse. Like, honestly... Actually, they've never really ruined The Sims. The Sims has always just kind of been fine. Oh, can zones span multiple Z levels? I don't think you can designate multiple Z levels at a time, but you can definitely attach multiple zones together. So you can make one zone on one Z level and then another zone on another Z level and assign them to be the same room. So yes. Yes, EA owns DICE. They've owned DICE for a bajillion years. Rip DICE? I mean, that's kind of like saying rip Bullfrog at this point. They aren't that studio anymore. I will say, I do miss the old stair system, kind of. Because as fucky as the old system was, it gave you a lot more control of how you wanted to customize your staircase and rebuild staircases. Which made things significantly more functional. and I miss it. And microtransactions of Sims to death? I mean, that base game has like 300 hours of content, so while I agree with you, I also kind of don't agree with you. Like, you're not wrong, but also, I don't know about that. The Sims was always that way. I played the older Sims games, and they were always that way. That's not, like, an EA Games thing. The Sims was always a bajillion expansion packs. Fucking Sims 2 had, like, a million expansion packs, and it was fine. There's more content, generally. Such a weird spot for... I guess we're, like, right on the edge of two biomes right here. It's interesting. Not true. Seasons doesn't seem to be pretty optional. Also, The Sims is free to play now, so, like, kind of makes sense. So many expansions. As, you know, as an adult, I complain about expansions because they cost money. As a kid, I was always extraordinarily excited for expansions because it meant I got to play games I liked more. So I think it's all a matter of perspective. And depending on the game, like, I get excited about expansions now. So it really, like, I don't know. I don't see having lots of expansions as a negative thing as long as there's relatively frequent sales. So let's do 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. That kind of screwed up, but that's okay. These are all just going to be temples. All of them are going to be temples. Hey, you know, here's the thing, right? City Skylines is a good game. Like, I don't know. People have such a weird relationship with DLC. I don't like predatory business models in video games, right? If your business model is predatory, I don't respect it. Basically meaning if you torture people with fear of missing out or design your game's business model to be actively aggressive against the player's enjoyment of the game. A good example of this is like Fortnite, right? They give you, or even something like Overwatch, they give you a limited time to buy a limited skin and then it's gone forever. That I don't like. I don't mind DLC as a business model purely because it's just there. I mean, I don't play MMOs, so I'm a bad person to ask about that. It's just there. You can just buy it or no, or don't. I get squinty-eyed at like Paradox games sometimes because like they break certain mechanics if you don't buy the DLC. That's a little weird. But I can't tell half the time if that's accidental or not. So I don't know. I don't know. I generally just don't play games if they have buttloads of DLC. Although I do own almost all of the DLC for Hunter Call of the Wild, so, you know, I guess we all have our things. Yeah, exactly, Eggbeard. That's a little weird. You like this layout so far? It's supposed to be my temples. I was going to loop it back around. I'm not exactly sure how many I need, so I'm kind of going slowly here. I haven't played any of the DLCs of Civ 6, so I don't know. And from a programming dev perspective, it's hard to maintain different branches of the same project. Oh no, absolutely. I believe that. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? You want to know what's more expensive than Train Sim? Playing with Warhammer minifigs. People who play with Warhammer minifigs really like it. Same with Train Sim. It's a niche product for a specific audience that costs a lot of money because it's expensive to make. I got nothing against Train Sim. Train Sim makes perfect sense to me. Airplane sims are exactly the same way. You should look at how much it costs to play iRacing. It's a very specific hobby market. So when you get a specific hobby market, you can charge expensive prices. Yes, but they literally scan the entire designs of the trains, so... Tech, what kind of dwarf do you want? Assuming I have a dwarf to give you of that sort. All right, first temple of the god of food. I don't have any military yet, so I can't give you military. Good job, Kodiak. Honestly, the only people who complain about Train Sim being big and expensive are people who don't play Train Sim, which I think is kind of hilarious, genuinely. That's going pretty good so far, amateur. Like, genuinely, the only people who complain about that are people who don't play it. And they have Lignite, too. Let's get that going on repeat. No need to call out Train Sim haters. It's just kind of a fact, though. Alright, let's remove guests, because obviously we can't tolerate guests, and also guests seem to be involved in that weird job bug. I guess I don't understand why people mock and make fun of and hate on a good product that has a lot of variety for people that really want it. It's just strange to me. You're supposed to select specific DLCs that you really wanted it. That's not the point, Clino. It's not the point. Like I said, the only people who complain about Train Sim are people who don't play Train Sim. They're like, look, it's expensive. Yeah. It costs a weekly buy-in to play iRacing. Playing iRacing, the video game, is a hobby. Cathedral of Candies. Of course, that's the Cathedral of Food. The Shrine of Liberating and the Church of Humility. It's significantly cheaper. But, nobody listens to me. They just go, it's expensive, and then they scream and point. Actually, iRacing forces you to pay an entry fee because server hosting isn't free, and also you don't want idiots playing that video game because it would ruin the balancing. The whole point of iRacing is that smart people are playing it. So anyway, Tech, I don't have military. What's your second choice? Okay, so nobody worships the god Sod of trickery, lies, and treachery, fortunately. Let's see. Put in a second choice. You wait until I have a captain. I have a question. Why does everybody just want to die? I mean, if you just want a dwarf to die, I could throw you in the ocean. Because that's all that being in the military does. I could just throw you in the ocean. It would be much faster. Save us all the problems. That's exactly what you were hoping for? Cool, then I will just simply refund your dwarf's name and let somebody else pick it. Because I don't see the point in this. I know it doesn't, Orange. I'm not going to just sit here and take notes and wait. You can select from what I have or don't ask for a dwarf. It's honestly the way that I'm going with. Now let's clear that out. Suffering from stupid mobile keyboard. Pick one for you? I already refunded it to you, Tytech. I'm sorry. Varmin, what up? You can pick from what's available or not pick. So you chose to not pick, so I refunded it. Sorta. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. Yeah, I know. Sunday. The game bugged out and it was boring as heck. Gift me subs. Cheers, Satora. I'm happy to be of assistance. All right, let's throw... The sad part about that military demand, though, is I am actually just getting started on building military. We're just not quite there yet. I want to have weapons first. Because I am sitting on quite a bit of charcoal now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start smelting that tetrahedrite. I'm not a game developer. Ask a game developer, Friscoborn. But I give up, generally. You know, I like to try and, like, give you guys my opinions on things. And if your guys' response is just, I won't listen and refuse to agree and will not even hear out your opinion and then just throw nonsensical arguments back at you like Twitch chat generally does, I've got nothing else to say, unfortunately. But if you hate on something that exists, that fills a niche market, that you have no interest in, you're a strange, strange person. Let's go with Taron. The super niche radio host you used to listen to when you're dead and it makes you happy. Oh, that's cheers. I'm not actually unhappy, but my secret is I'm always generally in a state of depression, so it doesn't actually matter that much if I'm happy or not. It's just kind of my general state of being. Did I make 2 temples to the same god? I don't think I did. I may have. Rust. Aron. Sutal. Oh yeah, you're right. I did do 2 to Rust. Let's just do the Amethyst Gem then. We'll leave those 2 open. Why would I repress it? I'm honest about it. Repressing it is unhealthy. Repressing would be not talking about it. Instead, I choose to talk about it. Why do I limit my visitors? In your forts, you don't need to limit your visitors. You'll figure out why I limit visitors. The main reason I'm limiting visitors right now is because I'm paranoid about that job bug, which has killed 2 of my forts now, which seems to happen when neutral visitors die. Or it seems to start when neutral visitors die anyway. But for a whole myriad of reasons. What are you yelling about, DJ Boom Boom? Calm down. It's odd because you've never had it happen, but I did see the save and it's a very real bug and it's fucked. Cool. like I said yesterday, I was like, yay, I feel validated, but also fuck. Oh god, we're all screwed. Also, yay, I found a bug, I guess. Thieves, and I've also had like a weirdly large number of were creatures just wander into my forts, and I'm not a fan. I'm sorry, why is there a dead goat on my floor? That seems bad. Should throw it in the ocean and see if it's undead. If it's a resurrecting undead biome. Sounds perfectly normal. Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, definitely, probably, absolutely, perfectly normal, yep. Nothing weird going on with that. All right, we are going to make this into a cloth and leather stockpile. Or we'll just make it leather, and then we'll go in here, and then we'll add in cloth. I go down. I'm just trying to redistribute things slowly. Put things where they're supposed to be and where we need them. Remove all you, remove all you. So we got shit tons of copper getting done, as well as silver. Let's do silver Warhammers 10. And then I can start making military. Why do you have to spit on anybody because of the color of their skin, Buttius? That's weird. Why would it give them a bad mood? Or Dubda? Dwarves live almost anywhere quite happily. They're quite adaptable creatures, really. What am I rocking for my headphones? These are Sennheiser HD 650s. Oh, I see why my numbers of blocks suddenly started changing, is because suddenly we have shale in the mix too. Can they live underwater? Not for very long. Maybe a minute or two. I saw what you said, but Dias. So don't spit on anybody or spit after stating the color of somebody's skin. I'm not going to let you use my chat as an analog for racism. It's not what this place is for. Rain mood hasn't been an issue in about 2 years, I would say. All right, so Buttius, this is exactly the wording that you said. Blue-skinned poets, spits. I told you not to spit. You're in my chat. Follow my rules. Just say okay. You would spit on bells? That's okay. All right, we clear here? I hope so. You don't need to worry about the context. We got a Weaver that's withdrawn from society. Man, what are you gonna go for? Range mood? What's your top skill? I'm assuming clother? I need clothers anyway. I'm looking forward to sieges in this fort. This will be a fun fort to defend. Especially once I get the defenses set up that... Bad timing game. I've had a dwarf go insane from feeling just as negative as I think he was cheerless as well. I've definitely had dwarves go insane for, like, completely unfixable reasons. Yep, we've been unlocking them, like, pretty consistently Sunday. It's been a busy week. How do I plan to get the moods up? I'm slowly working on it. We need more bedrooms, really. There we go. But they're not that far down anyway. They're absolutely manageable. This goat needs to get out of here, though. Let's make a dumping zone right there. Go back down to this layer. Polis, thanks for checking out a gift sub. Give the dwarves Prozac. It's reminding me of a bit from an episode of Kitchen Nightmares. You need your Prozac! I don't even know what Prozac is! It was the something burger company. Jesus Christ. Seen too much of that show. DF hack has not been updated for this version yet, no. Lord Ubda, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Cheers. What lamb sauce? All I got is dead lambs. No lamb sauce. The bin bug is still ongoing since some of your doors won't use bars. Yeah, I think Tarn got a lot of us all excited when he said that the bin issues have stabilized, which really makes me wonder what bin issues he was working on. Because maybe there was some other bin issue that we're not familiar with that he was fixing? Which is like, okay, cool, but like, what did you fix? Honey bin bug? I will be honest, haven't tried honey. You know, maybe I should make some hives, see if there's bees on this map. Oh, really? A glove? A single glove? Was dwarves using an item from any bin would prevent the whole bin from being used until the job was done? Okay, so a bin bug was fixed. I need to go take a look at that glove, though. That sounds like a cool glove. First, I'm just going to finish designating these so I don't get distracted and then not. So give me a sec. All right. Where did I put that? It was over here, right? Yes. Oof. It's worth 4,000 Zathal. This is a sleek pigtail right glove. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of the Ironshore by the long key of the constructive orb in the early spring of 219. On the item is an image of square brilliant cut gem and fine pewter. Oh damn, they took my fine pewter. What I bought. Also, chat, I like you guys, but I'm gonna put you in slow mode again so I can keep up. Recommendations for clearing large piles of stone, like places like taverns and meeting halls. Well, you can either use quantum stockpiles, designate them all to be dumped, or simply, like, this was all full of rocks at one point. I'm just making blocks down here, kind of en masse, I mean, and furniture. I usually just make them into things. I will plop, like, craft stores or craft shops and various other things close by and just start making them into bricks, because they're your main construction material. So that's what I use them for. I construct things out of them. I'm knowing, yeah, it's slow-mo chat. Like the slow-mo guys, but chat room. Fortunately, it's perfectly tolerable. I'm sure that 10 seconds is fine. I don't think Stone understands sarcasm, Orange. Like, if you try to accuse Stone of trolling, they're just gonna look at you and be like, "What? Yeah, my what now? What'd I do?" You're a slow reader. I mean, there's just so much of you guys now. So much of? So many of. You're being oppressed? That's okay. You'll learn to live with it. I'm sure you'll be fine. Kind of a big deal? I think I'm a big deal. I don't know. People keep telling me I'm famous. You were drunk last night and playing this game and you're not really good at it, but apparently you're good at it drunk because you woke up and you had 140 populations and you survived 2 invasions and one of them was with the undead. Hell yeah! Congrats. It's possible to channel through an aquifer without getting stuck, or do you have to use stairs? I mean, it's possible, but the thing is, you also need to remove the walls around the aquifer. So you need to remove the ceiling as well. So basically, if you dig a big trench and wall up the trench as you're digging the big trench, yeah, but you're gonna end up with stuff dripping if you're not careful. So my response to you is, if you're asking me that question, I would recommend just digging stairs. But you can absolutely do it with channeling and ramps. It's just finicky. Yeah, that command requires plural tits in order to work. Singular tit doesn't do much for the tits command. I'm a very mature person, as you can tell. So I'm told, yes. In the case of that command, we are in fact speaking about the bird, yes. The reason it links to the bird's Wikipedia page. Chat wanted a tits command, so I made them a tits command. It's a very old command for this chat. Why don't you ask the other programmer who happens to be in the chat, Jacob? Probably get you a more accurate answer. What would I know? I'm just a streamer on the internet. It's the best command of them all. I don't know if I should feel good about that one. What's Deep Orb? My last fort. Which is now dead, unfortunately. Due to a pretty catastrophic bug.
Bring out your dead!
The avalanche of tenderness? I can tell you this about avalanches, they're not very tender. Someone asked what a booby was once in chat, so I made a Wikipedia page link. What? What? What's the bug? What's the bug? All jobs cease to function for some reason. As for why? I don't know. I genuinely can't really tell you because I don't really know. Boobies? Yes, blue-footed booby is also, in fact, a bird, yes. They're also extinct. Because apparently they tasted good. And were very easy to catch, so. I'm probably thinking of the dodo. I thought that blue-footed boobies were extinct. Maybe they're just very endangered. I'd need to look at the Wikipedia page again. I'm not confusing them with dodos. I know dodos are extinct, but I thought that blue-footed boobies were either extinct or close to extinction, but could be wrong. They still exist? Okay, well, apparently they also taste good. Boobies are doing fine. All right, well, hey, the more you know. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet, especially when it's said by a Twitch streamer. All right, let's go around the edges of this and make more bedrooms. Actually, don't believe anything you hear on the internet, just period, regardless of who says it. Sustainable booby farming. This is some body horror I'm not ready for, chat. Let's move on. Although I did have to teach Alexandra how mules work that one time. You already found out, but watching your VOD of yours and you ask people how to scroll faster, do you hold... Oh, I know about holding shift. But the thing is, that's not scrolling faster, right? That's skipping layers. There's a difference between skipping layers and scrolling faster. So when I was complaining about not being able to scroll faster, I didn't mean skipping layers. Okay? I didn't mean skipping layers. I want to scroll faster through individual layers with more precision, which I can't do with the mouse wheel. But I have a fix for this. I've simply bound it to the keyboard again so I can scroll faster through specific layers with higher precision. I don't even think Dwarf Fortress has blue-footed boobies, let alone where boobies. So I guess the proper response is boobies where? Not where boobies. We need to get onto a different subject, chat. This is a dark hole of like somebody laughing hysterically and me getting bad clips taken out of context. Let's make more beds. You meant on menus and other menus? Sure. The surface with claystone. How did I end up making that one tile out of shale? Because I clicked the wrong thing, clearly. Let's see, can you build diagonally? Because they can sometimes. Let's see if they can build this diagonally. I also have that exact same mouse. But I personally find that the keyboard is more comfortable for scrolling quickly through multiple Z levels. And I think I'm just going to always feel that way. Bang. I can't count the number of times I've explained it today, Days of Doom, so I'm just going to leave it up to chat at this point. It's all good. It's not your fault. Like, I sent the save file to Putnam, and their response was also, oh no, this seems bad. So, yeah, no, it's a very concerning bug. Whatever it is. Oh, hi, Armor. Hey, chat, to anybody who has my Tommy Wiseau emote, which is just if you're sub to me, could you @ Armor with Crypt Y, please? All right, we're now going to go around the top side up here. You know these are nice bedrooms when they get all of the furniture that they need to be bedrooms before they get beds. All right, let's get the last of these set up. Check down in the cavern now. Well, okay, how much stuff do we have in here, actually? 10 goblets, let's increase that up to 50. Let's also put a stockpile for drinks in here. Just for drinks and prepared meals. So prepared meals, drinks, and drinks if we ever get mead. I don't think we'll get mead, but stranger things have happened. Is this a tower fort? Well, it's more of just an above ground fort. I mean, it may end up being a tower. Yeah, just because you're in mods don't have to respect slow mode, yeah. Grrr! We gotta turn off slow mode for the raid. Hey, hey, mods, can I get a shout out for the raiders? And can I get a round of beers for the raiders, of course? What were you guys playing today? My default assumption is Dwarf Fort, but I've been wrong before. Hello, real bunny beast. Mods, after about 30 seconds, can we get slow mode back on? Just 10 seconds of slow. Gotta speed it up briefly though, just for the raiders. I was wondering where all my coal was going. That explains a lot. Oh hey, shit, perfect. Never mind, we don't need to go back into slow mode. It's party time. We do, however, need emote only though. This is a very singy faction.
väga noble.
In regards for this song, it's right there. Can also just be bought digitally on this album. It's also on Spotify and all the other places. Although the dwarves are all finished partying, so we shouldn't party too much anymore. This vile force of darkness. I tend to agree. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. Yeah, we're short on beds. Okay, so that's all claystone. Let's go all the way over to the edge with claystone. Why do I... Always forget to turn that back on. Claystone, claystone, claystone. Don't have enough claystone. All right, so I can actually start building a military now. Song's black magic. It makes you want to dance. I tend to agree. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how effective that song is. Let's actually make a militia commander now. We have an adequate tactician, who I'm going to make my militia commander, and we're gonna make them a squad with metal armor. And as for positions, we have 47 dwarves, so I'm thinking 5 or 6. Fighter. Throw that peasant in there. The operator. Yeah, you can only do things that are, you know, individuals. You can't do less than one. You have to make sure that you have enough, too. So exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. You know, I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love the ticket system, I've been thinking about permanently disabling it with the growth of the stream. Unless people are able to, like, figure it out quickly. If it's too complicated, might need to either make it less frequent or lower it down. That should be plenty for right now. You just tried to break the bot. I've had the same setup running since 2015, and nobody's managed to break it yet, so good luck. Bot's smarter than you, in my experience. The Walled Prestige. Get to training dwarves. Let's go to schedule. Let's get them on constant training. You sound like somebody from RuneScape, Pablo. What do I use them for? Absolutely nothing. We used to use them for song requests in like 2015. But then those stopped being a thing. Long time ago. Apparently I have a bunch of cats in the fort now. It was a travesty. And a cow, and a duck. Various other fowl. Not the tickets, you're just here to chill and chat. Yeah, makes sense. Speaking of, temples are quite happy looking, as far as I'm concerned. Well, not the most happy dwarves, but at least we don't have like actual angry faces, just kind of meh faces. I'm sure most of them are mostly due to the fact that they don't have bedrooms right now. You're blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom, and you're going to go complain to somebody in charge, I'm assuming. Exasperated, disgusting, wretched on miasma. This dwarf's mostly had a good life. What do you really want? Wants to acquire object, eat good meal, and fight. Well, this will help. The fighting part, anyway. Runs really fast. You mean as in it runs well? I mean, that's good. I'm sorry, what? There's deceased units on the map? Oh, right. A raccoon and a goat. I was gonna say, what? What died? I didn't kill anything. All right, let's do, copper shields. 10 and copper helms. 10. Also a super tuber, by the way, because it flew by in chat. Thank you very much for that, that Prime subscription. Cheers. Just if anybody is wondering, we are slowly climbing still. And I think odds are pretty good we'll get another emote before the year is over, but we need 69 subs. We got 2,741 out of 2,800. We need 69 more subscribers, and we will unlock another emote. It's pretty nice. I do agree with this. I'm going to shear animals, and we're going to process plants, assuming there are some that need to be processed. They don't need to be processed. Well, that's great. Leaved after yelling. Everything is fine. But wondering when communing with Alod. Dedicated temple. Satisfied yelling. Just making sure these military dwarves will do okay. Honest and speaking with acquaintance, I don't know how well they'll do. You want to argue? Okay, this dwarf's actually not going to do very well in this job. Sorry, but we need to assign somebody else to your job. You, on the other hand, you need to be in a library. Yeah, you can't gift Prime subs. You can only subscribe with Prime subs. But if you happen to have Prime, you could subscribe yourself, theoretically. Only if you want to, though. No actual pressure. Oh, lignite. I didn't realize we straight up had lignite there. Why did I read that as that's a celery of sorts? Bedded sheets are an abomination, as in making them, Delsner? I generally just import them. Well, now we only need 68 more subs for another emo. Only 68. You ruined it? Ah, it's fine. We forgive you. You opened a cavern layer that's only mud? Mud cavern layers are not too uncommon. Jovial Sage! Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Cheers. Means a lot. Let's see, what can I grow up here on the surface? And Artemis Fowl the Second. You know, I loved those books when I was younger. Artemis Fowl. What kind of dwarf do you want? We do actually have military dwarves now, although they might get cycled out if they don't like their jobs. But, what kind of dwarf would you like? Sorry, Fem. Also, Fem, can you please explain to me what the heck you wrote in my Discord? Because I don't know what that word means. My most skilled dwarf. So any legendary dwarf, basically? Define skilled. I mean, like, I have this legendary pump operator. I mean, what are you actually legendary at? Yeah, I have a legendary pump operator. The best dwarf at pumping. You want to be a craft dwarf? Okay, so my best craft dwarf. I have a legendary weaver. The best weaver. Oh, it's a proficient animal dissector, but it's very rusty. So the kids are calling it now? Yes, I'm very good at operating the pump. Let me just double check that this one's good. All right. Well, I will go with this one if you don't complain. So, Artemis Fowl. Uh-oh. I didn't want to give you both jet things as Artemis Fowl, just the top one. Apparently you could type them both in at the same time. That seems ill-conceived. I don't think you can pump one-handed. All right, so this dwarf here, you have a pet rooster, by the way. You're really good friends with Big Sparn and Olin and Odom, and you easily change your mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He's never the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and he's always conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Sounds like an artist. He does have great intuition, this is true. Enjoys merrymaking in the abstract and enjoys being in crowds, and he's slow to anger and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He does not hate or develop negative feelings, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he rarely feels discouraged. He tends to ask others with help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally has great respect for fairness and finds artwork boring and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. That is, in fact, a vein of lignite, yes. Lytas likes wood, lead, indigo tourmaline, tunnel tube wood, and pighoof, coral, and four-sided prisms, floodgates, and large gems and coins. And the sicilinating silking, I probably butchered that, silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume black bullhead and dwarven ale, and absolutely hates blood gnats. I don't know what a blood gnat is, but I feel like I would hate them too. As for groups, you're part of the Constructive Orb and a member of the Long Key, and you don't feel anything due to inebriation. That's sad. Scintillating, I'm assuming. All right, so let's go over here. Doom, 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 doom. Let's make more beds. Chaos become flesh. Became flesh? Become flesh? Became flesh, I think. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. So chat room, I've been debating on something that I would like 10 seconds of feedback on. I've been debating coming up with new sub sounds. And I guess the question is, should I? Because my old one is quite long and quite loud. I've been thinking about making something a little bit more subtle. Or should we just stick to the streamer just yells at chat occasionally when people subscribe? What do you guys prefer? Because I'm still new to this, oh fuck, I'm a big streamer thing. It's the opening of the Elon Kinner! No, maybe not. That would just be very constant. One sound alert from the game. I don't really want to do that because, believe it or not, I do stream other games sometimes. Sometimes. Believe it or not. Not anymore? True that. And before I stream different game tomorrow. And there was great panic and confusion. No. I think I'm retiring the old one. Orange. You know, actually, just the cheer sound would be enough. The yeah would probably be enough. But, because I think I would want it to be like half a second. They don't disturb anything? By my current sub sounds, you mean none? I mean, honestly, I'm kind of okay with like not having loud noises in my ears all the time unless people pay me specifically for it. Which is quite literally what we have right now. I generally hated everything that was in SoundSense. With the exception of the music, which if I wanted to listen to that, I would just listen to it separately because I didn't like it. I was one of the only people who played Dwarf Fortress who didn't use and didn't like SoundSense. I just never found that the sounds in it fit the game particularly well. It was off. It just felt like a free sound pack, which didn't suit the game particularly well. Like, it was fine for what it was, but it just never worked very well for me. Also, why do I keep not clicking on just the all button? I'm starting to think it's because, like, I clicked on the wrong one once and brought in an all for the wrong material once, and I've just been afraid I'm going to do it again since. All right. Put some statues at the end or something. Strange Mood ones are very cool. Yeah, I get, the ones that fit were completely destroyed by the ones that didn't, though. Like, I will never feel like a Wilhelm scream fits in a video game. Just as an example. Honestly, I never was a huge Halo person. Like, I enjoyed Halo, but I have no idea what sound you're even referring to. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say. I have no idea what sound you're referring to. Like, as much as I liked Halo, I have no idea what sound you're referring to. All right, let's just go all the way along here. That entire space could be used to dump lava on attackers? What, the area that I'm building in right now? Chat, an ad's about to run, which is perfect opportunity for me to go use the toilet. I will be back momentarily. Don't misbehave too much. I gotta say, I love the fact that I say chat don't misbehave too much, and the worst thing that I see when I come back is Pablo Rasta typing in riot with a bunch of like @ symbols and shit. It's like, cool. We got a pretty well behaved chat here generally. You think you shall find yourself some dinner? You should do that. That is probably a good idea. Chad, how are we feeling about this fort so far? I was worried I wasn't going to be able to match the last one with something that's surface oriented, but I think that this is doing pretty well so far. I'm kind of shocked we haven't been attacked yet, though. It's Taco Tuesday, is it? I guess it's Tuesday. I haven't had a taco since the taco place I used to go to here closed. Been gone for a while. And then they reopened at a different location, and it's too far for me. So I don't ever go there now. Used to go to this taco place pretty frequently. Frequently-ish. Oh, still technically outside. Well, these are outside. Waiting. Why are your dwarves so pissed? I feel like you'd be better at answering that question than me. I don't know how pissed they are. I don't know what your fortress looks like. I don't know what your fortress layout looks like. I don't know, like, do you have everything that they want? Do they have beds? Do they have food? Do they have access to ample supply of food? Do you have beer? Do you have a meal variety? Do you have temples? Do you have taverns? Do you have, or tavern, I guess, temple and tavern? Do you have, like, all the necessary crafts that they want to get done? Have you given them new clothing? Are they constantly walking past a pile of dead cats? It's really hard for me to answer that question. I mean, they don't really ask for anything. They just get really mad if you don't provide, so. It's not really a matter of them asking. It's more of a, if you don't provide, they just get angry. Human caravan? I thought we were at war with all humans. Apparently not. Fascinating. The stairs tips blew your mind? Did it improve your frames? 800M? Seize their goods? Why would I steal their stuff? There's actually some humans on this map that want to trade with me? I'm going to trade with them. How crazy is the learning curve in this game? It depends. Have you played any big strategy games before? If yes, not that crazy. But like, still, it can be a lot, but it's definitely doable. If you've never played a strategy game before, maybe the hardest game you've ever learned to play. It kind of depends on your experience level, right? Like, if you've played games like RimWorld, you'll probably be fine. If you've never heard of a Rim and you don't know where the world is and you have never even played, like, Civ before, you might have a rough time of it. But if you've played a couple strategy games, a few God games, and a couple city builders before, it's perfectly doable. Most of the memes that you see about Dwarf Fortress being a learning cliff were related to the fact that the game had no graphics before, which made it abnormally daunting in comparison to your average, like, city builder. Which I don't think actually makes the game any harder. It just made the game scarier for new people who'd never played the game who wanted to get into it. I do think that this game is very much learnable if you have no idea what you're doing, but might require some reading and or asking for assistance from people. Ever played any God games? If you enjoy God games, it's certainly something that you would probably enjoy. There we go, some more bedrooms. You've played like 5 minutes of RimWorld before Dwarf Fortress and you found the learning process pretty smooth. I mean, like, it's not an easy game to get into, right? But it's certainly not impossible. I think some of the memes do this game a bit of a disservice, to be honest. I'll say it, Tail Grandmaster. If you start more forts in one world, can your dwarves that are named migrate into the new fort? Yes. I'm trying to keep up with this conversation that Boom Boom Shrimps is having, but the short version is this pattern of stairs allows for the most possible pathways with the least possible options for the dwarves to go, because one of the main draws for frame rate in this game is pathing. If they're going up and down like a 3x3 square of pathways, it's something like 29 possible directions that they could go from any point to path around something, which is a lot of calculations, considering when they're just walking on a flat plane, it's just cardinal directions. Plus, like, left, right, and bottom, like, north, south, east, west, and all that shit. Why did I put that stuff in each bedroom? So I gave them each a chest and a cabinet. The cabinet is for their things, like their clothing, and the chest is for items they claim. I'm just clicking on these. I haven't found any that have stuff in them yet. But dwarves will need new clothing, and dwarves will acquire items over time. And they need places to put their stuff. But it all fell apart when your dwarves wouldn't build anything anymore? Okay, so we died to the same bug then. Yeah, that bug is a problem. Like a really big problem. And to the point where, like, I really hope it gets fixed sooner rather than later, because it is bad. Which is just that everybody stops doing everything for no reason bug. And I really hope it gets fixed soon. Yeah, it's literally game breaking. There's a bug in the game right now that I've been referring to as the general strike bug, where all the dwarves just refuse to do anything, period, and that's it. The dwarves just refuse to do things, and then your fort ends. Have I gotten traders? Yeah, they're right here. We're trading. Yes, I mean, that would get you around it. It seems to be triggered by something. As for what thing, I don't know what. Am I building into the sky? So think about Dwarf Fortress like this, if you've never seen it before, Treehan. It's like flat Minecraft. This is a 3D space, right? So this is where we started building. This is basically ground level. We built up, and then we're going to keep building up. These are my bedrooms. We're basically building like a set of apartments on this side of the kind of circular base that we're living in. I've been getting crashes, but not in every world. So I don't know. I was getting crashes in the other world, so I went and made this save. Yeah, we can raise and lower that bridge. I just need to pull... Where is it? This lever. I'll show you. Uh-oh, we might launch a dwarf. There it goes. See? Now raised. And now it's lowered. Can stuff break blocks to get to you? This isn't RimWorld. Dwarven Craft Dwarf ship is Dwarven Crafts Dwarf ship is unparalleled. It's hard to say. All right. Well, we should make kitchens. So we're going to... you can build drawbridges anywhere you want. Quite literally. Nope, let's go right there. pump operator has become possessed. Must operate the pumps. Don't think I got that one repeating. There it is. Plant, repeat. Plant, repeat. Making a food stockpile right beneath here, and we're going to set up kitchens. Makes an artifact tube. He's claimed a crafts dwarf shop, so we'll see. Trained by the pump operator, who's moving around pretty quick. There you are. Let's follow you. How have you watched for 8 hours straight? Well, I haven't been streaming for 8 hours, so I really don't know how you've watched my stream for 8 hours straight. Unless you were watching my, like, a VOD or something before you got here. This game kind of has the Civilization effect to a degree, where... Like, I think a really good example, actually, was the streamer Giant Waffle. Yeah, 7 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes short. But the streamer Giant Waffle streamed a bunch of Dwarf Fort before it actually released on stream. Not on stream, on Steam. Briefly before it released, like the month before release. And was just kind of baffled at the game because he sat down and he's like, all right, we'll mess with this for 2 hours and we'll play it once it's fully out, right? Sits down, starts playing. And by the time he's done making bedrooms, 2 hours have gone by and he just sits there and he goes, where did those 2 hours go? It's time to go make lunch. So he like went to just chatting, went and did food. And it's like, Dwarf Fortress does that. It just does that. Like time just disappears. It's kind of terrifying. Let's see what these humans brought us. They brought us a sheep. Let's buy that sheep. A lady sheep. 2 iron picks, yes, please. Is there a way to craft clothes in general, or do you have to micro all kinds of clothes? Or like, are you asking, can you just make clothing generic? No, you have to queue up specific types of clothing that you need. And in some cases, out of specific types of cloth, too. Actually, let's see. Did they bring any books? They brought the gutter the easy way. Excellent. I wouldn't want to do the gutter the hard way. So we're actually going to do this trade. And then I'm going to bring over some more crafts. Let's bring over brown. And we're going to buy the gutter the easy way. Let's actually jump over here into our squads. Let's select you and go to equip. And just click update equipment. There you go. To refresh your guys' equipment. But they go grab their helms. Want them to have better stuff on. Also bring in this brewer. What does a scroll even do? You can put it in a library and dwarves can read it. But they're generally kind of expensive. In some rare cases, they can give you weird mind powers. I wish I was joking, but I'm kind of not. That have certain secrets of redacted and redacted. All right, we'll just trade for that. Thank you. Bunch of grounds for a book. The mines will be in the gutter? I mean, theoretically. I'm actually kind of curious. How many bars do I have? We got 4 iron bars, 20 silver, 116 copper. Plenty of charcoal and plenty of coke. All right, well, let's do copper breastplate. Maybe, okay, maybe not 50. Let's do 20. And copper gauntlet. 20. It's not the best armor, but it's better than nothing. Thanks for being around to get gifted one. Follow, right? You've been unable to get your military mark swords to claim ammunition despite there being plenty of it. They can only have one type of ammunition in a quiver at a time. And they have a hard time equipping ammunition in general. Make sure that you have ammunition in only one single stockpile, limited to one specific type of ammunition. Forbid all other ammunition, and do not allow bins in that stockpile. Otherwise, I find it just doesn't work at all. And if you're talking about used ammunition, so ammunition that's already been fired, make sure that you go to the, I think it's labor, standing orders, forbid and forbidding. Just, it automatically forbids it, ammunition, right there. So you could forbid used ammunition during sieges or claim used ammunition. For me, that's the best setting if you're going to use Mark's Dwarves, which is forbid used ammunition during sieges, because then they won't go running out into, like, death to try and get ammo back. Let's hope that I can dig out all this without running into an aquifer. I know it's sand, but... That too. Abel Bacon. Yeah, you're right. I always just assume people are using the default. But I guess some people don't. I'm actually starting to worry about the being away from family for too long issue in this fortress, just because of how dead this faction is. It's like they might literally, like, literally all of their families are dead. At least you two are married. Go have kids. You feel a little better. What happens if you accidentally deleted the original Archer template? I think you just have to make a new fort. I'm pretty sure it's tied to forts, not the world. What are we up to? Building a little surface fort, messing with water, fun stuff like that. Do you need training dummies? Nope, they just spar. They're sparring right now. Ambivalent after putting on a finely crafted item. What a joyful character you are. What's a good rule of thumb for ores and metals you should use for weapons and armor? Shields don't matter. So as long as they have shields, they're generally fine. Heavy weapons, you want to be made out of heavy materials. Cutting weapons, you want to be made out of sharp materials. So, like, cutting weapons, you want, like, steel or adamantine. Maces and hammers, you want silver, basically. You found the circus, but no adamantine? Welcome to New Dwarf Fort. Assign someone to the archery uniform, click their details, and make the modifications they want. Apply, save, or whatever the button says. Like, are you sure you can remake it? I thought that once you delete the default, it's just gone. Well, this is just going to be food. But minus seeds and prepared meals. And also drinks. Because I want drinks up there. And then down here, we're going to remove all food from here. So it should all go down here. You went from most of your people in 180 and really unhappy to suddenly in green. Everything from engraving? Yeah, nope. Engraving is a solid mood boost, especially if you start... Actually, now that I think about it, especially if you start putting images on all the walls. They really, really, really like that. You deleted your default archery uniform a while back, and it does fuck up. Does fuck up bolt equipping, but you got it to work eventually. Well, that's good. The thing is, it's just like you need every single thing in order for it to work. I know that sounds really dumb, but you need so many very specific things in order for bolt equipping to actually function. That's the real issue. Is you just they're so specific. It's like you need a bajillion very specific things to just make them work. They're just not clear at all. Okay, so I need, what, one more line all the way around this? If they're domesticated, then you've successfully domesticated the animal. I'm not sure what animal you're talking about, but if it says domestic, they're tame. Augmentum Sound, thank you very much for the raid once again. Hope that your stream was good today. Well, it's gotta get a shout out. Yada yada. Quite happy with this little fort so far. I think we should, once we get these kitchens set up down here, we should slaughter some piggies, I think. I think we could also pasture some animals down here, like the pigs. Just make, the butcher and the tanner. 2 butchers. Let's make 2 tanners. And then some kitchens. Hello, OLM. Are we a vile force of darkness, Flappy Turd? I've never successfully tamed gray langurs, but I have successfully tamed other critters before. All right, let's see. How's this artifact coming along? All right, what do you have? You have leather, cloth, and 3 pieces of lignite. What else do you need? Stone rock. Not thread. Okay. Do you need bones? Leather, skin. Okay, you got that. Bones. Ah, okay. You need me to butcher something. Got it. Well then, let's butcher a piggy. Several, in fact. Oh, you just love the tune? I get you. Kill a cat or something? Chad always gets so sad when I kill cats, though. How many plump helmets are you Oh. You have a lot of plump helmets. Turns out. Slaughtering some sows. I'm not storing seeds in here, am I? No. Gotta say, I do love the way these butcher shops look. They look fantastic. Anyway, there goes the strange mood dwarf, and we're getting more migrants. Been enjoying my Let's Play tutorial. If I had some more of those, it would be cool to watch from the start. It's easy to get a... If you had some more of those, it would be cool to watch from the start. You want me to do another Let's Play tutorial? I mean, I'm still working on that one. Just go back to the beginning. I mean, I'll do another one when there's another major version, but, like, the information hasn't changed too much. I mean, that one's still ongoing, and probably, I don't know, based on what I've done so far, probably about 40% done. So it's got a ways to go still. Like, it really does have a ways to go. Can't wait for more content. The thing is, like, producing one of those takes me like 2.5 hours because I have to catch up on what I did in the previous episode, check my notes, and then sit there and record it, which takes a lot longer than the actual recording process because I cut a lot out. Record stuff, re-record stuff a couple times, chop it all together, render it, and upload it, right? She's very slow. It's like, if people just want me to do, like, Let's Plays on YouTube, I can, but I have to get back to my old streaming schedule, which was just 3 days a week. Whereas right now, I'm streaming 5 days a week at roughly about 8 hours a stream. So I am being completely honest when I state that I haven't taken a day off since before the game came out. Like, just straight, I haven't taken a day off. I've worked at minimum 8 hours a day since the game came out. And I started on the Friday before it came out, so it's actually longer than that. So I'm going to take the 1st of January off. As long as I'm having fun. Of course I'm having fun, but my guy, I'm exhausted. So I'm doing what I can, but the reason they've slowed down a bit is because I've kind of hit my maximum that I can output without, like, crashing and breaking. I already do, Mr. Ace Man. Go look at my YouTube channel. So, yeah, no, I'm doing what I can, but apologies for being slow on those. Sweet. It's got everything he needs. Do I have a YouTube editor? Hi, I'm blind. I'm my editor. Hi, I'm blind. I stream full-time. Hi, I'm blind. I'm blind social media manager. Hi, I'm blind. I do blinds taxes. Hi, I'm blind. I do all my business relations stuff and communicate with devs and PR companies and tell cryptocurrency casinos that keep emailing me to fuck off. Also, fuck off, Raid Shadow Legends. Stop emailing me. I've blocked like 4 different companies that send me offers. Just stop it. Hi, I'm blind. I communicate with my artist and figure out branding. Hi, I'm blind. I do all my home cooking. And I don't ever go outside, okay? All right, it's not the first time I've done that bit. Such a slacker. Yeah, I'm trying. I wish I could slack harder, TV. Lolar, the pump operator, has created Amash's Kazob Tunamagish, a lignite bracelet, and offers it to the long key. Well, that's nice of you. So take a look at that. Lignite bracelet. Where'd you put it? I'm assuming right here? Oh, there it is. This is a lignite bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round lignite cabochons and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of rectangular lignite cabochons. On the item is an image of gizzard stone and lignite. On the item is an image of Mincot, Volt stockades, the dwarf in yak leather. On the item is an image of marquee cut gems in pigbone. Also, for whatever it's worth in regards to getting an editor, the way that I make my videos, I don't think it would be sped up or more efficient if I had an editor. I think it would actually be slower. And it wouldn't save me that much time because I've been doing this long enough that I have a pretty robust system and I can just sit down and bang. Like, I put up a video on War Sim this morning, right? Which is my most recent video that I uploaded. How many views does that have now? Like, getting close to 5,000. It's got 4,300 views and 40 comments. That video took me, it's what, a 20-minute video? It took me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to make. I'm not agoraphobic at all. I'm, like, not phobic of anything. Actually, I'm, like, one of the, like, if you were to point at me and be like, Blind, do you have any legitimate phobias? No. Not at all. Nothing really scares me, to be honest. You enjoyed the video on War Sim? Cheers. Has a higher dislike ratio than I'm used to. I can't drive cars. So no need to be afraid. All right, let's give that artifact to somebody. Let's give it to the expedition leader. A ring. You can also wear that shoe, which is just kind of a funny thought. No bins and stockpiles? Haven't needed them yet. Don't have enough stuff. Can you use them as minecart shotgun ammo? I mean, you could, but the cages would be more effective than the actual... Is that a bunny? For fuck's sake. The cages would be more effective than the goblins themselves as the minecart shotgun ammo. Depending on what the cages are made out of. If the cages are just made of, like, nothing heavy, then it wouldn't be that effective. I mean, you can use anything as minecart ammo, so... I mean, world's your oyster with that, but... Bear lead? Yeah, lead would be pretty effective. I mean, it's blunt force trauma, so... I mean, it's not going to be as effective as, like, glass discs or spikes or swords even, but... Muscle shell shotguns? It's extremely ineffective. Lead and lava? Oh, I mean, if you're also putting lava in them, then the goblins would be dead before they launched, but... Also, Flatty, by the way, and Gorax as well with the primes. Thank you very much. You don't see the link to my YouTube channel below. Well, I don't know if you're on mobile, but it should still show up on mobile. It's literally right here. Right there. Right there. Right there. That's my YouTube. Right there. That's the YouTube. Click that link. You know? Right there. Yep. Friggin, 99. Thanks for the prime. Right there. See? It's right there. It's okay. I'm blind. You can be dumb. I'm blind. Between all of us, we'll figure it out eventually. And, you know, with your help, I can give you guys a flashbang and YouTube sub number go up. Let's see if we can hit 33,700. Not the flashbang. The flashbang stays until the number go up. I'm waiting. Yeah, because fuck Twitter. Chat, make the number go up. We only need 6 more. You already subbed? I'm sure there's people that aren't. Hi, Bellinair. I'm flashbanging chat until the sub number go up. How you doing, Bell? I hope your stream was good. Mods, can I get a shout out for Bell? And there you go. We're almost there. 2 more. Perfect. Done. See, easy peasy. Was that so hard, chat? Was that so hard? It was great. Yay! Glad to hear. If you guys don't know Bellinair, you should go give Bellinair a follow. Click on that heart at the top of the screen. Assuming you can still see. Beach fort? Yep, because the other fort fell apart. Apparently the ocean is haunted. Seems like a perfectly normal ocean to me. It does have these sea nettle jellyfish in it sometimes, though, which are kind of neat. I mean, look at these. Look at him. And it also has these whole schools of herring. The scariest thing we've seen is an octopus, which isn't that scary. But I'm always very disappointed by how the oceans look with this. because in ASCII, you can see the waves. But with the tile set on, you can't. Which is super disappointing to me. It could be a decapus, true. It could also be a quadrupus. But like, look at that. I love the way the ASCII waves look. Like, honestly, people for some reason are like scared of ASCII, right? Or a lot of people act like they are, regardless of if they actually are. But the one thing that everybody can agree on is waves in ASCII look awesome. It's like, that just looks cool. Like, just look at that. It doesn't even matter if you have like the depth indicators on. It just looks awesome. Yeah, it's literally settings, bang, done. It's literally go to settings and click turn on ASCII glyphs. It's the bottom setting right here. Click that. Bang. Bang. Also, Ruby Squeak Bird. What kind of dwarf do you want? Squeak. Any preference? Monkey Wagon, hello. Might be fixed in the future. Oh, I hope so. Can you change the font to square? Not without, like, breaking all of the font work in the entire game. I tried. The cloth and leather textiles, print, sport, export is 99% of... are the principal export. If you play the game enough, you'll learn why. If you want me to tell you why, I can tell you why. But it's one of those things that will make sense if you play the game a bit. You'll have a lady? Any particular job or just lady? That brown stone looks awesome. It's all just clay stone, and then a little further down, it's detailed sandstone. This is all sandstone. And then this is the tavern down here. This is actually ground level right here, and then we hollowed out this layer down here and built up. Brewer if available, otherwise no preference. I don't have any brewers that are designated brewer, but this lady is currently brewing, so I will give you this lady who is brewing. I spelled that right. Ruby Squeakbird. Do you know how to turn on the hotkeys that make the U up show up, like B or the building icon? That's a mod. Because basically what that mod does is it swaps out all of the UI sprites to other ones, and they're static. So, like, if you hover over them, it says what the hotkey is. But that mod, like, it doesn't change if you rebind your keys, and I've rebound a couple of them. So it's like, it's a completely irrelevant mod to a lot of people. Would filling up old mine shafts help with FPS? If dwarves are frequently running down them, yeah. It's a really cool map. I mean, it's looking cooler as we've like worked on it a bunch. So Ruby Squeakbird here. You have a lover. You're in love with Wicta, one of our miners. And you worship Sharul. Oh no! The goblin! Shona Bustamel Sum has come, a medium-sized creature, driven to cruelty by its evil nature. So that's an old bug that I think is hilarious that just popped up. It's a were creature. But it took him so long to get onto the map, he became a goblin again. Or it's because the moon is currently covered by clouds and it's raining. So it's a goblin were creature of some sort that showed up too late. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intended, but it's very funny when that happens. Hold on. We'll get back to you, Ruby. Give me a sec. Where's this goblin at? Are you friendly? Sure. So it's a naked, legendary animal dissector, hey? Kick his ass, boys and ladies. One less were creature's a good thing in my book. Let's see if they can catch him. Probably not. We just sped up, so maybe. Well, poor Gobbo. I mean, it's a sad life, but you reap what you sow, I suppose. Punch a statue in a temple, and sometimes it's going to hurt you. Maybe it's a weregoblin. It's a goblin twisted into goblinoid form. It is crazed for goblins and goblins, and its eyes glow goblin. Beware its goblin might. It's just a goblin in goblin mode. All right, what was I doing? Right. Ruby Squeakbird is 67 years old, Stone's favorite number, and is in love with Atyr, a.k.a. Wicta. Is a great planter and a proficient brewer, and is satisfied at work, and says that the creative impulse is so valuable. She has a shortage of patience and a poor focus. A singular poor focus. You will be back? Oh, I can't wait. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Oh, it's okay. After that, by the way, I'm going to set up guard pigs. They're going to spot all the wire creatures. They'll oink loudly. Very effective. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after a new romance in 219. And she does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight. She is often nervous, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Exclamation point last for it, Crypt Keeper. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is trusting, and she often feels envious of others. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she rarely feels discouraged, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to avoid crowds, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She personally considers craftsdwarfship to be relatively worthless, and values a harmonious existence. Finds friendship burdensome, and values hard work, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes slate, lead, yellow jasper, mango wood, llama wool, and the color dark blue. The sound of the meadow of summer, and when possible prefers to consume sea nettle, jellyfish, and 2-grain wheat beer, and absolutely fucking hates rats. I didn't bring any... Actually, I just realized I failed you guys a fortress tradition. I didn't bring any... Hey, we actually got some sweet pods sprouting. That's good to see. If we can get some sweet pods harvested. Spelt seeds? That's good. Yeah, we need to get surface farming set up, I think. Did we get a mayor elected yet? No, we didn't. Let's see if we can get some more dwarves, actually. Into this squad. Nobody has any relevant skills. Whatsoever. Fortress tradition? Oh, I didn't bring a goose. Cuddly Ray. I've brought a goose with on every single fort that I've started. Since this version came out, I forgot to bring a goose. So I feel like I've forgotten and failed you guys on a fortress tradition. Peasant squad, pretty much. I goosed it? Yeah. I done goosed it, chat. I'm sorry. But anyway, the defense piggy is going to go on top of the roof. Game over, new game. Got to retire the fort, guys. I'm so sorry. I fucked up and forgot to bring a goose. Now we're keeping at it. So up here, I'm going to put a pig. This pig is going to spot all were creatures for us. That's like Spider Pig, but instead of Spider Pig, it's Guard Pig. I'm kind of sad I haven't found any jet yet. Jet's actually one of my favorite colors in this version. Abandon, reclaim, have goose. By the way, abandoning and reclaiming doesn't scatter your items everywhere anymore. One nice thing about me abandoning and reclaiming Deep Orb a bunch of times last night trying to fix that stupid fucking bug is I managed to realize that, oh, you can like abandon and reclaim forts now and it doesn't seem to scatter your items all over the place anymore. And also, the water and lava were all in the right places. I don't know if that's just dumb luck or if that's actually a thing now, but... Squine squeals, ready to the defenses! Pretty much. Oh, it certainly messes up work orders, but who fucking cares? You have to redo all of your work orders again, but who cares? If, like, your items aren't all over the entire map, because there's no work orders when you reclaim, right? You like Jet too, because it keeps asking you if you want to be its girl. Oh, are you referencing Joan Jet? Is that what this is now? It took me I was like, what? Work orders are a construct made by Big Armok. That's a sentence I just read. Hear that, chat? Don't trust Big Armok. They're here to take your stuff. All right, barley, cranberry, barley, barley. Seems good. We could do spelt. We could do, let's do rhubarbs. Let's do rhubarbs. Let's do rhubarbs. And let's do rhubarbs. Surface food, surface these nuts. Sometimes I just say things that don't make sense because it's amusing to me, and that's one of those things. Like, does it make sense? No. Did I say it? Yes. Problem? Eh. Let's do this. Let's do that. Was it amusing to me? Yes. Was it amusing to you? Probably not. What are guilds for? The guilds are essentially public schools for children in Dwarf Fort. And public schools for all your dwarves. So if you want your dwarves to all get really good at one skill, make a public. It's funnier when I read somebody else writing it. Why platform laugh? All right, well, I mean, out of 927 people, I certainly hope at least one person has a similar sense of humor to me. By that, I mean it doesn't make any sense. How to satisfy guild requests? So... If a guild petitions for a guild hall, you need to make a zone, assign it as a meeting area, assign that meeting area to be a guild hall, and then assign that guild hall to be that specific zone. And then you need to make that zone... Actually, you know what? Here, I'll just make one for you. I'll make you a guild hall, and I'll put it with the temples, because that just makes sense. Although, apparently, I've completely screwed up my temple. So let's just... Hold on. Let me just smelt some tetrahedrite real quick. Oh, we are still smelting tetrahedrite. Okay. Instead, then, I will just simply go down here. Let's just... You definitely want a meeting hall, yeah. You definitely want, at the very least, a tavern. We're going to make a... And also, I need to make a dining hall now that I think about it. Go up here and make this, designate this here as a dining hall, this back corner. Actually, I should probably just make a separate dining hall out here. That would actually be a pretty neat idea, have like a dining hall out here next to the very crappy barracks. Taverns made from meeting halls and made from dining halls are identical, by the way, which pisses you off a little. They don't dance in dining halls, though, I thought. I swear that they... Do they dance in dining halls? But anyway, let's just go down here and work on this. So essentially, I'm gonna make this into entertainment while nomming. Not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea, Belle. I do need to find... Actually, we should just make glass, because I do have sand. They dance in the They dance in zones, and they also dance in temples. I've seen them dance in temples. You enjoying DF, Bastet? No, you've been watching me play for years. You dash and dine? Oh no! Snatchers! Protect the chill! Are you serious? They made it all the way into my fort? Holy fuck, they made it all the way into my fort! My god. Somebody needs to, like, check my pig's eyesight. The hell? Anyway, kill these motherfuckers, please. There they go. I think we're gonna win. Let's see how this fight's going. Oopsies, wrong button. The wrestler attacks the goblin, but she rolls away. Well, that's very inefficient. The wrestler bashes the goblin thief in the lower body with her silver warhammer, and bruising the muscle and bruising the guts through the long linen shirt. Well, that's good. At least you're bruised. Shaken after suffering a major injury. You've got a child of mine in the bag! Beat the crap out of this thing. Kill it. Beat him dead. Just don't knock him in the well. All right, well, we got him. Where's the other one? Got both of them. Okay. Crisis averted, chat. Crisis averted. It appears that the goblin's thief screamed, "I must withdraw." The goblin attacked my dog? The dog misses the goblin thief. The dog misses the goblin thief. The dog scratches the goblin thief. The dog attacks the goblin thief, but she jumps away and screams, "I must withdraw," and then missed after swiping at him. You asshole. Shoutouts to the dog. Literally had a kid in their runaway bag. Jesus. Bunch of psychos. All right, so where's the other one? Wait, hold on. I'm only seeing one dead one. Where's the other one? Oh, there is still another one. Do you have anything in your bag? Okay, this one doesn't have a child in the bag, thankfully, but does have a dog chasing him. So this is good. Let's go get this one now. We're going to follow you. Still being chased by a dog. Well, look at that. Go get him, pupper. I think this dog needs to be war trained. Lycott, let's see how you've done. Bites the goblin thief in the left lower leg, tearing the fat. Bites the goblin thief in the right leg, in the right hand, tearing the fat. And then bites the goblin thief in the third toe, tearing apart the skin and bruising the muscle through the hemp sandal. In fact, there's now goblin's left eye teeth on the ground. Well, that's good. Excellent. And then the rest of the dwarves show up and obliterate the remains. And the dwarves go, "Oh god, it's a dead body! It's terrifying!" Anyway, I was making a guild hall. Seriously, though, we should really check the eyesight on the guard pig. Little Dumat, all right? I would assume. Probably a little shaken. So the other day, Dumat appears to be drinking, so I would assume all right. The other day, I had a fortress running, and there was a child that was in a strange mood, and they were just running around and, like, gathering all the stuff they need, and then I saw snatchers pop up on the map, like, they won't make it into the fort, it's fine. And then the dwarf that was in a strange mood got snatched up by one of the snatchers, because they were a kid, right? And then I proceeded to freak out, going, "Oh god, this kid is getting kidnapped!" And then we went and killed the kidnappers, and then the kid just went back to making his artifact. It's like, well, at least kids got the right priorities. She was horrified after seeing her kidnapper die. I mean, they were friends. They probably gave her candy. It was just very funny seeing, like, the dwarf just, "Nip, time to go back to what I was doing." Still had the item in her hands and everything. It was great. Okay. Another dwarven caravan arrived. I really, really wish I could check what they were requesting before. I think it was toys and meat. So let's also do body parts. Yeah, that's great. Hey guys, do you guys want to take these corpses off my? Someone in chat was talking about selling all of their spare, all of like the random refuse they had in their fort, like just to the mountain home, like giving them as gifts. It's like they have no value, but like there's nothing stopping you from doing it. You can't after they've arrived. Once they're on the map, it doesn't say. See? You have no agreements with this land. And I always forget to check until they're on the map. Yeah, because that was like the first thing I checked. Once I realized you could check their trade agreements. Ooh. Cool looking fort just got sent in on the, Hey chat, go check this fort out. This was posted in the, like the save sharing. I don't know if it'll work, but like, because some mods break saves, but that looks cool as hell. I like that layout. It's a very me-ish layout. Like that's the sort of fort I would build. Really like it. I gotta take a look at that one. It should just pop back up in regards to the diplomacy screen. Alien Slayer meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they say, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What Mountain Homes? There's much to share. We've added information to your world info. What request do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to ask for iron. They want legwear. All right. I'm going to check something real quick. Who are the most upset dwarves? Okay, you, Big Ol, are going to be removed from the squad because you do not like being in the military. That is okay. Remove assignment. Go do other things with your day. Your fort won't be ready to be sent until next Christmas. Well, I mean, that's fine. Sup, King of the Nerds? You head to bed, Andoro the Insane? You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out today. We'll be on tomorrow. Oopsies. Why do I keep clicking trade first? Mark all. 1,400. Brought another sheepy. You bring any books? No books. They did bring a chalk pedestal, though, which I think I'm going to buy just so I don't need to make one. Just going to buy more meats. Also, I just realized that somebody earlier asked why cloth is such a primary trade good for them. It's because you need it for artifacts. And there are certain types of cloth that's hard to get. Giant cave spider silk glove. What fancy gloves, man. Let's buy these bags. Okay, maybe not the sugar. Maybe not the sand bag, because I can just fill that up with sand. Not the sugar bag either. I will buy some cloth, and we're going to make some more bags. We're going to get a little bit of a glass industry up and running. Not a big one, but just a little bit of one. Playing your first fort and doing pretty well. No enemies at all. You haven't seen any caverns. Dig deeper. And if you have dug very deep and haven't found caverns, dig wider. But also, part of the reason you may not have seen many enemies is you may have just settled somewhere that doesn't have a lot of enemies. I think I need to, like, give this thing some oil. Because, like, it's squeak when I go to move it. Let's plop more of these down. I'm also going to go over here and I'm going to nuke that meeting zone. This right here is going to be for something pretty specific. I'm just going to type sand. I'm just going to scroll through. I think it's under finished goods. There they are, sandbags. But just sandbags. And then I'm going to make a little zone. Actually, I could probably just do it like right here even. I'm doing all right, Folk, and yourself? You'd like to see how big your designations are before you mine? What do you mean? Can you not? It's going to be a sand gather zone. I go into here. See if there's any other critters lying around. Go over to work orders. You know what? Let's just wait. Oh, wait, you mean like you want to have a specific number attached to it? Like, what do you mean by size? Because, like, you can see the designation size. Like, if I go to designate something, there it is. You can see how big it's going to be. What do you mean by designation size, I guess? So let's make some glass furnaces. Just to do 2 side by side, I think, out of claystone. You want to see the number size? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That would be a nice feature. All right. Then once those are done, let's actually check something. Let's scroll up to the surface here, select these, and click on this. See how many dwarves are bedless. At least 1. Quite a few are bedless. All right, let's move up to this upper layer. Let's bed up some more. And then we'll do beds all the way around the edge. Do you not need to? Oh my god, you are so new to this game. So, up until this version of the game launched, Cyrex, you couldn't build a wall on floor. And now you're asking me if you need to place a floor to place a wall? Sorry, but you just blew my mind as somebody who's played too many hours of this game. Like, holy shit. But yeah, no, you don't need to place a wall first. Or you don't need to place a floor first. You can just place it. You've been placing floor. That was like that's one of the revolutionary, like, oh my god, features about this version of the game for people who've been playing this for so long. Like, holy shit, you can build walls on floors. Like, look at this. This is like revolutionary. Like, that was a mini, like, I damn near, like, screamed when I first read that was a thing that was coming to this version. Like, my head just exploded. I was like, oh my god, we can do what? I know people are asking me, wow, you sweet summer children. I envy your lives. You didn't have to suffer for so many years. So many years of not being able to build walls on floors. Why don't you suffer like I did? Spoiled little goddamn newbies. You've been playing since 2012? Oh, did I just blow your mind or something? But yeah, no, you can just like build floors like this now. It's fucking crazy. And then just build over top. It's made surface building like significantly more tolerable. So chat room, imagine having to go in here, right? Like, you see how I'm constructing all this? Imagine to have to go in here and then deconstruct the flooring here, 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 so that I could then place these walls. That was what surface building was before this version. That was what surface building was before. What suffer like G did, I think, right? But do you get the blocks back? No, I don't think so. Anyway. More migrants. You know, honestly, I think that my rebuilding of this faction might actually succeed. We're going to need to make a real big drowning trap, though. I have a feeling we're about to get bodied at some point. No, yeah, nobody did, because why would you? If you were building on the surface, you were a psychopath. Because it was just so clunky and took so long and was so monotonous and bleh. All right, well, it's time to mine out more. Guess you're a psychopath? I mean, I was too. I built plenty of surface forts, but chat would always call me crazy. I was one of those people who did that stuff because I liked making surface forts because they looked cool. And it was slow and clunky, and we came up with techniques for it that made it less monotonous, but it still wasn't perfect. All right, so over here, you're just going to collect sand. Do that on repeat, please. Okay, fine. Don't collect sand then. Fine, be that way. Let's just queue up some cloth bags. Let's process plants. And shear animal. Nothing can be processed, Sedge. What's the funniest way I've lost a fort? Like, so you're asking somebody who's played this game for, like, maybe 10,000 hours. Funniest way I've lost a fort. I don't know if this... I didn't lose the fort because of this, but I had a poet kill a giant fire-breathing chicken with a book. That was pretty funny. It's less like, what's the funniest way you've lost a fortress and, like, what's the funniest thing that's happened? Literally, like... was just flat, like, it was a titan, right? And it was just flapping around, breathing fire on things, had one eye, and this elven poet just threw this book at it and died in a ball of fire immediately. And the book crushed the eye. The book was bound in platinum, by the way. Crushed the eye and destroyed its brain. That was pretty funny. I had a forgotten beast spawn on the map and walk off of a tree and explode. It was a forgotten beast, and it was a giant jumping spider. Jumped off the tree and fell to pieces. Which was also pretty funny. I had a forgotten beast that was a flying ball of snow that undulated rhythmically, and it had wings. Flapped onto the map, and there was a dwarf just sleeping on the edge of a cliff that was like a 30Z level drop down to a lava pit. And this dwarf's just sleeping. Just like on the side of this cliff. Forgotten Beast flaps right up next to him, and the combat log was just Forgotten Beast pushes Urist, or whatever the dwarf's name was. I think it was Cook. It started with a K. It might have been a Cogsack. Anyway, just pushes, but like times like 999. So it was like brrr, just pushing against him, but all of the pushing was deflected by its clothing. So he was just sitting there just taking a nap, and then this giant ball of snow just started nudging him. And then a troglodyte ran by and slapped it, and it exploded, which was pretty funny. I drained an ocean into hell once. I guess that was kind of funny. Wasn't a map too dissimilar to this. We had a big old ocean like this at the edge of the map. And I breached into the underworld, and my fortress was flooding with demons, and I was like, well, fuck you! And we channeled a hole in the wall and just went boom and drained into hell, and the entire ocean disappeared, which was kind of incredible. I don't know. Losing a fortress is usually like a very slow, drawn-out process of crashing and burning slowly. Wait, are you saying I have a lot of stills? I have 4. That's like nothing. Wait, who is the most pissy dwarfy in the 40? You! What do you want? Want to acquire object, eat a good meal, cause trouble, be extravagant, and learn something. All right, well, let's make this into a public... Chat, what kind of guild should I make this? What do you think? What kind of guild should we make this? So it's going to be a guild hall. What should it be? We are the friends of the Lollipop Guild. No, not the Lollipop Guild. Cheesemaker? Nobody said Gelder yet. What's wrong with you? Come on, guys. The obvious correct answer is the Gelding Guild. Fish. Interesting. Glassmaking would be pretty good. The Anti-Elven Guild? I mean, we are at war with them, but you don't have to make it weird. Let's go Glassmaker Hall. So we're going to make this into a Glassmaker Hall, and we're going to set it to citizens only once it hits the value of 2,000. So I need to make this room value at 2,000. You support the Wrestling Guild? Unfortunately, guilds don't work that way. I also apparently have to make a Farmers Guild. Well, I guess we'll make that too. So, Wrestling Guild can go there, and Farmers Guild can go right here, across from where we're storing food. That just makes a lot of sense. Let's just make the doors line up. What is the function of libraries? They put books in libraries, write books in libraries, and read books in libraries. It's a very good source of knowledge for dwarves who want to learn something. Did I make more doors? I think that might have been something I spaced on. Yes, absolutely was something I spaced on. But Nam is correct. Dwarves do, in fact, like to read. Well, first off, I need to make a Farmers Guild and a Glassmakers Guild. We also need to get some food going. That was something else I spaced on. Let's just make 100 lavish meals. I'm just going to jump over here, and we're going to go to work, labor. We're going to go to kitchen. We're going to go to... drinks. Do not cook drinks. And we're gonna go to... Do I not have plum? I do have plum helmets. Don't cook plum helmets, please. So when you click on the zone in the zones menu, that's the value right there. So this little magnifying glass, that's the value. And they're already socializing in here, so it's another socializing location for them. And because it's not an officially assigned guild, it doesn't need the 2,000 value to function. The Farmers Guild up here will, though, because it's a petitioned for guild. So I need to up the priority on this. Just get this done. We're going to need to floor this up, but that's fine. Some highly convincing demigod manages to convince your dwarves that craft store ship is worthless. You know, every now and again I'll get entire factions that are just like, Craftsdwarf ship is worthless. And it's like, what's wrong with you guys? It's literally like a defining characteristic of us. How do you deal with totally flooded caverns? Go to a different cavern. That's my advice. This is sand, so might as well fill it up with sandstone. Water drops disappeared? No, they didn't. What reasons would anyone have to limit their guilds to members only? Let's just say for some ungodly reason you get a Gelder's Guild demanded. Do you really want all of your dwarves spending all of their times mastering gelding? Or would you prefer that they spend time in the Metalworkers Guild? That's why you'd limit the membership of certain guilds. I'm going to limit the membership of farming in this Farmers Guild to only members, specifically so that I get more dwarves going to that Glassworkers Guild that I just constructed. That's why you would limit the membership of a certain guild. Yes, to gelding. I mean, if you want to make a gelding focused fort, by all means, more power to you. I want to make a glassy guild, and I want it to be big and successful. I'm actually kind of shocked at how well this fort's doing, though, all things considered. Considering how dead its home faction is. Like, the population is kind of surging. Like, we're up to 64 dwarves. Considering this whole faction, when we started out today, had, what? It was like 6 inhabitants or something in the entire faction, including the king, queen, baroness, and consorts and all that shit. Captain of the... and, outpost liaison and everything. Job or skill related, those are kind of the same thing. Automatic. All right, so this room here is going to be another meeting hall. Let's try making this zoning a little better in sizing the first time. This is going to be a guild hall, and this is going to be a farmer's guild. So whichever one is established. Scrolled past. There it is. Farmer Hall. We're going to expand this to members only. Yeah, Wisdom. It's been a busy month and a bit. We went from like the top 70,000 on Twitch to the top... Actually, hold on. Let me check. Keeps going up, so let me see what we're at now. According to Twitch Tracker, whenever this slow-ass website decides to load... what's the value of this zone now? 1,434. Okay, well, let's just engrave this back wall, and that'll probably do her. We are now in the top 800 and we are the 873rd biggest English-speaking channel on Twitch, and we are number 1,942 overall, and we are in the 0.03% of Twitch. Apparently, right now, we are in the 0.07 of all of Twitch for English viewers. And we have 57.23% of the directory. So, yeah. To quote a streamer who I look up to very heavily, who we rated on Christmas Day on the 25th, he said, this motherfucker's been playing the same game for a decade. That's not true. It was actually half a decade. He's been playing the same game on Twitch for a decade, almost every day. And then the game comes out on Twitch and he blows the fuck up. He's just like, if you want to get big on Twitch, take notes. Apparently you should take notes. Don't take notes. Go do anything else with your life. All right, so we need to make this value go up a little higher. So let's engrave the floors then. Funk. Let's get 2 doors on here. Yes, they can, True Egon. All right, so then once the value here hits 2,000, which they've hit 2,000, it then functions. And the guild will be satisfied. We'll get a little notification stating that the farmer guild right here has been established. Did I trade? I swear I did, but yes, I did. What do you want? Let's just give you a few jobs and force you to do them. Because you seem real bored about doing nothing. Very stupid when it comes to finding an embark site other than the perfect. So you got to remember this, right? Embarking in Dwarf Fortress, it's like character creation in an RPG, essentially. It's not uncommon to spend ungodly large amount of time, embarking. Like, that's not uncommon. So enjoy it. Treat it like an RPG character creator. If you want to spend 100 hours finding the perfect embark to only get eaten by saltwater crocodiles the second you settle, maybe that's part of the game that you enjoy. There's nothing wrong with that. I bought Black Desert Online just to see how good that character creator was. And you know what? Pretty good character creator. Did I actually play the game? Fuck no. I'm not some kind of MMO person. But, good character creator. Excellent for making backgrounds. Actually playing it? Don't be silly. Maybe what matters were the friends the saltwater crocodile friends that we made along the way. Yeah, absolutely. I keep seeing Baru emotes in my chat as of late. I wonder if Baru would like this game. I feel like he would. I do feel like he would. He loves RimWorld. I know he likes RimWorld, which is why I say I feel like he might. He may also be one of those people who just thinks it's boring and then hates it. But, Are the zombies treating me? Unfortunately, I haven't seen any. So fine, by that logic, I guess. I was really hoping that this haunted ocean would do more than just make spooky sounds from time to time, but sometimes you don't get what you want. Oh, you like my TT? Well, thank you. A chameleon killed 30 dwarves today? Was it a giant agitated chameleon? As somebody who had a pet chameleon for a bit growing up, they can get pretty angry. They're really mean little lizards when they want to be. They're also adorable the rest of the time. They're very cute about how mad they get. They're like, and it's like, oh, you're so precious. You're so mad at me. What are you gonna do? Hiss at me? Okay. Bite my finger? Oh, okay. You have no teeth though, so it's just kind of gumming me. I think the way I'm going to do this time is I'm going to just mass build it. And then delete the pieces that we don't need. Because they are, like, opaque. You can see through them. So this might actually be much easier. I mean, we are definitely getting, like, fun ocean sea creatures. Hey, a dingo. Neat. Unrelated to the ocean, but terrifying, I suppose, if you're afraid of them eating your baby. Come, chameleon. It noms my dwarves. It noms my dwarves. I like it. Make an aquarium? One thing at a time. Let's, like, worry about keeping my dwarves happy as this red number gets bigger before I worry about extracurricular activities like making an aquarium. I don't know what type of flooring that was. I clicked too quickly. Okay, there we go. Don't mind the pig on a chain. All right. Also, we're about to get hit with ads, so apologies, chat. If you really want to get around them, I think that live streamer via VLC media player still gets around them. I encourage you to find a way to block them if you can, but Twitch kind of twists our arms to the point where it's kind of impossible to not show them, and I kind of hate it. But can a pig eat up there? Oh yeah, pig's fine. What kind of dwarf do you want, Salty Tempest? How long do I play DF? Today or overall? I've been playing Dwarf Fortress on and off since 2009, though. Played the crazy old ASCII game when it was that. Mr. Aceman, thanks for chucking out a bunch of gifts. And Cardrig, thanks for the tier 1. Like, when people talk about being nostalgic for this game, they're not lying. Could you get a miner? You don't care about beard? All right, I'll give you the first miner on the list then. Salty Tempest. You're nice years old. I kind of wish it would give me your exact birth date, but oh well. You're in a constant state of internal rage. Well, you fit your name. Salty. Mm-hmm. You're in a constant state of internal rage, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Regardless of its merits, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to think before acting. He tends to avoid crowds, and he is trusting. He occasionally overindulges, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this since as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I would too if I had that brain. He personally thinks that there is... will they add Stone Sense for the Steam version? No. But it will probably be included... Oh, wait. Hold on. If you're stuck in ads, it'll probably be included in DF Hack, but I don't know why you would want Stone Sense. It just makes the game crash. Yeah, it'll likely work with DF Hack, but will it be included in the game? No. That's a third-party utility. Shout when you're through the ads, Salty. And I'll start at the beginning. What even is Stone Sense? It lets you render the game in an isometric viewpoint. But all I find it does is it makes the game crash a lot. All right, let's start this at the beginning. Although I'm going to kind of read it fast. Real Slape, thank you very much for the prime. Hey, we might get a hype train. He is in a constant state of internal rage, and he has strong tendency towards forming deep... Let's try this again. He's in a constant state of internal rage, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy. He has a low sense of self-esteem and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to think before acting, and he tends to avoid crowds. He is trusting, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to return favors, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this as somebody who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at the crappy weather. He personally thinks there is something deeply wrong with people who persevere through adversity and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. And he has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, dreams of mastering a skill. He likes rock, gold, and phthalite, gold, and rock crystal, and crystal glass. Wow, you have expensive taste. Rope reed fabric and bracelets and yaks for their shaggy hair, in the words of the meditation of orbs, in the sight of the clear heather, not mother. And when possible, prefers to consume tomatillo wine and hates cave spiders. Overview-wise, you're 69 years old, you're hauling some claystone, and you worship the deity Reason, and you have a couple passing acquaintances. I swear the orbs, they follow us. Chat room. They follow us! But seriously, Mr. Aceman, thank you very much for the 5-pack. And Cardrig as well with the tier 1. Cheers. And Rosep, thank you very much for the prime. You're here to listen and such? I'm here to get mad and scream about death and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4... Soundtrack was a banger, I'm not gonna lie. Got Pilgrim, anybody? All right. More bedrooms. We are sex people. What? Anyway, I need to rewatch that movie. That movie's still good. I do have all the graphic novels over in my sofa, which I could just go read, but it requires reading. How do I rebind control to the mouse wheel? Like for skipping layers? In the menu screen? It's your least favorite Edgar Wright movie? I mean, it's certainly not my favorite anything movie, but it's a fun movie. Like, I'm not going to say that movie's good, but it's fun. But a movie doesn't have to be good to be fun. Let's see how many dwarves still need beds. Okay, manager, I'm just going to assign you that one so you can have one. Same with you, Pumpy. Operatey. Boat maker. Cook. Feeling I still need lots of beds. Oh, fair enough. So it's like the least favorite of your favorites is what you're saying. It just binds the mouse wheel and not control. I'll be honest, I haven't rebound that one, so I don't really know. Exclamation point last fort. KTL. But long story short, there's a bug that forces all jobs to cease functioning and assigning new jobs impossible. I've been unaffectionately referring to it as the general strike bug. Dwarves went on to general strike, and then fort just kind of ceased. It was quite frustrating, to be honest. It's sad. So all these dwarves now are in the guild hall, and they are all satisfied discussing problems and learning, I would assume. Probably learning something. Aw. Show me your ASCII. Alrighty, Gru. ASCII for 10 minutes. 5 minutes now. And as I always said, and if you don't like ASCII, $100 and I'll turn it off. I won't turn it off. It's up for 5 minutes. One of these days, someone is going to give me $100 and I am going to actually turn it off early. $67 months audio. Good Lord. I guess it is that day, isn't it? Holy shit, dude. You just raised your first tower? Hey, they grow up so fast, don't they? What's upsetting you? Lonely after being away from family, annoyed after being caught in the rain, lonely after being away from friends. Basically what you're saying is I should just leave you in the tavern until you make some friends. I saw someone performs The Sea Laughs at the Mountainous Nuts. It is interesting. Well...
Oh,
It's a song called The Sea Laughs, and the tavern's called The Mountainous Nuts. Audio's been following this channel since like 2015, I think. So, yeah, Audio's been around here a while. I've had beer and a burger with Audio. The Sea Laughs is the name of the piece that the person performed, yeah. Are they currently performing anything? They're socializing? At least none of my military is depressed. What are you depressed about here, little glassmaker? You want to practice a craft. Craft that's depraved. Yeah, at some point. I'll have to do that again. The mystery of breathing? I mean, to be fair, if you've never really thought about breathing too hard, it might seem like a mystery. Stay space. Thanks for the thanks for the second month. The Mountainous Nuts. That's the name of my tavern. It was just too funny to not keep it, okay? It's the Mountainous Nuts. It's a tavern. It's mountainous and it's nuts. We should assign a performer, actually. We have a competent dancer and competent musician over here. Who's going to be our tavern performer. I've never breathed in manual mode my entire life, so... You're not gonna marry yet? Wow. You know, honestly, whenever you guys tell me to show me to show you my ASCII, I'm just gonna show you this because this shit's just too cool. Is it Germ RNG? Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Like, look at the waves just splashing up against the thick cherry tree branches. Hey, look. It's only taken 3 years, but the moat's almost full. Genuinely looks lovely. All right. I don't think dwarves give lap dances to anybody, anywhere, ever, but... I think I'm going to make another guild, actually. I think we're going to make a Craftsdwarf's guild. Just like a general, like, crafting guild. I mean, we could also just, like, prioritize the... Actually, it's this button, isn't it? I could just prioritize this one. You're here for the chats and chill at this point, not the game? I know. I mean, a lot of the people... So, chat room. For those of you who don't know, this channel got its start streaming, not Dwarf Fortress, not RimWorld. This channel got its first initial audience playing this game. Blame the hour count. Consider the hour count proof. Thank you very much for the $2, Flappy Turd. So 1,783 hours should be enough of a bit of a proof. So when there's like people who've been around this channel for a really long time, a scam train is a go, Leroy. Thanks for the $1. It is a great game. We actually streamed it this year for a little bit. I actually have an updated version of OpenRCT installed, and I intend to do it for fun special events from time to time. Thanks for the $5, dude. Huh. So, chat, I have a question. How many of you guys were in Tekked's stream last night? Yeah, it was, and most of my chat helped rewrite it into C for OpenRCT. Also, it's time to turn the ASCII off, but... You think you were? Because he was trying to sort out lag issues. Apparently, swapping the game to his secondary monitor has mostly fixed his problem, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, right? Like, it's a hardware monitor issue? I want to know what his main monitor is and what his secondary monitor is. Like, plugged in a different monitor and it works. Because Linux? Probably, but what? What? I wonder if it's like a DisplayPort versus HDMI thing. That is whack. That's all I have to say. That is nuts. What's up, Mac Daddy? Well, apparently he just did. It's wild. I mean, this is DisplayPort, this is HDMI, and I'm playing in windowed mode, and it runs fine on both, so. You'll be testing his theory? Yeah, now I wonder, because like some people are just getting like weird amounts of lag on certain monitors and not on others. It's very strange. Very, very, very strange. I'm going to put a pedestal in here. I'm going to put some artifacts on it. What's the theme for Ironshore? We're rebuilding a faction. So this faction had 9 dwarves in it when we started. It's like 6 or 7 dwarves when we started today. So I built a bunch of scattered little fortresses where I just embarked and placed them. So now they all have a population of 20. The problem is shortly after I embarked, a bunch of them got absolutely obliterated, including one of them is actually getting attacked right. 2 more of them are getting attacked right now. So these ones are probably going to get taken pretty soon now too. But this one, 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 and this one, and this one, and there's actually 2 right there, were all forts that I just like made, immediately retired, made, immediately retired to try and rekindle the Civ. Because if I go over here, this is our mountain home. The Elven Fortress of Master... That's a great name. The Elven Fortress of Masterwork. And the Elven Fortress of Healerax. Actually, I think Healerax is the mountain home. But my goal is to retake these 2 fortresses. Any zombie whales? Nah, the haunted ocean has been pretty much a miss from what I can tell. Like, it's just a normal ocean that makes spooky sounds sometimes. So it's just a normal... There's spotted rat. There's just normal fish in it. We saw an octopus. That was kind of exciting. There's these jellyfish. I keep popping up. You know, just the normal stuff. Nothing too out of the ordinary. That's heresy? Well, I mean, they took over the mountain home, so I would like to try and save this faction. I mean, it's called the Constructive Orb, so at this point I have to dedicate to the meme and stick to it. Chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train with $9 in bits and 3 subs. Much appreciated. But yeah, no, it's kind of whack, actually. Was it natural? Well, I mean, the water in it is natural. We acquired the water naturally, but no, we channeled it in here. Took a little bit to fill it, but... What that pig doing? Look on that pig. He chilling. He's chained. He live here. He's guilty after being confined, but, you know, he lives there. That's my very important spatial awareness pig that spots invaders. It's like my guard puppy, but instead of a puppy, it's a pig. No official position. It's a very official position, let me tell you. Do pigs graze? No, pigs are not grazing. Ah, yes, the radar pig. I'm glad you understand. Every fortress needs a radar pig. Sweet. Finally have bags now. We're still smelting all that tetrahedrite. I guess I should make a stockpile for the tetrahedrite. Let's do that. Got plenty of space, might as well. Custom stone, metal ores, yes. Beep, 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 beep. It's a ham radio. Yeah, there you go. It communicates entirely using ham radio. There you go. I mean, my last fort had a radar goose, so, you know. That was also very effective. Rock. Throne. And a rock. Table. I think I'm actually just going to do a thing right now. We're going to go down to here. And I'm just going to place a whole bunch of stoneworker shops. Just around, kind of just everywhere. And we are going to queue up rock statues. I'm going to make 250 of them. And they're going to be made out of... I think they should be existing images, of course, which is the ancient Scream of Oceans. which is an image of a finely designed image of a giant sperm whale, a dwarf, and a short sword and a jagged pike, and a dwarf, an extra one. And the sperm whale is screaming. And the dwarf is raising the short sword. The sperm whale is being flayed by the dwarf. The dwarf is laughing. The sperm whale is impaled on the jagged pike, and the image is an image of the Long Key, a local dwarven government. It's a beautiful statue. Dwarves just love things sometimes. And sometimes they just wander around like sad bubbles of beard. Whatever works. Beard? Yes. Sometimes they are liquid, like cognizant alcohol, and sometimes they are very intelligent little critters. You are not wrong. We are, in fact, out of booze, apparently. I thought I had a repeating job set up, but I guess I failed to actually do that. I do have plenty of stuff that's brewable, so that's not a concern. Nothing needs to be processed. Can, however, share some animal. No, I can't, but I can spin the thread. Well, I've definitely seen two male dwarves in a relationship. So they can be LG? B? Yeah, it is the terminology that, yeah, they can be LGB. Yeah, there's no T or Q or plus or... This is out of my jurisdiction of intelligence, so chat, you guys blab about this. I will drink my coffee. Yeah, I've definitely seen dwarves that, like, are almost never lustful or whatever. RGB dwarves. I mean, if you turn on ASCII, they're very much RGB. So bad laughing at that, I'm sorry. I definitely scream at the dwarves and go, why? All the time, but... Can we just make a YMCA guild, please? Yes, they do still spot things when they are chained, yes. I need just a bunch of barrels. Also, the elves don't like us anyway, so it's fine. We don't know how to do that without fucking it up. Yeah, no. It's... You know, honestly, you know what the way to do it is, Putnam? Wait until Myths and Magic are out, and then just have, like, basically what RuneScape has, where you can just, like, pay somebody and BANG! Done. Because Wizards just like, you can be a different person now. Oh no, it's like Avatar. That's terrifying. You chained a giant bear to a wolf once, and the skulking Phil snuck in. So stealth units won't be spotted. That's the whole point of stealth units. I don't know. I still kind of wish that storks would bring babies in Dwarf Fort, but, you know. Uh-oh. Okay, so you claim a glass furnace. Well, I haven't made any glass yet, so let's hope that we can make some green glass. Raw green glass? I don't actually know if I've gathered any sand yet. All right, well, we can make raw green glass. I'm assuming that's what you need. You know, I'm not going to lie, chat room. There are certain subjects where I'm just like, I'm not educated in this subject, so I'm just going to leave this to you guys. The same old booze? We've got variety. What are you on about? Oh, it's absolutely possible. Toasty tasty. Just seal off your fortress. In like 5 minutes, you can make a completely well, maybe not 5 minutes. In like 30 minutes, you can make a completely self-sufficient, self-sustaining underground fortress that is completely impenetrable by any force. Rough gems. Uh-oh, I haven't actually found any gems yet. Shining bars of metal, we got those. Pictures of a forest. I think he needs a second piece of glass. Semi-lurky? Well, hello. Zen, is it like national but with a Z? It's like Zational? Just got a siege in the first year, no enemies anywhere? That's... I mean, I'm kind of... I'll be honest, I'm shocked this fort hasn't been sieged yet. Like, not even a scouting party, just a couple snatchers. Okay, so you got 2 pieces of raw green glass. Do you need a 3rd piece of raw green glass? How much glass do you need, my guy? Why not blue glass? Well, you can make crystal glass, clear glass, and green glass. Also, if you learn a little bit about how glass works, the least refined glass is green. It needs rough gems. Yeah, I think it's going to be rough gems next, but I was just curious if you needed that. I guess we just kind of got to go deeper because I just haven't hit gems yet. We must go deeper! It looks like. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress is supposed to be like year 1000 to 1200 tech or something. I'm sorry, what? Oh, wow. Or aquifer? Oh, jeez. Gotta say, aquifers, bit nuts in this version. Also, hey, TechEd, how's the frame rates? I did mention to chat that you seem to have maybe fixed your frame rate problems. I'm on a sudden quest to find rough gems. Well. And some weirdness about graphics in general. I mean, chat blames it on Linux, so... Which I'm not going to hesitate to blame it on, because I think they're probably right, but at the same time... That being said, that fort that you gave me did run like absolute ass. Like, it ran bad, so... Oh my god, did I actually do this a second time? I'm not gonna lie, I'm so fucking annoyed with the way stairs work in this version of the game. Like, it's perfectly playable, yes, but my god, it's annoying. Like, when they just do this, where they break the stairways for question mark reasons. Actually, you know what? Let's just smooth these because I can get away with it right now. Wait, how come? Bad news is it wasn't ready and now it flooded your fortress. Well, that's unfortunate, Peregrine. The thing is, I'm not some technological genius that's guaranteed to fix your fort, so that would be false advertising. It would be blind IRL fucks with your fort for 30 minutes and then gives up. I don't know what you were looking for before. Just as good? No, thank you. I don't want to do that, so respectfully, no. Oh, I know why this isn't getting done. Everybody does this. Just fucking do this shit faster. Thanks, game. What, blind fucks around with viewers' forts for 5 minutes and gives up the show? Well, we'll consider it a working title for now. I already have community spotlight. I don't need to do more forts shows where I look at other. I already feel like iffy about monetizing videos where I'm largely just using other people's work. So, I don't need more of that. Yep, it's fucked pretty much, yep. Oh my god. Did they really? Did they? Okay, never mind. No, that is an up-down stair. Jesus fuck. So annoyed with this whole thing. It's fucked. Burn it down, pretty much. Don't you fill up, don't you fill up, don't you fill up, don't you fill up, don't you fill up. What happened? I'm so tired of how this new stair system works. I just missed the old one. That's all. Let's just wait for that to dry up. Wait, hold on. Is that gems? Limestone, limestone. That's dolomite. Hey, well, at least we have blocks. Let's dig around in the limestone for a bit. You can turn them off in a myriad of ways. You can turn them off at a world gen level. You can install Clinodev's disable aquifers mod. 3 months already. Time does speed by, doesn't it? You also hate the stair system and improvements to stockpiles and workstation pathing, even though no save and load piles in the Steam version. You know, it's like I should prefer the changes in the Steam version. I should. Because they make a lot more sense. But I think I stand pretty heavily by my statement from earlier that, like, stairs were completely fucked before it needed to be changed. They're still fucked, though. And that's the problem. They're just fucked in new ways that are actually worse in some ways, but also better in some other ways. I would just say give up, George. Dig around it, make a new staircase. That's my current take. Hey, platinum. Ooh. Ooh. That's cool. Unrelated to anything of note, chat, but 40 more subscribers, and we get another emote. Maybe we'll get another emote by New Year's. I think that's doable. I just need to find a gem. Well, the old system was significantly less intuitive. This system is more intuitive, but gives you less control over how you rebuild your stairs. Is the problem. Le Dude, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. All right, so I'm just going to dig down here. What is platinum good for? Crafts, mostly. Old McJerby. Did you have a farm, by the way? Thank you very much for the tier 1 and the 5-pack. Tier 1 5-pack. Means a lot. I'm forgetting how to speak. I guess I've been live for almost 10 hours. 40-ish subs. Well, 35 now. Actually, 34, because it was also Prime sub. 20 from Anonymous. We're almost there. What do we want for another email? I've run out of ideas, I'll be honest. We need 14 more. You're not going to buy subs? No one's pressuring you to, friend. Hey, Cancel. What's up? Said earlier that you wouldn't have gotten the queen in your civ without picking a low pop civ. You double checked and you got the queen at 16 dwarves. You had over 10,000 pop. Okay, how about this? It's very unlikely that you'll get the civ without that you'll get the queen early on as a low pop civ. Very unlikely. Mage elf. I really don't want to have an elf emote, mostly because people use elves as a weird analog for racism, and I don't really feel like incentivizing that. Certainly don't want to encourage that. And I'd be concerned about what that would be encouraging. When you enable the no civ embark? I don't know. So I've never done it. If I'm being honest. Not even sure what you're talking about. Thanks for checking out a gift. Hank Nasty. Emote for strange moods? Maybe. Bunch of snatchers. Let's kill these goblin thieves that are here to steal my children. At which point, everything just freaks out and runs around like crazy. Let's follow my soldiers, who already killed one. Good job, dudes. Moving up towards the next group. Flying past them. Traps do block caravans. They don't block the carts, though, that come from the small caravans. But they do block wagons. Let's just hope that they get them. I'm still trying to... Cheers! Enjoy the lurks. Alright, let's keep digging down here. Pull the lever? We could have a lever emote. I already have a gun. Why do I need a shotgun? I don't really want more guns. Not to make it weird, but I don't like guns. We have a minecart, and I already have a gun emote. I don't need another gun emote. I could just do the lava square. Hey, we found rough yellow jaspers. Let's see if that's what that dwarf needed. think they were a weaver, weren't they? Thanks for checking out a gift sub, Leroy. Where the heck did that... Oh, dang it. Went Stark Raving mad first. Oh, well. Have to make some coffins. I made an automatic lava gun? I know how to make automatic lava guns. Have I seen the particular video that you're referencing? No. But I know how to make them. Yeah, it's better than Stark ranting mad. Kind of sad that we lost. God dang it. I keep on forgetting to change this construction setting. Pilot, thanks for checking a sub at Tele. Let's do all that now that we actually have a bunch of claystone again. Let's just see how many dwarves still need bedrooms. Looks like the vast majority of our dwarves have bedrooms. That's a good place to be. Okay. $11 more subscriptions until we get another emote. Hat Gang playing the hat game. This is true. Yes. We must force everybody to wear hats, of course. Thinking we fortify this outer wall here. And I'm thinking about, I don't know. Enemies move so fast currently. It would be mighty difficult. I haven't looked too closely, I'll be honest, about musical instruments that this particular world has generated. Because I don't have any of them in my fort, mostly. What job is it for trade depot building? They just build it. I don't think there's any job specificity there anymore. Oh, they're telling stories. What are you telling? Pilot, thank you much. Oh, is it mercenary carpenter? Oh, so it's basically anything. What job is it? Something. Oh shit, we do have a mayor now. It's Alien Slayer. Hey, for once the expedition leader got elected mayor. That's cool, actually. Well, I'm gonna build the mayor's quarters over here by the tavern. You don't see that happen super often. This is going to be a huge space for a mayor. And then you over here in the corner. Single block right there. And gosh. There you go. Let them build that. And we're going to go back down to the crafting layer. And you, well, you are going to smelt some native platinum. What kind of dwarf would you like, reanimated magpie? And beard or no beard? Go to bars and blocks, metal. That's the wrong furnace. Green window. Make green glass windows until we run out of glass. You up over there, you collect sand. Funniest option. I don't know what you would consider funny. Magpie. You're a military hammer dwarf. You're a novice organizer and a dabbling glassmaker. You're 62 years old, and you have a pet cavy boar. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and does not trust others and often feels envious of others and does not focus on material goods and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and can sometimes act without little deliberation and confidence. Generally is a friendly individual and tends to be dissuaded by the emotions of others and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and doesn't seek out excitement. He's conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. And he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to hang on to grievances and does not often feel lustful. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he has a sense of duty, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is disgusted by tranquility and would have the world churn in noise and activity, and thinks that the pursuit of skill of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed and does not care about friendship, but is a magpie. He generally likes garnerite, silver, and white opal, and custard apple wood, and impala leather, coffins and scepters and goats for their eating habits, and carp for their protruding mouths. Never seen that before. Whip vines for their length and the words of the bronze rocks and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume giant vulture and guava wine and yak's milk and blood amaranth flour and can't stand lizards. You really would like to build in a canyon? You'd have to look for a wide river that has a deep trench on either side. Yeah, that's what you'd need to look for. You'd need to look for a wide river with a deep trench on either side. Do I have any secret tips for finding blocks of floodstone and tons of iron? Just look on the overworld when you're embarking? I just look for it. I don't really have any secret tips or nothing. I just know what I'm looking for and I look for it. I don't know what that is, Dozed. Is there any secret tip? Can't stand lizards. Is currently working on a comment with a dragon as the main character, so yes, this is the way. I mean, hates lizards is another option, so at least they don't hate lizards. We're gonna slaughter a couple more piggies, and I think I'm gonna queue up a bunch of buckets. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make some carpenter's workshops down here. Also, by the way, those platinum bars we're making, platinum mugs. Okay, platinum goblets, actually. Platinum goblets. Platinum goblets. They're gonna have pictures of Bayonetta on them. It'll be great. Dwarves will love it. Now we're queuing these up. Let's make buckets. Bucketses. Goblets are just small goblins. I do, like, want to protest, and I feel that baby goblins should just be goblets. Gonna make platinum goblets until I run out of platinum. Let's actually increase the priority on buckets in this location. Wow, I got some real pissy dwarves. Gotta sort this. Of course they're all children. All right, well, hold on. Labor, standing orders, chores. I got 4 of them. Kids don't do chores. just don't do chores, kids. Go do anything else. Time for toys? Yeah, I guess it's time to make some platinum toys as well. But I already had toys. Gem-studded toy boats. Platinum is the easiest material I have close by. That I have in any sort of quantity. Also, chat, I'm just going to remind people that tomorrow, it's going to be a bit of an odd stream. We're going to do the normal dwarfy stuff for the first 3 hours of the stream. I might even start a little early tomorrow. And then in the evening, we're going to be joined by the developer of the game Jupiter Hell. And we are going to be doing a developer backseated playthrough of that game. So if you're interested in listening to devs talk about the games that they make, might be a fun stream to tune into, even if you're not interested in that game in particular. So that will start at 1 p.m. Pacific. You didn't know I played that? You didn't know that I played that. I'm like the only person who streamed that game for the entirety of its early access, and I have 440 hours on it. Also, there's that. Heal, damn it! Which was recorded specifically for this stream. Believe it or not. Humble brag, I guess. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not there will be healing, but there will be a lot of damage, that's for sure. With Epian in voice chat? Yep. The patch actually came out a couple weeks ago, but I was too busy grinding Dwarf Fortress and being terrified that audience was going to leave if I did anything even remotely different. And honestly, I'm still kind of terrified of that, but you know what? It's just par for the course, honestly. I keep mining. He's an entertaining guy to listen to. Gotta say it. Kids playing make-believe? Here for dwarfs? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. But it's okay. Maybe one day I'll convert you to not just here for dwarfs, but here for dwarfs and streamer. Maybe one day. What, this is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel? The other one? That was a soundbite from the trailer for the game.
Over here, he has a sword.
And that's from Thief. The name of the game is Jupiter Hell, is the game that we will be playing tomorrow. And also, I've gotten confirmation from Tarn that he will be joining me on stream sometime late January, early February. Somewhere in that window. We'll have, at the very least, Tarn, possibly Zach and Tarn. And I'm going to try and drag the developer of the game, Odd Realm, on to join us. Should be fun, frankly. Figured you could learn something from here too when it popped up. Well, I mean, the streams aren't as learning focused, mostly because they're very long. And believe it or not, that kind of work takes a lot of energy. So, You found me through roguelikes? Really? Well, that's cool. It's a very small portion of my audience that found me through those. Should really just seal the rest of this off. Let's just make a couple more bedrooms back here. Let's go to like there. Does high happiness matter? You want higher happiness. Otherwise, your dwarves misbehave and then eventually start cutting each other into pieces. Kind of becomes Lord of the Flies after a while, so we have to sort this out because moods are currently really bad. Although the most depressed dwarves, fortunately, are children, which isn't great, but at the very least, they can't do that much, like nowhere near as much damage as an adult could do. Just like real life, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, see, like the three most depressed dwarves are kids. I got this dwarf who's funny because their name's Salty. No longer 9 years old, though. Is definitely getting happier, though. This dwarf was more depressed. They are improving slowly. They do want to be near to friends, but they have none. They also want to be near to family, but they have none. So there's only so much it can do. It got caught in the rain. You know, I've explained this a million times in Dwarf Fortress, but think about it this way. If you ever see a dwarf that's upset after being stuck in the rain, right? Realize this. A day in Dwarf Fortress is like a couple seconds, 30 seconds or so in our time. So imagine you are told, all right, go work outside in that ditch. Also, it's pelting rain. Also, it's freezing and snowing outside. Also, you're probably getting yelled at by other dwarves. Also, it's like not just raining, but it's raining multiple substances that aren't pleasant. On top of that, now go do that for 6 weeks. Which is sometimes about how long some dwarves can spend outside before they go back inside to sleep. So your job when you worked in construction. Yeah, pretty much. Would you be like depressed and pissed off and regretting that afterwards for years on end? I'm not trying to like, you know, get you to admit to previous trauma, but like, just saying. Shit sucks. It just sucks. It's got nothing to do with like your mental fortitude. It just sucks. Yeah, we're being nice to our mayor. You got thick skin due to that industry that pains, okay? Yeah, I worked night shift in restaurants for years, and it hardened me up quite a bit, but some things in life just aren't worth it. This industry, though, is giving me a completely different kind of thick skin. Like, I don't even flinch when there's like 2,000 people watching my stream. I see other people, they have that many people tune in and they have a minor panic attack or a major panic attack in some cases. Why is there a dead raccoon in the middle of my fort? Hold on. Gotta deal with this. This seems suboptimal. I think it's time for us to real quick make a garbage dump. Hold up. We also just got migrants. Wow, we're up to 80 dwarves. Good lord, that number went up. You be looking for that way out? Yeah. I mean, I worked in an industry I hated for better part of 8.5 years, so. From 125 people, you once caught a raid from 125 people and almost went full cardio. Oh, what, on Twitch? Yeah, I know what you mean. The biggest raid that I ever got. Oh, the animal trainer died finally. The biggest raid I ever got was from a little streamer named Kit Boga. It was for about 15,000 people. Anyway, long story short, I was fine. Stream went on. Some of them stayed. Many of them didn't. It's kind of bonkers, though. Kit is hilarious, yeah. This was back when he was originally blowing up like crazy. And one of his mods was a friend of mine, who I still know, but like still is a friend of mine. Anyway, one of his mods was my friend. And so his mod like raided me with him once or twice. And some of those raids were pretty fucking big. No, I was extraordinarily sleep deprived and didn't sleep the night before and was streaming Elite Dangerous at like 11:30 at night on a Saturday and was half awake and was like, wow, that's a lot of people, and then raided somebody else in 20 minutes. I was just like, nope, I'm done. So I went and dropped 5,000 people on a person with like a couple hundred people watching. Very funny. To me, anyway. You kind of remember that? It was a long time ago. At least it feels like it was. There's a dead hamster in there. And it was like that. You just had to hold yourself. Yeah, now nothing really phases me. Like, I don't know. I've just been doing this long enough that numbers don't phase me. It used to. It really, really used to, but it doesn't anymore. This is a shame. I thought that I made enough barrels, but I guess not. Do I ever get terrified of going into the caverns? It depends on what's in there. Sometimes, but it really depends on what's in there. Usually, nah. Usually I'm fine. Because it's less of a, do I ever get terrified, and more of a, do I ever get really annoyed by shit that I run into in the caverns? Terrified? Eh. Annoyed? Oh, yeah. The Stormfront been for me? 28C last night and you wish it was colder? You really need to, like, open a window or something if you're in, like, the winter storms. I mean, it's been back up to, like, normal temperatures for this time of year. It was fine. I don't drive, so just hunkered down and stayed inside for the freezing rain. It was largely fine, though. The Gloved Guild now has many members in Ironshore and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished and designated for a craftsdwarf's guild. Well, wasn't I going to build one of those anyways? That's actually oddly convenient. All right, so then up here, we're going to make a stockpile for refuse. This is your first tech job? I mean, sometimes you just land your dream job with the first job. I believe it. All right, dwarves, could we please get this crap thrown out? At least the number of depressed dwarves is going down a little bit. But I feel like it's still way higher than it should be. Actually, hold on a sec. Oh, Jesus fuck. Why don't I check these at the beginning? Like, I need to like get into the habit of setting stuff to everybody does this, because I've got a bunch of tasks that I just assume are everybody does this that very much are not. And it's just like, because I set up a fort and then I play it for 20 hours and then I forget that, oh, right, now I have to redo these at the beginning of the next. Is Gremlin mayor yet? No, but there's a mod where you can make Gremlin into mayor. Just gives him a top hat. I was really starting to wonder why, like, shit wasn't getting done and why dwarves were getting all stressed. And it's like, oh, because I don't have... Okay. Yes, they will definitely come back as a ghost. Sorry. So you still need to memorialize the corpse. I don't think it is. Polonius Monk. Just don't work right now. Miner and woodcutter and fishing and hunting. Then explain why nobody hauls until I turn hauling on. Everybody does this. Like, genuinely. Software and game development cat? That seems like a good place to be. If you make a slab for them to get a ghost and then delete the slab, will the ghost return? Yep. If the slab gets toppled or removed, the ghost will in fact return. Dwarves do not die of natural causes, yes. It just takes a very long time. This is such a recognizable dwarf. They're so pale. Your miner got elected baron and you enjoy digging into magma? What's wrong with having a baron? You can never become a mountain home without a baron. I don't understand why people hate on nobles for no logical reason. Like, I think it's just a meme, or was a meme initially. People just took it way too much to heart. I think it's kind of a shame. Yeah, that's what a baron requires. Office, quarters, tomb. It's like a large portion of the gameplay. I mean, I don't much like their mandates either, but they provide a lot of things that you don't get without them. Better diplomacy with other factions and the ability to make, gain helixes and actually expand your faction in ways that is normally outside of your control entirely. I don't know. I think it's genuinely strange to me that people just kill them for no reason. Like, if they're demanding things that you can't build, okay, then I can kind of see the logic, I suppose. But the vast majority of the reasoning that people obliterate them is just painfully mind-boggling to me. I don't get it. Just play this game completely differently than the way I do, which is totally fine, but... it just seems kind of like a waste of good potential gameplay situations. Just to find the best personality? Hell yeah, so you get it, Bitter Jelly. I had a king that demanded like something like 6,000 socks over their entire lifetime. And you know what? When he died, we threw them all into a volcano. And his body. Fuck that king. Yeah, and it's kind of a shame, Javeo. Like, I'm pretty sure I know where it comes from. It's just... It just seems like a bad way to play the game. I don't know. Yeah, but if you obey the export laws, then you can use the justice system, which allows you to unlock the plots and huge mechanics that if you completely ignore them, like, I don't know. It's just like, if you ignore certain mechanics, then it indirectly locks you out of being able to use other mechanics. Because if you ignore mandates, then you can't use the justice system. Otherwise, half of your dwarves will get arrested constantly. So then you lock yourself out of the justice system. So then there's two huge mechanics that you now can't interact with in the game. You can't interact with the justice system, and you can't interact with the, like, upper, like, politics. You can't you can't request specific items from elves or humans. I don't know. Like, you genuinely just, like, you meme yourself out of being able to play a good chunk of the game. You haven't been able to sit and watch the fort's progress? Sure, I can give you a tour. Just let me finish trading. See what these humans have. But yeah, I don't know. It just weirds me out because it's like you meme yourself out of big chunks of gameplay. I mean, at the end of the day, you live your life, and if that's the way you want to play your game, then play it that way. I mean, it's a single-player game. It's confusing to me. I brought a book. I don't actually quite have enough money for all of this, so subtract a bunch of the cheese, not all of it, but some of it. And trade. The humans seem happy. It's good. Wearing either completely tattered clothing or nothing at all? What do you need to make them? One of each clothing item that they like to wear. Which might be a lot, actually. Give me a sec, fam. You have 30. You once had 36 open cases because of how many people are trying to steal your artifacts? Yeah, and then here's the thing, right? I had a similar number of cases once. I caught one guy and interrogated him, admitted to all of the crimes, implicated all of the dwarves involved, including stealing multiple artifacts from one of my previous forts in the same world. And then it turns out that he had them all on his person. And then we killed him after putting him in prison and got all the artifacts back. So, you know, it's worth, like, participating in the justice system. It's a pretty cool system. Also, like, the whole villain system is going to be completely redundant if you ignore all of that once the next big update is out. So, I don't know. It's just people that refuse to allow to have, like, unless it's like that's how you're theming that particular fort, you're intentionally ignoring this. If that's the only way you play and you've never explored the other options, broaden your horizons once in a while. There's some cool things in this game. All right, let's leave this on pause and I will go read the word story. Give me a second. Friends and beans. Characters groove to jams. Every night when I reanimate the worm tentacles, it wriggles smartly. Advise weather conditions will negatively impact Buffalo. Fuck. Buffalo. I'll participate in this trash. You bad people. You're bad people. Thank you, chat. So, chat room, I will be honest with you guys. We'll do a little fort tour. I'm going to zone this up. And then I think we're going to call it for the day. But we're going to raid somebody's stream in Dwarf Fort, so don't run off. Let's get this set up as a Crafts Dwarfs Guild. The Gloved Guild. And it's going to be set to be members only once it's ready. I totally missed this, but apparently we have a tetrahedrite mechanism. It's called Edod Redil. This is a tetrahedrite mechanism. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round claystone cabochons and menaces with spikes of round claystone cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of tetrahedrite. I'm gonna go place this in the tavern, I think. Seems like a good place to put it. All right. We're going to make that into a front door lever, I think. But as for the fort itself, we're a multi-layer surface fort going all the way up to here, and this is going to be another row of bedrooms. Got bedrooms, and we're working on more bedrooms, and then surface where we're doing a little bit of farming and some other things. There's a pile of blocks for building. Down here we have farming. We have our kitchens, and we have a farmer's guild. And we also have mayor's quarters as well as our tavern. And as we scroll down, we got kind of a large area that we're doing a lot of stoneworking in. As we scroll down a little bit more, we've got our temples and some more guild halls, as well as more random stones that we're digging for. And then me trying to find a gem for an artifact, which I failed anyway, so it didn't matter. And most notably, this is on a haunted ocean, which is not particularly haunted from what I can tell, and it just makes spooky sounds sometimes. And then also we're on this very thick kind of temperate area. Also worth noting, we are a dying dwarven faction. There really isn't much left of us, and we are going to be going to war with the elves to try and take our fortress of heel racks and masterwork back from elven control. That is the goal of this fortress, and hopefully the outcome. But what I have to say is, let's just take a real quick look at it in ASCII. I do miss the ocean spray in ASCII. It looks gorgeous. You can see the actual waves flying forwards. You can see the mist crashing against the walls. It's beautiful. We are the only dwarven faction in this entire world, so damn right war never changes. But all that being said, I think it is time to save and return to the main menu because it's time for us to raid somebody. So chat, you guys gotta do something. Say bye, YouTube. All right. Now that you guys are saying goodbye to YouTube, it's time for me to put a marker in the stream. So the way we do this is I wait for the game to finish saving, and then I'm going to give you guys the proper outro.